from California, of course, and because of Grand Prix Originals, they're one of the vendors here, so I'm going to play the part.
Yeah, he's going to play the part, and there's a lot going on this weekend here at the Velocity Invitational. Headlining as well, Jenson Button. I mean, there's another Englishman who's doing well in California. He's racing a Jaguar C-Type in Group 3. Group 1, rather, I apologise. The first name on the pink slips for that one was none other than Fangio himself.
Yeah, and you know what? If you want, there's a full circle to history there.
Yeah.
Because the first ever West Coast race held at Pebble Beach in 1950 was won by America's Phil Hill, who became a Formula One champion, and now a Formula One champion from 2009 comes back to race here at Sonoma. So history repeating itself.
History repeating itself, and Taylor, history in the making as well, with the panel of women in motorsport doing a live Q&A later on this afternoon, I think.
Absolutely, and what a change. This is obviously a new feature this year, and thank goodness women out here representing, coming from our Dirtfish Rally School. So Josie Rimmer is going to be hosting that panel along with Pippa Mann, Michelle Abate, some really incredible names out here. So I'm very excited to hear from women and to learn how more women can join us here in motorsport.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the great thing about motorsport is it doesn't matter what gender, age, race, colour or creed you are, you can get behind the wheel, and if you can do it, you can do it. It's as simple as that. Johnny, you are going to get set and ready to go. Like I say, Group 3 out first.
Yep.
You've got a bit of a journey to your commentary position. Are you being whisked away in something historic?
No, not really. I think I'm just going to end up walking, but not to worry. But yeah, I'm going to head to the commentary booth because they're about to go out.
Right, there he goes. Thanks ever so much. That's Johnny Green, the effervescent Englishman that you'll be hearing on comms all weekend long. We might jump in with him for a little bit as well, just when we're in between running around the pit and the paddock, but there's lots of experts here as well who'll be only too happy to join Johnny and call it play-by-play as we bring you what is, hands down, the best 2 days of automotive action you can see anywhere in the world right now. A packed schedule, Taylor, as well. Lots going on. We should have a look at the schedule, the timetable.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at it here.
Yeah, let's take a look at it then, because let's have a look, because we're going first up then with Group 3, as I just said. That's the Formula Juniors. Johnny's going off and gets set to call those. But then it's Group 1. That's the class, don't forget, that Jenson Button will be driving his Jaguar C-Type in. Then we've got a little bit of Group 4 action, some FIA prototypes and sports production cars. Then, this is exciting. We're celebrating 70 years of the Jaguar D-Type. There's going to be an exhibit group go out just before 11 a.m. Hill climbing action as well in Group 8 just before that. Then, just before lunch, we've got some super sports racing cars from 56 to 61. And then, as if that wasn't enough before lunch, we're just going to sprinkle a few hypercars in the mix, and then we take a break for lunch, Taylor.
The break, only too short to head into Group 5. We're talking SCCA, B sedans, those Trans Am cars. They're going to be heading into Group 6. And this is what I'm really excited about, because this is a new feature. We didn't get to see this last year. NASCAR stock cars are here, the historic NASCARs. So we're talking about, I saw a little Dale Earnhardt action down there. It's going to be,
they look incredible.
It's going to be
about
pretty
20 of those.
exciting. And then shortly after that, Dirtfish Rally School. So those guys are going to be on the track showing off a little bit, but they're also going to be in the paddock. And I think they're here to do some ride-alongs as well. So if you're walking around the paddock, make sure you head over there and see if you can score yourself a ride along in one of those Dirtfish Rally cars. Heading into Group 7 after that, our IMSA GT cars. We've got some pro driver exhibition sessions. Group 9 is going to be 66 through 72 historic Trans Am cars, which Kev seems pretty keen on.
It's well documented. I've said it.
And then a little more hyper cars out there just to wet your whistle. And then we're going to finish off the day with Time Attack.
Yeah, and the Time Attack is really, really exciting. This is the Global Time Attack Race Series, where it's all about putting in the fastest lap. And we have the car here that's going to do it. Scott Speed is here with Subaru, debuting the Project Midnight Subaru car that is like nothing you've ever seen. If you're in the UK at Goodwood Festival of Speed this year, you'll have seen it there. But its American debut is happening here this weekend. It is incredible. It's terrifying. And Subaru, as well, are backed up by your old mate, Travis Pastrana.
Absolutely. The names that you see out here really just astonish you. Whether you're a fan of F1, whether you're a fan of historics, IMSA, or like me, off-road motorcycles, really any name is going to be here. So seeing Travis Pastrana's name on a list of historic, legendary race car names was quite exciting to really, pull it full circle. No matter what fan you are of motorsport, you can find it here.
Yeah, you can. can, and I'm excited as well because he's bringing the family Huckster, which is the Vermont sports car prepared, over 860 horsepower family wagon that you might expect Clark Griswold to be driving, but he's bringing that, and I've never seen it before. It's been around all over the place, the family Huckster, but somehow I've never seen it, so I'm excited to see that. Also as well, Ramon Grosjean is here. There's a great interview with Ramon and Jeff O'Neill from Velocity, who puts this whole together in the event program. So if you haven't got an event program, grab one and have a read of that. It's a good read. Interestingly with him, he didn't get in a go-kart till he was 13 years old. Didn't start racing single-seaters till he was 17, which is incredible by the modern standard.
By the modern standard, usually those F1 drivers are jumping in at 17, 18. But you know what? His career hasn't ended. He went from Formula One and said, listen, once a competitor, always a competitor. Let's step into IndyCar. Yeah. So showing up, another IndyCar driver that we may see here this weekend, Tony Kanaan.
Yeah, he's excited to be here. I've been reading about Tony Kanaan, obviously, of course, with the Arrows McLaren team, looks after that now. We've got Nolan Siegel and Christian Lundgaard joining him for a little bit of a kind of play around in some cars, do some autographs, excite the fans. Of course, Tony was here last year running in one of Ayrton Senna's cars. He was nervous about that, but this year he's coming here just to have fun. So it's so exciting, the list of people that are here. But it's not just about race cars, is it, Taylor?
Absolutely not. No, we're obviously here to hear those sounds and watch those cars on the track, because where else can you see these cars on the track? But it's a bit more than that. You know, we're here in Sonoma. Let's talk about wine.
Let's talk about wine.
Let's talk about, unfortunately, we don't ever get a chance to sit down and have a glass or two. But if you're here at the event, that is exactly what you should do. Down on the pavilion, head down to Taylor Farms, sip and savor. They've got some excellent drinks, some excellent bites. It is really kind of a phenomenal luxury motorsport event, as opposed to, you know, getting your pretzel and your beer out here. A little bit different.
Yeah, it's like no other. We're kind of familiar with motorsport events like this in the UK, and we have been for some time. But what Jeff O'Neill and the team at Velocity have been doing over the last 5 years is bring a little bit of that kind of high-end motorsport event to the California sunshine. And oh boy, are you guys doing it well over here, and I'm thrilled to be here. So thanks to you for joining us wherever you are in the world right now. Don't forget, stay across all of the social media because the Instagram posts are going to be popping, and there's some phenomenal photographers here as well, so the imagery that comes out of this event is second to none. Now, over my shoulder, I can hear some single-seaters from Group 3 just going around what is turn 11 over there, and I'm wondering if we're going to go and join Johnny Green for a bit of commentary on this one. I think we probably are. I'll be honest. Can you hear in your ear? Is Johnny talking away? Are we going to Johnny Green right now? Is he sitting and standing by on comms? I do. We are going to, you know what we're going to do? I'm talking about turn 11, which is just across the way over there. You might not know where that is. So let's take a look at the circuit guide as we go and join the action.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Velocity Invitational. What an absolutely fantastic morning that greets us here in California. And as you can see, the car's already on the track and at the furthest part away here at what I call Sears Point, because we are at an historical event, but of course that was its original name. We are at Sonoma Raceway, and we are ready for the 5th running of Velocity Invitational, and we start in a perfect way to go forward. I've got two great guests in Scott Durnick and David Woodhouse as we take a look for the first time at Formula Junior. And let's just set it up, Scott. What are we looking at?
Graham Hill, Jim Clark, everybody drove these cars. This was the path to professional racing, much as Formula Ford and Formula Atlantic became later, than the F2, F3 progression. So these are fabulous little cars. They weigh 888 pounds. They have an 1100cc Cosworth engine that revs to over 9,000 RPM. 5-speed gearbox, and they have a very narrow power band, so they're an exquisite car to drive. You need to keep it in the right rev range. You need to carry momentum through the corner. You can't make up for a mistake just by pushing the pedal down harder, because in this category of vintage racing, it is the closest to parity of any class of vintage racing. The cars are all in a very narrow spec. The group is really conscientious about keeping the displacement legal, keeping the weights legal. They weigh the cars after events. So it's really the closest racing in vintage racing because all the cars are very similar capabilities. They're really fun to watch. You'll see how much they drift and how much they slide. and it's a skillful thing to drive. But it looks like we've already got the pace car out on course. Somebody must have gone off.
Yeah, somebody's had some sort of problem because the pace car, unless it's just leading them to a rolling start. David, the other side of this, of course, they all look like race cars, but the point is they're all based on production engines, chassis, and so on. And the idea was to keep the cost down so that it would be affordable.
Yeah, when the Riley started, the idea for this series, that was exactly it. Johnny was taking the cost down, used proprietary components and engines from production cars. And a lot of the manufacturers, it wasn't just the engines, but they use, off-the-shelf components from suspension parts and other pieces. So it's amazing to me that these cars were built by, a lot of them by Formula One manufacturers. And actually, if you look at the cars, they're literally scaled-down versions of the Formula One cars that those manufacturers made. So from the Cooper T56, which is literally a scaled-down T53 Formula One car.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point, because so many of the F1 manufacturers back then, they were in what they hoped was a revenue-positive business. It didn't often work that way, but they made Formula Juniors and F2 cars to sell to fund their Formula One efforts. It was long before sponsorship.
And some of the first production cars, Scott, production racing cars, right, in mass production.
Absolutely, yeah, and that's one of the things. Almost all the British cars anyway share the same Triumph Herald uprights, and the same hubs, and the same things. In period, the gearboxes started out as modified Volkswagens or modified Fiats. Then Mike Hewlett came along and evolved them a little bit. But the whole idea was that someone who was not the son of an industrial scion could actually buy a car and go racing. But it looks like somebody just had a mechanical. They were off in the corner there. But we've got Art Hebert out front in his Lola Mark V. And, an interesting thing, as David was mentioning, there's so much diversity in this group. You look at how many different manufacturers are here. There's Coopers, Lotus, Oscar, Huffaker, Stangler, Dolphin. There's so many different cars. And again, that's because back then it was a wide open competition.
Yeah, it amazes me how many Lotus and Lolas and so on and so forth made it over to the States originally. And then, of course, the Americans did their specials and they did their adjustments and said, oh, we can do that a little bit better, or I can put a more powerful engine in that. And, of course, that's where it starts to creep up a bit.
Yeah, well, many of the...
Not in this particular case.
Well, no, you're correct. We had restored a Lotus 27, and when we got it, it had a twin cam in it. Someone was running as a Formula B car. These cars back then were not these, artifacts of racing legacy. They were just old race cars. So people bought them, and if you wanted to run it as a Formula B, where you put in the engine and the carbs and the wheels to make it that spec, and away you went.
Well, away we go. We're under safety at the moment. As you can see, the pace car is out, but it's giving us a nice look. And like you say, let's talk about some of these ones. You mentioned the Dolphin. Do either of you know?
Yeah, the Dolphin was an American-made racing car. They made both Formula Juniors, they made some Formula B cars, and they made sports racing cars. The Dolphins were quite light in their construction. This one belongs to David Woodhouse, and let's let him talk about it. He knows them very well.
Go on, David.
So sadly I should be out there today. This is my first time at Sonoma Raceway. So I was just getting used to the track on the test day on Thursday, and sadly the rear stub axle sheared. So very sad not to be here talking about it and not be out there. But yeah, the Dolphin's a very, very interesting car. This is the Series 2 car. My car actually was owned and raced by Ken Miles in 1961. So he raced it for six or seven meetings that year. And then it was sold to Lothar Motzenbacher and became his first race car.
Oh, pivotal figure in American racing, Can-Am series, everything. And I had no idea, David. We're brothers under the skin. I have a Dolphin sports racer.
Do you?
With the
right.
So.
So yeah, I've had this car 20 years. We found it as a basket case in Colorado, restored it. And,
how do you go about finding these things?
They get advertised in the Formula Junior newsletter. Back in Europe, and I was here in America and found it, and with John Collins Racing, we restored it. We've been running it for 20 years, but not this weekend.
Well, I'm kind of in the same boat. I must confess, I have a Gravic VT6 and I would be here running, but we've brought a number of cars to the track, and the shoemaker's children are always the ones barefoot. And just
The shoemaker's
ready to
children.
go, but I'm not complaining. I'm driving a couple other cars, so no complaints there.
Yeah, I have to add, the Dolphin was actually a British designer, John Crossway. He worked at Cooper and Lotus, and then he went on after Dolphin to design the Mickey Thompson Indy cars, Indy Specials. But yeah, so it had, I guess, although it was an American car, it had a lot of British characteristics.
I mean, what racing car doesn't have a lot of British influence? I mean,
Yeah, I
that's
know,
the,
exactly. Especially at
that's
this era.
the epicenter of motorsport. I mean, that's just what it is.
In this formula particularly.
So it looks like we're green again.
Yep.
So a couple really interesting cars in here. There's a father and son team racing of Dominic and Joe Calasaco.
Yep.
Two
Very well-known
drivers.
and well-known,
Joe
yeah.
is really a good shoe. They've been struggling with his car this weekend. He's been having some head gasket issues. But I would not have been as generous as he is. I would have pulled my own son right out of the running car and
Absolutely.
gotten in. But he's apparently a much more charitable soul.
Yeah. Well, you don't know what's going on behind. You know, it might have been an arm wrestle last night. Who knows?
It might have been. It might have been. But you know, Art Hebert is comfortably out in front. Art knows this track very, very well. Art is a very good driver. He's been driving that car a long time.
That's a Lola Mark 5A.
Yeah, Lola Mark 5A, and what a lot of people don't realize, the Mark 5As were kind of heavy cars. Art cars, any of the Lola Mark 5s, they weigh about 920 pounds, which doesn't sound like much, but boy, 30 pounds on one of these cars, that's more than a tank full of gas. It's a big deal.
You know, you mentioned Ken Miles driving it, and that's, of course, for those less adult with historical racing. Ken Miles, of course, featured in the Ferrari versus Ford film and was a local guy here. Well, he actually is from England, but a local guy here growing up in the group that created, you know, the Shelby group, the whole California scene, and was well known on this side of the globe. But I noticed that the leading car also ex-Richard Atwood and David Hobbs. So, as you say, back in the day, even the top drivers in the world drove these cars.
Yeah, here's an interesting story that's unfolding in car number 18. That car is being driven by Kyle Collins. And Kyle Collins is the grandson of John Delaney, a fixture in vintage racing. He's not here this weekend. But Kyle is driving this car for only the second time. It's normally kept out on the East Coast, but we brought it out here for the junior gathering. And the Lotus 18 is one of the older cars in this group. And interestingly, you're shifting with your left hand in a reverse pattern because there were no gearbox installed upside down. Again, to keep the cost down. That's how they were in period. And they've also got drum brakes. And compared to some of the much more sophisticated later cars, it's somewhat primitive. So Kyle is really wheeling that car.
And it's got a storied history, too. It won the overall FIA Lorani Championship 2 times and 9 times in class. Pretty impressive.
Yeah. John's driven that car for a long time.
And Scott, you say, you know, one of the older cars, but I think it's worth pointing out there's literally three classes of Formula Junior, from the front engine drum brake class to the middle class, which are drum braked, and the last class, which are, of course, disc braked. So it's interesting, you know, we've got 3 classes running in one race, but there is distinct performance differences between those classes.
There's the race within a race. And the front engine cars are so beautiful. I mean, they're just such beautiful looking cars. I've had the privilege of driving them, and they drive like a little 250F Maserati. They're just exquisite things to drive. It's unfortunate that there isn't more of them here in the States because, you know, obviously the Lola is the one to have in that group, and they're just great cars to drive.
Now, one that caught mine was the Italian, actually, make, which is Stanguellini. Stanguellini, and I believe that was literally the first off the line. This is a championship that was penned in 1958, even before the FIA came to be. The pre-runner to the FIA basically sanctioned it, and the first makers were these Italians, and they basically made a mini Maserati F1 car.
Well, literally that. And, you know, I'm a car designer by profession, but the Stanguellini takes a great interest for me because the body maker was Fantuzzi. And as you said, Fantuzzi made the 250Fs, the beautiful Ferrari Dino 246.
Absolutely.
So his craftsmanship and coach work was just exquisite. They're just beautiful little machines.
Yeah, and the Stanguellini also is whereas many of the, or almost all the English and American cars used Triumph Ford-based parts, Stanguellini used almost exclusively Fiat-based parts. So you've got a gearbox from a Fiat 500, you've got the engine from a Fiat 850 or 1100 bored out to the 1100 cc's, and it's just a completely different set of components. Yet in period, these cars ran within a second of each other with comparable drivers. So it really demonstrated a lot of forethought on the guys that started Formula Junior. They really laid down a set of rules that could allow diverse competition on a level playing field.
Well, as you can see by the graphic, this is our qualifying race, and what that means is this is a race, but effectively this will decide their second race. So each of the groups of 9 will all get 2 runs, 2 races each weekend. They've been out here for the last couple of days, and we haven't had many incidents or any problems, but a little bit of oil here and there, but they are historic cars. And as you can see, Herbert in the number 2 has now increased his lead to just over 2 seconds now. Good little battle here, though.
Yeah, this is a Cooper Lotus sandwich here. You've got 2 Coopers and Lotus 27 in the middle. 27 considered certainly one of the most sophisticated juniors. It's a monocoque chassis, all aluminum. It's not 2 chassis like almost everything else. The Coopers started with BMC engines, and the very late ones had Ford engines, which made them a little more competitive currently because the engines are developed. But again, you know, these cars are as much down to the driver as they are to the competence of the chassis. That's
yeah.
I'm fortunate to bum rides in a lot of cars, but I love my junior.
So, Scott, the 27 is really seen as the pinnacle of juniors, being a monocoque.
Yep.
I think it was the only one that was a monocoque.
Yeah,
right?
the only one, and they're a monstrous pain in the butt to work on. You've got to get the engine out to change the starter. You've got to get the engine out to change the... I had a 27 and then got a Brabham, and I was like, I'm done with this. Yeah, the Brabham is much easier to work on.
That number 27, Lotus 27, was actually originally purchased by Carl Haas and ran it in the 60s in SCCA. So,
and it's being driven now by Chris Locke, who is just a stalwart of vintage racing, a true Lotus.
And it's his car, right? Yep.
He's got a Lotus 77 Formula One car, which is absolutely fantastic. Chris has raced that car all over the world.
Yeah.
And Chris rarely puts a real wheel wrong. He's really a very careful, cautious, but competent.
Yeah, I've seen Chris Locke around the world. Yeah, as you say, he's been racing this car since 2001.
Quite comfortable racing with Chris every time.
Yeah, Goodwood Revival, Monterey Historic, obviously here, and it's also raced at the Nürburgring, Silverstone Spa, Jerez, you name it. So it's got a great history. Chris Locke.
Another interesting car that's out there right now, the number 24 car, a product of this zip code, the Huffaker Formula Junior.
There you go, yeah.
Huffaker was based at this racetrack.
Yeah.
That car, 50, 60 years ago was welded together in a shed out here, and, now it's still racing around.
And I would say Huffaker is probably one of the most famous names of, now restoration, but in the day, making cars, putting cars, fettling cars, and getting them ready to race back in the early days of racing here.
And still here,
and
right?
still here,
yeah.
I mean, Huffaker really, while they did, cars in smaller volumes in the early days, certainly in the 80s and 90s, and in both in SCCA and IMSA racing, Huffaker was very good at doing strategic partnerships with OEMs and other manufacturers and engine builders, and they put together a lot of cars. And boy, there's several Huffaker vintage cars that race right now that are complete terrors on the grid, and some good drivers. They're very good cars.
Well, as you saw, the checkered flag is out there, which means that our man Hebert has done the business and dominated here. He was over 2 seconds ahead of everybody at one point, but a nice start to the day.
Yeah, so going down, who else was second, third, fourth? Who did we have here?
Well, we had, I think, Colivas was second place, and then Collins, I think, was still third.
Good. Yeah, well,
end.
Nick is another fixture here at Sonoma and been racing here a long time. And Kyle is certainly quite familiar with the track, and it looks like he's coming to grips with the 18 pretty handily. So I suspect in the feature race, he and Nick will be having a conversation.
There is Art Herbert, the winner in the number 2.
Yeah, and good for Art, because he's been having some car troubles the last few days with an electrical fault they've been chasing.
Whose car is that?
In Art's
car. Well, Art's car, they're always chasing some sort of trouble. Art's a great friend. We've known each other for 20 years. But, Art Art's a great driver. He runs the car himself mostly with help from whoever's standing around, and he's just a real fun guy.
Well, gentlemen, thank you so much. Scott Durnick and Dave Woodhouse joining us for the Formula Junior. Feel free to come in any time that you want to let us know some more information, because I know you guys have got the information. The whole paddock is full of really mindful people that know the history of racing in America. We're going to take a short break here from Sonoma. We'll be right back with more action after this.
Well, I found the perfect way to start my morning down here with two beautiful women, but more than just beauty, we are here talking about racing. I've got Josie Rimmer. I'll start with you. Tell me a little bit about what you've started here with Dirtfish and Women's Initiative in Motorsport.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're very excited to be back at Velocity for the third year in a row, not just as Dirtfish this year, but also as Dirtfish Women in Motorsport. As many of you have seen, you know, on the schedule, on the event schedule, are some Women in Motorsport panels where Michelle and some incredible women will be joining me. But the Dirtfish Women in Motorsport initiative is all about proving that girls can do this too. This sport is brilliant in that there is no inherent gender bias. So, you know, let's pull down those barriers to entry and get women in the driver's seat.
Absolutely, and Michelle Abate, what an incredible honor it is to have you guys here today. What are you looking forward to most this weekend here at Velocity?
Yeah, you know, as a Dirtfish ambassador, it's just so awesome to be a part of such an amazing event and sharing the message about women in motorsports and how we can be successful. I've been grateful enough to have as part of that success in many types of disciplines and sports, and so to be here at Velocity Invitational with Dirtfish has been awesome. I'm really excited for the panel. We're going to be having some really great discussions there, and what a beautiful day, right?
And give us a little taste of the panel discussion we'll be having earlier. What do you think women can really, you talked about bringing down the barrier to entry, because that is definitely a challenge. What's something that women can do right now to start joining motorsport?
Absolutely. I always say, and it's, you know, very Nike and very, it's seemingly very simple, but show up, you know, talk to somebody, reach out. If you're at Velocity, come see us. There's there is no wrong way to enter this sport. Even if you're not interested in driving, there's a million rules within the sport, and women being in any space makes it inherently better. So, you know, we're all about representation and diversity across all fields of motorsport. And if you're here today, come visit us. If you're not, shoot us an email, check out dirtfish.com. We've got all women's driving programs and events throughout the year. So.
Excellent. Well, it's an honor to talk to both of you, and I can't wait to stop by that panel later this weekend. But if you guys want to come down here a little bit and learn more about Women in Motorsports Initiative, make sure you head by the Dirtfish spot. They are right here. They've got that excellent view of the track right up front. So head on down, speak to these excellent ladies. But for now, let's head back to Johnny and go back to the track. Johnny.
Thank you, Taylor. Yes, we are getting ready for something quite different now. And I'm joined by Jason Dienhart, who will help us along in learning about what is called time attack. Now, this is something that began in Japan, and I have to be honest, I have not seen a lot of time attack, but I've kind of read up on it a little bit and get the idea. I love the idea. I love the concept. Tell us, first of all, Jason, it's sort of, like I said, it's beginnings back in Japan. How did this all come to be?
It was a couple magazine groups out there, a magazine group that put together an event. And it was really about tuning shops out there taking, you know, VIN number production-based cars that anybody can drive that people would like to modify into different levels of a circuit race car and whatnot. But, of course, with it starting out as a production-based car, you know, there's some limitations and whatnot. And it caught on as a way for tuning houses like HKS Performance, Trust, Gretty, to show what they can do, their expertise. A lot of Mitsubishi Evos, Subarus, you know, Nissan Skylines, obviously heavy, you know, Japanese cars. And that was late 90s that was going on, early 2000s. I was happened to be working at Super Street Magazine, which was a big tuning magazine for a long time, from around the year 2000 to 2006. Around 2004, John the Dairy, who was the editor at that time of the magazines, has gone on to do many different things. It was his idea. He said, hey, I want to start throwing a time attack in the United States. Long story short, we picked Buttonwillow because it was close from our offices in downtown Los Angeles. Challenging course. You know, there's not a lot of facility there, but the circuit is challenging and fun. And we started throwing a time attack there under a Super Street and called it Super Lap Battle back in 2004. And we just did it once a year. It was an editorial thing just to produce content for the magazine. And it started to catch on to where we started latching on to different NASA and SCCA events around the country and buying some time from them to have a group or two. Back in 2010, I launched Global Time Attack with a friend of mine, Christian Rado, who was a time attack driver and used to be a drag racer. And, you know, that was however many years ago, 11, 12 years ago. And we've just been building the scene and building the series slowly. It's about cars, you know, competing for the fastest lap time. That's basically what they're doing. They're not racing for checker. The other thing is that the rules are very relaxed in order to encourage innovation. And you could see as the car on the screen right now, if everybody's looking at it, which is really great because Subaru Motorsports of USA is behind that car right there. So it's always great when you see a manufacturer get involved. I was going to say,
I get the idea now.
Driving it.
If I'm going to put my car in, I'm going to get a Formula One driver to drive it, and that's what's doing it. Scott Speed, of course.
That's another thing too. We look at it as a team sport, a little bit like rally racing. So you do have a lot of people that will build a car, and they'll work with someone that maybe tunes the car, and then they'll work with someone else that drives the car. So this is kind of a good representation of that. And if you look at the big arrow on the car, that car fits in what we call our unlimited class, which is what your wildest class is for the production-based traditional time attack cars.
And Subaru have made this car absolutely for tarmac and absolutely for speed. This was designed 670 brake horsepower, 2-liter engine, Scott Speed at the wheel, multiple rallycross and ex-Formula One driver, ex-Formula E winner. I mean, you name it, he's done it. And the perfect guy to run this because he's part of Subaru, as is Travis Pastrana, but we've got all sorts of cars and trucks, I may add, out there.
You know, we were really stoked to be able to have Kevin Phillips join us. He's from Oregon. And we met him about 4 years ago up at the Ridge Motorsports Park. We throw an event up there each year. And his truck was pretty mild. He ended up taking it to Riley Starr, who's a local around this area, who's a great fabricator. And he really time attacked that truck out. So now that truck is in the unlimited class. So it's the same class as the Subaru. So you could see, you know, the big wing, the arrow, you know, flat bottom, diffusers, racing slicks they're allowed to run. I think he's probably on Hoosiers. I know Scott's on Yokohamas, as we see him go around the circuit right now. Full cage, you know, I mean, the unlimited builds are basically race cars, you know, but again, they started out as production-based cars. That's kind of the leveling field that we use. So, yeah, you get a variety. You know, you'll have somebody like Kevin in the truck competing against someone like Scott here in the all-wheel drive Subaru. It's kind of like an old school, cage fight where, you know, what's your discipline? You're a karate master. I'm a kung fu guy, you know, and you just see how these people fare up against each other.
Well, give me some nuance. So obviously they're attacking each lap. It's a race against the clock, but it's a race against the opponents and the clock.
Yes.
So precision is everything. But at the same time, this seems to me more like a tuner's field where you would fettle the car each and every hour that you go out or each and every time you go out on the track to try to just get something a bit more that gives you half a tenth here, half a tenth there, maybe just that outright time, right?
It's a little bit of a chess game, you know, where, you know, you got to plan your next move. The way that we traditionally do it and the way that it's working out this weekend is, you know, we normally have 15 or 20-minute sessions or heats, whatever you want to call them. We call them sessions. They normally get 3 to 4 of those a day. Okay. Most of the competitions are 2 days, so you're normally getting 6 to 8 cracks at it, 6 to 8 15-minute sessions over a competition over a weekend. So depending upon weather, depending upon how your car deals with certain weather, depending upon, you know, do you know the track already, or can you just go out there and do it, you know, in the morning time when you think it's going to be the best, or your car runs better with more heat? So everybody's doing it at a different time, so that also makes it interesting because we'll put anywhere from 12 to 16 cars in one session, and we will release them by speed index.
Okay.
So, theoretically, we're trying to help them out, to where they shouldn't be having to pass each other. But of course, if Scott decides that he wants to do an extra warm-up lap before going for a hot lap, the guy behind him might be ready for his hot lap now. So there is some etiquette there, where they do need to play nice with each other somewhat, and that's something that we have to watch out for. If someone's not paying attention to their rearview mirror and not letting someone pass them, then we'll black flag them, pull them in, talk to them, and if it becomes excessive, we'll pull them from the session.
Now, this Mercedes looks ominous, an
Yes.
absolute race car.
Definitely, and that's another representation of what we call our GTX class. So I've mentioned heavily many times before that, a traditional time attack car was VIN numbered production-based car, not a race car. This is obviously a race car. Mercedes-Benz AMG GT3. James Kirkham driving it of Race Service. We opened this class up because once we started doing an event every April at COTA in Austin, Texas. Yep. That's our pinnacle. That's our big event that we do, and it started attracting people that said, "Hey, I'd love to uncork my race car and see what I can do in a time attack format." So we started getting so many of them that we ended up creating a class just for those race cars. Yes, so that's what GTX is.
So let me ask you this. I mean, I'm now getting sneaky. My motor racing mind is ticking.
Yes.
So what about fuels? What can you do? What can you do to get that advantage? What sort of games do people play to try to get that fastest time?
So if we're talking about just, the unlimited class, fuel's pretty open in it. When you're talking about, let's say, some of the lower classes like limited class, or we do have a street class competitor here that we haven't seen on screen yet, but it's a red BMW. His name is Gary Peterson. And it's a pretty good example of a car that I believe he drove here to the track. It's not a trailer queen. So he's more limited. He has to use unleaded fuel. So even if it's race gas, it's got to be unleaded race gas. So, of course, some people will try to cheat the system, so we've got to be really wise and good.
I don't
with our
like using that word. Motor racing is all about finding the advantage.
Finding the advantage, correct.
And
These guys
sometimes
are no different.
if that falls foul of the rules, well, the rules are there to be,
It's our job as the organizers to catch people trying to take advantage.
No, but come on, let's be serious. I mean, you're right. The rules of motor racing are such, but the game of motor racing is all about pushing those rules to the limit. And time attack has its own way, just like any other form of motorsport.
It does. These people rely on their data, heavily. The minute that they get out of these cars, they're going over it. They're finding out where they can find more time on the track. A lot of times they will bring their engine or their computer tuners with them to look over the data and maybe make adjustments depending upon, how the car's reacting, in the elements here.
That truck looks planted, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah. The great thing about Kevin here is that, like I said, we've kind of watched this car grow up over the last, 3 or 4 seasons. And this season, 2024, he's really, knocked some time off at some of the events to where, he podiumed. And, I thought he was definitely worthy to come out. And he'll probably be on the slower end of the group here today that we've got. But, not everybody's first. It's a lovely car. It's a great representation of somebody going wild with a time attack build with a car that they love.
Yeah, no question. And, of course, you mentioned something there. A lot of the time you're racing against yourself because you just want to improve. Perhaps your time from racing Sonoma before, or you're looking to get a better top speed or a little bit better cornering and so on and so forth. So a lot of the time, you may not be even thinking about who you're trying to beat. You're just thinking about trying to beat yourself.
You're spot on. And the thing is that these cars and trucks are, they're never done.
Yeah.
So they're always looking for more time. They're always looking for a way to improve it. It's always a work in progress. So it's just always work. I mean this in an endearing way, and I say it to them. But time attack's really it's an engineer nerd sport, because it takes absolutely everything on point 100% for you to get a perfect lap. And is there really even a perfect lap out there? But that's what they're chasing. They're chasing a perfect lap.
Is your BMW?
Yes, Robert Robles, Studio RSR. So the green...
now, what's a Studio RSR?
That's the name of his tuning shop, Studio RSR. So the green windshield banner, Global Time Attack windshield banner there, means that he's in the street class.
Okay.
So our enthusiast class is yellow, street is green, limited is blue, black is unlimited.
I see.
So I went by the kind of karate belt colors, you know what I mean? And it's also a thing for fans, you know. We talked about, you know, this car here, green windshield banner street class. You could tell he doesn't have as big of a wing as Scott Speed does in the unlimited class. He doesn't have a flat bottom that we can't see, but he doesn't have. He doesn't have a big diffuser in the back. You know, so he's limited on his tires, size, and stickiness, and he's also limited on the amount of aero that he could apply to the car. Those are some of the simple ways to look at how we differentiate between the classes.
You're listening to Jason Dienhart, who is part of the Global Time Attack, and that's what's on track at the moment. And we'll be watching them all through the weekend, a big part of the event this year. We're all learning it for the first time and really enjoying what this is. Subaru have come to play and play hard and fast with Scott Speed. And talking of hard and fast, let's head down to my one and only Kev, who's down there in the middle of the paddock. What have you got, Kev?
Lovely, thanks, Johnny. Well, how about this? In a sea of priceless cars, I'm surrounded by the company that can put one in your hands if you've got the wallet big enough. And Matthew Malmut from Sotheby's is here to have a chat to me now. Matthew, oh boy, what a collection you've brought here to Sonoma this weekend.
Thank you, Kevin. We're very honored to be out here. Thanks to Jeff O'Neill and the whole Velocity team for allowing us to be a part of this wonderful event. I'm Matthew Malamut, and I work for RM Sotheby's. I'm a collector car specialist here. We are the global leader in collector car sales of high-end cars through auction and private sales, and we got some great stuff to show you today, Kevin.
Yeah, we have. Let's just take one pace forward so we can get some of this sunshine on us. But look, to our right here, 1956 Mercedes-Benz 300 SL. This is what we would call in the UK, this is a barn find. But it wasn't found in a barn, it was found in a junkyard.
Yeah, so this is a whole new thing. So a junkyard find. This is amazing. This is like finding the holy grail of a junkyard. 50 years this car has not ever been seen in public or been out of the junkyard. This is a 1956 Mercedes 300 SL Gullwing, and not only a 300 SL Gullwing, but one of 29 aluminum bodied Gullwings, and it is a fantastic find. You know, the amazing thing about this car is the history. So this car was purchased in 1974 by the owner of the junkyard, Rudy Klein, through Luigi Canetti. And it is a fabulous find. We're expecting $4.5 million to $6 million for this car. And I know you were asking me before, is this a car that you should restore, preserve? I mean, it's a blank canvas for the next owner. But if it were my car, I would restore it because the original factory color is black over red, and it would look fantastic. And it's got the desirable Rudge knockoff wheels.
It's incredible. I mean, a junkyard find ready for someone to do the restoration on, but stroll this way because just in front of it, another 300 SL. This is the steel body version, and this one has been restored to perhaps better than factory condition. Come around the front here so we can see it, but look at this. This is perhaps better than when it came out the factory.
Yeah, this is a steel body car, which they made over 1,000 of them between the 300 SL Gullwings and 300 SL Roadsters. But what's really nice about this car is it has the NSL cams, which gave it 25 more horsepower. They were the super light cams. It also has the sport suspension, and it has the Rudge knockoff wheels, and this is its factory color combination of silver metallic over red leather. What's kind of cool is you see the before and you kind of see the after. That car will be offered on October 26th at our Junkyard Collection in South LA. This car will be offered at our Arizona auction January 24th. And come see us. We are looking for consignments this weekend to fill our Arizona sale. It'll be our 25th year at the Biltmore. It's an amazing, amazing sale. So thank you for letting us show the two cars.
Yeah, no problem. Whoever drives away in this one, they're getting something that is really special. I'm a big, big fan of this. But we couldn't come to a sports car event and not take a look at some, well, the prancing horse and some vibrant flame red. Look at the Ferrari red that we got here. Come in a bit close to it so you can sort of swap places here, mate. Talk to me about this one, because this is someone else.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin. You know, at RM Sotheby's, we have many options to sell cars through private sale, through auction, through our online auction, Sotheby's Motorsport as well. This car is on private sales. And yesterday when I was walking around the pits, I saw Jenson Button get out of the 250 TR. So, you know, if you want to get on the track and drive with Jenson Button, we have a wonderful 250 Testarossa. Just look at the lines of that Scaglietti body.
It's incredible, and the way the sunlight hits it and casts shadows, it is a work of art.
It was also restored by Classiche, which is Ferrari's restoration and authentication process at the factory in Maranello.
You cannot get better than this. Listen, Matthew, thanks ever so much for talking to us. It's been really great. You're here all weekend, and you're going to enjoy yourself, aren't you?
Yeah, come stop by, talk to one of the car specialists, see our girls. We have cold refreshments, and we have a lot of great stuff here. Super honored to be here, Kevin, and thank you again to the whole Velocity team.
No problem. How about that, folks? Just some of the cars that you can see here at Velocity this weekend. We've got a 1956. I think we're heading out on track now, actually, with some cars of a similar era. Jenson Button racing in what is Group 1. He's going out on track right after this, I think, when we come back. So don't go anywhere. The action continues then from the Velocity Invitational.
Thank you. That good?
When you need to decide which specialty automobile carrier to trust for your next vehicle shipment, call Intercity Lines. We set the Pebble Beach standard for getting your vehicle where it needs to go. Today at the iconic Peterson Museum, our driver initiates the process by carefully inspecting the vehicle prior to loading, meticulously noting the exact condition. Enter our state-of-the-art equipment that only consists of custom-built hard-sided car haulers. From coast to coast, we eliminate any risk of damage from road debris to weather conditions by delivering peace of mind with every mile. Our driver fastens every vehicle with precision to ensure the safest and most secure transport for your vehicle's body and suspension. Floor mats and seat covers are just the beginning for the treatment your car receives in our care. Intercity Lines has spent over 40 years perfecting auto transport and knows that every vehicle is unique and requires different sets of practices and procedures for the safest transport, and that's what sets us apart. Trust the best, trust Intercity Lines.
Welcome back to Sonoma. A beautiful day here on Saturday, the first day of Velocity Invitational. And we are in the middle of Time Attack, and I've got Jason Deanhart with me from Huntington Beach, but travels the country doing just this. Global Time Attack. What's the plan? What's the sort of, I mean, you know, you described it already as being relatively new, but
it is
what's the hope?
New. You know, we do many times feel like, you know, we're underdogs. We're trying to break the sport into more of the mainstream. Another thing that's great about the sport is very accessible. You know, you don't need a race car to start out. You know, like we mentioned some of these street cars that are out there running, you know, you could still get out there and compete and have a great time. You don't need a professional racing license. You know, they're not racing wheel to wheel, so you don't need a wheel to wheel license. So it's pretty easy to get involved, meaning that if you're able to prove to me that you've got, you know, over a dozen open passing days, you know, under your belt and you're comfortable, you know, we'll give you a chance to go out there with your car and see what you can do. We'll keep an eye on you. So it's a great way to get involved with motorsports. And if you want to see how fast that you can drive your car, especially if you're into tuning it and trying to make it faster and that's something that you're into, it's a great place to play.
Another fans who are fans of Time Attack are going to be going, tell us what the speeds are, tell us what the times are. Well, I can tell you Scott Speed's just done a 1:30.497 in that Subaru Motorsports USA car. That BMW, it's also hooning around pretty good, nicely. The Studio RSR did a 1:46.5. And then you've got Gabe Zamora. What's he? He's in the winner's circle car. What car is that? Oh, that's the Porsche, 1:39.4. And so going well. And for those of you cynics out there that are going, these aren't historic cars, well, let me just put you straight. Back in the day, time trials was the beginnings of how rally was done. Yes. In fact, before we did stage rallies, the big part of going racing, actually, when there was no tracks or there wasn't room or affordability to get a track. You raced either up a hill climb, or you did a time trial. And a time trial is very much the same as what we're doing now in the modern era.
Yeah, I've looked it up. I think the first SCCA event was a time trial, on the East Coast, 80-something years ago or whatever it was. It's been around for a long time. It's definitely it's a way that you figure out grid, you know what I mean, for a wheel-to-wheel race traditionally, especially with F1. It's what they're doing on Friday when you watch. But yeah, we are absolutely, honored to be here amongst all these awesome cars and vintage race cars and whatnot. And it's just a great opportunity for us to show this sport and a good representation of some great time attack cars here. If we watch James Kirkham go in the GTX class, which is the Mercedes AMG from Race Service.
Yeah, he's leading that with a 136.369.
Now, I know in practice yesterday, I think he got down to a 134, so I know there's some more time in that car. You said earlier that Scott ran a 130.4 in the Subaru Unlimited class. I think that matches his practice time yesterday. I know he ran a 130 flat yesterday, too. So I know he's trying to break into the 129s and go sub 130, which is quick. To put it in perspective, Global Time Attack held our finals here back in 2011.
Well, you've got some perspective, yeah.
Now, it was 2011. It's a long time ago, especially in terms of racing, which, people get quicker each year. But the fastest time at that event in 2011 was a 134.
Wow, okay.
So he's 4 seconds quicker, but also 12 years ahead.
Yes.
But at the same time, though, that's the 130. It's a fast time. That's a fast time here.
Yeah. Built by Vermont Motorsport, who, of course, are the ones that make the American rally cars for Subaru. And so this is what I would call a purpose-built for the track, for the tarmac, Yokohama shod, 670 turbo, 2-liter. I mean, it's unobtainable.
Yeah, if you have a chance to go look at it up close, if you're here this weekend, or if you want to follow them along on Instagram like we do.
Midnight.
The car is absolutely beautiful. It's impeccable. Our scrutineers, Tony Zerka and Nyman Eaton, they came and grabbed me and said, hey, we just teched that car. You got to go look at it. It's like a work of art. So it's a beautiful thing to see. And, we're glad to have, Scott driving the car and Subaru to be supporting this event, supporting Global Time Attack this weekend.
Go to Google and put Project Midnight in and take a closer look at what Scott Speed is about and what you've just seen on track. Time Attack, they'll be back later. My thanks to Jason coming in. We'll have more on-track action from Time Attack. But coming up is Group 1, 1947 to 1956, sports car racing and production cars. Join us after this break. Welcome back. As we get ready for Group 1, and this, I have to say, I've been looking at the groups in preparation for this, and Mark Skidmore joins me, and Bert Skidmore, joins me. Bert, good to have you again. We talked at the last event we were at together, and well, let's take us through Group 1. I love the way the groups have been sort of sorted this time. We've got a lot of great American cars out here and some really, really good combinations of European cars and then the specials that the Americans then turn some of those cars into, whether it be Tatum, Curtis, Streets, Manning, you name it.
It's great to be back.
Perfect conditions, and again, a very strong field. Doesn't get any stronger.
Wasn't Jensen Button driving a C-Type in this group? Is that correct?
That's it. That is absolutely correct. He is driving his own C-Type, which he bought not that long ago. He drove it at Goodwood Revival. He's also driven it here on the West Coast because he spends a lot of time out here. but it's an ex-Juan Manuel Fangio car. So to think that it's been owned, I mean, the price, if he sells it, by 2 world Formula One champions is pretty darned impressive.
Who's on the pole?
Right, let me give you some live timings. Well, Jensen was some 8 seconds quicker than anybody yesterday. So he's ahead of Charles McCabe and Marcus Bicknell. John Budebaum, another very famous name here on the West Coast. Kevin Adair, some really well-known names. Robert Manson, people that you've seen on many of the historics. There is Jensen in the 22.
Very cool. Very
a beautiful car. And, of course, a British car for a British man from Frome in England. But I was saying in the intro, you know, it's sort of full circle, isn't it? Phil Hill wins the first ever Pebble Beach race, the first major international race in a Jaguar back in the day, back in 1950 along the Pebble Beach forests. And here we are, many, many years later, and another Formula One world champion returns in a Jaguar and leads the pack.
Yeah, what a great group. What a great group. That number 21 car is Tom Price's. We just did the engine in that car.
What have you done?
We rebuilt it.
Now, how long a job is that? That's a...
months. It takes long time to get pistons and stuff like that. So here we go.
Yep, here we go. So Jensen Button leading the way, and we expect him to go for the win. He didn't win, actually. He was 4th place, I think, at Monterey.
I think he had issues with the car at the beginning, and that might have hindered how he finished.
So he's out for a win, is our Jensen Button. You never take the world champion out of a world champion, and he is as competitive as ever. In fact, this is the 3rd event I've been to where Jensen's been. I was at Monterey. I was in Austin a few weeks ago when he was hooning round in 3rd place in a Jota Porsche. In the World Endurance Championship, and here he is now in a rather older Jaguar, and I love to see it. It's great. Already building.
Good stuff. So Jim Alder is in that group with a 120,
yep.
And I don't know if you're familiar with that, but
I do.
He drives the car from
Reno, I know.
Down here.
I said to him, how did you go? You know, he always tells me what it's like to go over the pass, because sometimes in the winter it's snowing, sometimes it's, you know, raining, whatever it is. He always gets a lot of truck drivers giving him a wave, but that is basically the essence of historic racing and certainly period racing, because back in the day, these cars were driven to the track. There was no trolleys. There was nobody putting them in trucks. Oh, look at now and seeing what he can do. Now, he's had this specially prepared, I think, I want to say Huffaker as well. But do you know anything about where he's getting this car sorted?
I don't. I've just seen it. He spins that thing at like 6,500 RPM, which is a lot for a Jaguar engine.
No kidding. Well, anyway, going back to James Alder, he said that he was struggling a little bit because the air temperature going over the pass was 110, and the cockpit he was driving in was 125. He said, so I'd had enough of that by the time I got here, but he's ready to go, and he's in the field.
He's also
in the 33.
He's also driven that car in snowstorms over Donner Summit, and where they come to the chain controls, and you have to have snow tires. And he said, well, these are Pirelli Cincherato tires, and Cincherato in Italian means snow tire. And they let him through.
Well, there you go. Well, you're looking at that T39 Bobtail Cooper there in 2nd place. And behind him, the number 3. Yep, that's Budenbaum. This car built by International Motors in Los Angeles. Another storied name of this part of the world when it comes to preparation. Late Don Parkinson built this car.
Looks like Jensen's running away with it.
Oh, yeah. 7 seconds already.
Wow, yeah.
He's also driving a Ferrari, and I may add Testarossa.
He's driving a 58 250 TR.
Yeah. He was a bit more gentle with that one.
His comment was that, you know, the C-Type obviously has a roll bar in it, and the TR doesn't.
All right.
You know, so he's a little more cautious driving the car.
Yeah, you forget he is still a bona fide world championship chasing racing driver. Just because he's not in Formula One does not mean that he's not at the top of his game. I saw him at COTA, and he really was at the top of his game, and he is in the World Endurance Championship. He's doing a full season this year. He's done a bit of NASCAR as well. And like I said, it does kind of top its cap to the likes of Phil Hill and John Surtees and Bruce McLaren, because that's what they did in the day, is that they'd raced many different cars. Now, they did it in period and would jump from car to car each week. Nowadays, you wait till retirement. Tony Kanaan's here. He's now retired, helping run McLaren, but he'll be out. And there's several other drivers that are current drivers, like Romain Grosjean is here this way. We're looking at Marcus Bicknell. What do you know about this car?
I don't know anything about that car.
Let's have a look.
Well, the difference between pro drivers and us amateurs is just huge. I mean, you can see Jensen, how good he is compared to everybody else.
Well, this car was built in 1953, and it is a Streets Manning Special, a Shag de Coke from New York. And John Streets helped him put the project together, and it was raced in New York and Canada on hill climbs and races until 1958. As we take a look at the screechy tires of the 63 coming through shot now. A lovely Allard K2 from 1950.
With the big Cadillac engine in it?
Yep.
We take care of one of those Allards for a guy named Camilo Stoyer from Bogota, Colombia, that he's had this Allard. It was his dad's from way back when, and we still have it.
So Button leading the way, he's got away. And the funny thing is, Charles McCabe's none of the guys behind him are slowpokes, are they, at all?
Yeah, just so fast.
Well, we are celebrating Jaguar. I had not really given much thought to just how many Jaguars are here on the West Coast. I am talking about classic C and D type Jaguars. And I guess that was Jaguar's intention, was to get the export market. They really wanted, and they'd only built a limited number of those cars, but a lot of them ended up here in the States.
We have the Le Mans winning D-Type with us. We brought down for Steve Hill, which will be doing demonstration laps. What a wonderful car the D-Types are. I got the pleasure of driving one at the Le Mans Classic in 2002, 4, and 6, long nose D-Type, and it's pretty amazing going down the Mulsanne Straight at 2 o'clock in the morning, doing 185 miles an hour.
Wow!
And it's like this is surreal. It's awesome.
Oh, I can imagine. Absolutely imagine. Boy, that 63 is rolling over the rumble strips, but in control. Big car.
Yes, it is.
What kind of weight would that be, I wonder?
It's got to weigh 2,500 pounds.
Yeah,
the guy's really wheeling the thing.
Currently, that's J.R. Mott in 5th position at the moment, behind Bicknell. Well, you got a little bit strong into 11 there, but he held it all together. Nicely done. Strong into 11 there, but he held it all together. Nicely done. Now this car had a Buick engine in it at one point. Finished second in class in La Carrera Classic in 1994. But famously not really able to handle the bumps. We just saw him going over the rumble strips there, and you can see how it upset the car.
Yeah, it gets out of control.
Yeah. Well, like you say, it's a heavy car, and once it's in motion in one direction or another, it's kind of going to go that way, isn't it?
And I think all these cars are on Dunlop tires, which are hard as a rock. It's obviously what you have to run, but they're pretty loose out there.
Yep.
You can see Jensen sliding the car around, and a lot of other guys too.
Just behind him is the number 15, another American-made Streets Manning Special from 1952.
He's doing a good job. He just overtook that Allard.
Built by Wally Chapman and John Streets. Chapman worked with Chuck Manning in California and returned home to make a copy of the Manning Special plan. And so therefore built his own special. And here it is. Did a lot of hill climbs in the day, back in the late 50s. Lars Mapstead, another perennial historic driver. Another claim to fame for him. He's running for president. So there you go.
Wow.
There's always a chance.
There's Nick Mason in the C-Type really wheeling that thing.
More screeching under wheels there. Yep, they're pushing him early morning.
That car belongs to Tom Price. It used to be Steve Earle's car.
Right, and Steve Earle, of course.
Yep, Steve had it forever.
Who?
What a great car.
In fact, the car you're looking at now originally raced in Ireland and then England and was imported and raced by Bob Baker, then Steve Earle and Tom Price, as you mentioned.
Yep.
And Price, as you can see, currently in 6th position. Now, he is a big collector, right? He's got quite a lot
Tom
of cars
Price has
here.
a lot of cars, yes.
And Jensen's racing one of his Ferrari,
He's driving the Ferrari, the TR, yes.
Okay.
What will Roman Grosjean be driving?
I don't know. I'm guessing he'll be doing a McLaren Classic Indy.
And something for Price.
Maybe.
I don't know what car.
Yeah. This car raced Sebring, 54 and 55, then Bridgehampton, and a lot of hill climbs, 23 races in total. And from there on in, it has been doing vintage racing ever since. A Denzel Roadster. Who's Denzel?
I've never heard of that one.
Yeah. 1953. What else of this? An Aston Martin DB2 prototype. We haven't seen that. We've got a Triumph TR2, a Parkinson special. We saw James Alder's 33, the XK120. There's a couple of those as well. We've got a Porsche Glocker out there. The Curtis special as well. Oh, we've got a couple of Aston Martins, in fact. And we've got one MG. And that's the 19... And that's a very special MG, too, I may add.
Is it a twin-cam MG?
It's the 1950 MG TD that John von Neumann special. The car was entered into the first Pebble Beach road race in 1950. So it really is an original.
It would not be a twin-cam. Yeah.
No. But still, that's big history because the first ever West Coast major race was held at Pebble Beach, and they held races there for about 5 years before they built Laguna Seca, and of course that replaced it. There was several accidents through the forest, people hitting trees, and they thought, you know what, this probably isn't a good idea. X15 is a 1954 Sorrel Curtis Special. It was featured on the cover of Carcraft magazine in 1954.
I was looking at that car. It has a 6-cylinder and it's got 5 carburetors on it.
Wow. Just behind is the 44A. Did I mention him? Pretty much raced on the West Coast. Its entire time from 55 to 58 in time. That's a Hageman Sports Racer from 1955. 44A in old silver.
Here comes Button lapping the field.
Yep.
Pretty awesome.
I was joking with him at WEC about how hard it is to drive a wheel of that size, and I was reading last night that he tried to get a smaller wheel but then couldn't see. So, because you can only go, I mean, you know, you've got to, you can't, because, and why I was bringing the point up was, you know, the size of a modern WEC car, Formula One car wheel is tiny.
They're tiny, yeah.
And if you do any sim racing, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. It is just tiny, whereas when you see Jensen at the wheel of this, you'll see he is literally arms wide.
It's a huge steering wheel, yes.
Yeah, and it takes some getting used to just how the car, I mean, you can be turning the wheel and literally be waiting for the inertia for the car to roll that way.
Yes.
So it's a skill in itself.
The wheel is so big in those cars that you can't get a tall person in a C-Type. Yeah, it's very difficult.
So here is Jensen. Let's see him put this car through its paces. The 2009 Formula One World Champion. And there you see that big wheel in his hands. Look at him. You can see how much he's having to work it.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, it's a beautiful sight to see a proper world champion.
Absolutely.
And it makes you think about when Phil Hill was also in a very similar position. Look at him go. He's loving this.
A minute. He's got 56 seconds lead.
Well, I can tell you his best time so far are 56.6. That's pretty darn impressive, given that Charles McCabe just did a 2:05.4. And I shouldn't really draw too much attention to the times, but because it's Jensen, I will. Because I think a lot of people will be injured. Look at this.
Yeah,
I tell you what, there's going to be some current drivers watching this going, that looks fun. And by the way, he owns this car. He can throw it around. But I have to say, it was actually given to Fangio as a street car, as his street car, while he was racing for Ferrari.
It's amazing.
So it was then exported to Buenos Aires, sold, raced in South America for a while by a local, and then made its way.
Wow.
So I think we can pretty much say that Jensen Button's going to take his first win in his own car.
This is the last lap.
Yeah. And like I said,
how long is this the first time Jensen's been at Sears Point?
You know, I'm guessing so, because I can't think of any other reason for him to have been here, unless he did a NASCAR here. But I don't think so.
It's amazing, the pro drivers, where you look at his line and I mean, only being around the track a handful of times, that he's got the perfect line around the track.
He really is enjoying it. You can tell by the way he's working the wheel.
Pro drivers are just way ahead of these amateurs.
Well, you know, what it is it's an exaggeration of what he does in a Formula One car, to be honest, or in a wet car, which is those deft movements which are far more accessible to see with a large wheel like that.
Yeah.
But that's what you're doing as a racing driver. A lot of people don't understand where the tenths come from, but it is that just tiny little adjustment each and every moment that you notice when you look at it on board very carefully of a modern race car. But you can see it so much more clearly here in the older cars. Beautiful.
And you can see that he's on the edge. I mean, coming out of the corner, it just sawing on that wheel.
So this is Group 1, and somewhat impressively, Jensen Button doing the business here in California, representing Jaguar and Great Britain very nicely, ahead of McCabe and Boudabon. Then Bicknell, Mott, Price, Mapstead 7th, James Alder in 8th, Senior Mott, so it's father and son out there too, both 4th and 9th, and Wazard in 10th position in that 44A. Here's your second place man, Mr. McCabe, Charles McCabe. Couldn't be more different, could it?
Yeah, he's doing a good job.
Well, we're going to see some wonderful cars. So how many different cars are you working with?
We only have...
You're a preparation shop, right, Intrepid?
Intrepid Racing, yes.
Yeah.
We've got a Devon SS, which is going to be in Group 2 coming up. And then we have a Lola T70 Coupe, which is a really cool car. It's coming up, I think, at 10:45.
Mm-hmm. So all in all, of a weekend like this, how many cars are you kind of...
We've only got 3 cars, and a lot of times we'll have half a dozen cars, but this time we've only got 3 cars.
Oh, this is just an absolute glorious exhibition. I tell you what, I bet he's channeling his inner Fangio right now. I love it. Jensen Button then on his way to victory in what should be a big weekend for him, and an enjoyable one too. Let's hope there's no mechanical issues.
There you go.
Okay.
Wow.
Well, Bert, thanks for coming in.
Gotcha. Thank you. It's great to be
here.
here.
Glad you could enjoy this with me, and I'm sure
wonderful.
Jensen with you. Feel free to come back. There's a... we've also got the Jaguars out there later, so if you want to talk C and D time,
absolutely.
Yeah, come on
gotcha.
in.
Okay. Thank you so much,
Bert.
Jonathan. Thank you.
Appreciate you coming in.
Have a good
well
one.
done to Jensen Button, my fellow countryman, doing the business. There's the checkered flag.
There you go.
And that is Group 1 in the books. Well done, Jensen.
So how much money does he win?
Don't know. Don't think he's got to think about prize money. He's got to jump into a Ferrari fairly soon. Thanks, Bert.
Thank you.
Let's head down to Taylor, who's got Steve Rimmer down in Velocity Lane.
Thanks, Jonathan. I'm down here with Steve Rimmer, and I've got some incredible cars right alongside me, Dirtfish rally cars. Steve, we were just talking, you weren't here last year, but you've made it here this year. And talk about what a cool event this is to bring rally really to the eyes of a lot of new people, maybe.
Yeah, well, we're really grateful to be here, and Jeff and his team have put on a great event again. I wasn't here last year. I was at previous 2 occasions, so we love the event. It's grown. We see this as a North American event that's going to appeal to all motorsport fans. And that's what we're part of. We're part of motorsport. We love rally, and that's our focus. But if you think about events like Goodwood, you know, rally plays such a large part in something like Goodwood, and we want to play that part here. And Jeff's been very supportive of letting us bring these special cars here. This year we've got 4 Group B cars, which come from the 1980s. We're fortunate to have Marco Martin, an ex-WRC driver with us, and he'll be driving the Bring a Trailer winner in this Audi in a short time. And I just look forward to coming here every year. It's fabulous. It's turned into a bit of a family occasion. My daughter is running the rally school, and I think you probably talked to her. Women in motorsport is a really key part of what we're supporting going forward. My son, I'm just about to go on track in the Lancia Delta S4 with my son driving. So not only is it supporting the growth of motorsport and different aspects of motorsport and being more diverse in motorsport, but it's, for me, it's family. And the stories of these cars, it's not just the metal, it's the cars.
And everybody wants their turn in these. I know the fans have a chance to jump in one, but we were just chatting about these professional drivers who are going, hey, I want to get behind the driver's wheel of this car as well.
So I was fortunate enough to be invited to a dinner last night where there were like 3 or 4 IndyCar drivers. And, Romain Grosjean came up and we were talking. He actually is a mentor to a friend of ours in Indy. And he said, I've driven the Audi S2 E1. I've driven that up a hill climb. So it's here. Maybe I've got some spare time tomorrow. So I love the cross support from the different sport elements. And we'd love to have people in the cars and just show that, not only to the crowd, who I love the people in the crowd here. It's early and there's a lot of people around. So it's great for that. But it's great internally for the sport to cross-feed ourselves. And we've been fortunate at the rally school to have the support of Subaru. And our friends from Subaru are here. Scott's here and Travis is here. And that, again, just shows the diversity of what innovative technological developments we can bring to the sport. Rally-based. But you look at the cars that Scott and Travis are going to be driving, and I think they appeal to not just the motorsport community, but those guys have such a great following.
Absolutely. Well, it looks like these guys are throwing their helmets on. That means that it's time for you to get in that passenger seat and head out on the track.
Thanks so much. I'm not driving this one, but this morning, but this afternoon I hope to be.
Excellent.
Thank you.
All right. Well, we're going to head to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to see some Dirtfish rally cars on the track.
Welcome back to Sonoma, and we are watching our coverage of Velocity Invitational. And as you can see, a little bit of smoke in the background there. That means we're getting ready to burn some rubber because we're ready for our hill climb part and also talked about Dirtfish. You heard a little from Steve Rimmer there. Well, we've got Josie Rimmer, who is basically running the place now, and a former racer herself, a horse lady too, but definitely very firmly footed in women in motorsport. Delighted to have Josie. She's been a huge proponent for women in motorsport, as well as, of course, rally and Dirtfish. And I've also got Farouk Kawai here also to talk us about some drifting that's going to be on track soon. Welcome, both of you.
Thank you.
Farouk, first of all, tell us what we're about to see.
So as far as the drifting exhibition goes, Ryan Turek, Formula Drift driver for almost 2 decades at this point, is going to be taking his Toyota Stout, which is iconically not a drift car, but he built that custom vehicle, Toyota engine, still 4-cylinder, but the chassis is all bespoke. And he's going to be taking that around the course, doing some drifting.
Perfect. And Josie, tell me about Dirtfish, based in Seattle.
You got it.
I did,
you
didn't I?
It.
But I've been. You'd think I know by now. And I've been to your fantastic establishment. But just in a potted history, give us a little sell on why I should come to Dirtfish again, or why anybody should come up there and try to be a better driver.
Well, I like to think that it's an easy sell. We have 300 acres just outside of Seattle, Washington. We're about 40 minutes east. We've got an entire fleet of Subarus on our property. So just like Steve mentioned, we're partnered with Subaru. We've got BRZs and STIs. So you show up to Dirtfish, you decide which length of program you want to take, half day, 1 day, 3 day, private. You hop in one of our cars and we put you right behind the wheel. But today you're not seeing those school cars on the track. Today you're seeing lining up our classic Group B cars, which are parts of Steve Rimmer's personal collection. These cars very rarely get driven by anyone other than these folks. And we've got some incredible drivers behind the wheel today.
Well, I'm about to say, we talk about history, and that's what this is. When it comes to rally history, Group B stands out as Formula One does, I suppose, or IndyCar does, to other forms of motorsport. These cars are just absolutely priceless because of their history, who drove them, and also where they sit in terms of performance. I think of the Lancia Delta, and I think of Subaru, and so on and so forth. The performance and, records of these cars there's nowhere else in the world you could find them all together like this, is there?
No, and I mean that Audi Quattro S22 that you're seeing on the track, that is not a replica, that is not a wannabe, that is the genuine Hannu Mikkola car. His sweat is in the steering wheel. And today we've got none other than Marco Martin piloting that vehicle. If you don't know Marco Martin, WRC champion, Estonian champion, just a legend all around. And so to have that big of a legend in that big of a legend's car is just,
Has he driven this car before?
Nope, this is his first time piloting this vehicle. It's his first time on this track, and he has a passenger sitting in the silly seat who actually won this. We launched an auctioning off a thrill ride in the Audi with Marco on Bring a Trailer to benefit the Speedway Children's Charities. So
nice.
Nathan's in the passenger seat. He's wearing a T-shirt with this exact car on it.
That's great.
And so he's the man. But my other big project that you mentioned is the women in motorsport side of things. And in that 037 right now is Michelle Abadi,
who I know well.
Who you know well, who is a wonderful, wonderful representation of women in this sport and just racers, period. She shows up, she lays it out on the track, and we're really lucky to have her in this 037 today. Shifting a little bit, shifting gears, so to speak, into a Group B rally car.
Yeah, Michelle Abate from Las Vegas, currently racing in Trans Am, but also learning her way a little bit in rally, I would have said, because I think this will be a thrill for her. I don't think she's done this kind of
she
car
hasn't.
before, has
She came to Dirtfish for our Women in Motorsport Summit this past March. She drove one of our school BRZs, which you can also see this weekend over on the gravel course towards the back of the facility. But this is definitely new for Michelle, and she just totally takes it in stride. If you want to hear more from Michelle, straight from her, you can see her on our Women in Motorsport panel in the event plaza today at 11:45, and again on our Women in Motorsport panel tomorrow at Turn 11 at 11 a.m.
What are you talking about?
What am I talking about?
What are you talking about at the panel? Let
me tell you what I'm talking about. As I mentioned very briefly, Dirtfish Women in Motorsport Initiative is sort of my bread and butter.
Mm-hmm.
We launched the initiative at Dirtfish in 2022 with our Women in Motorsport Summit. And every year we are joined by incredible women from around the world who sit on a panel and who tell us their stories, The sport is finally recognizing that women have the same inherent ability to be a fast driver as men. And so our role as Dirtfish Women in Motorsport is to give them the platform and to give these women the microphone. Let them tell their stories.
Great. I've done the F1 Academy at Miami earlier this year. And just a little news story of women in motorsport. Chloe Chambers just came out, and she is, of course, racing in Formula One Academy from New York. A young Asian American driver, and she has just been picked up by Red Bull and Ford as well for F1 Academy. So strides are being made each and every day. A woman is achieving.
Absolutely.
Catherine Legg, I saw her 2 weeks ago at WEC, flying high. Love it. I saw the Iron Dames. Brilliant. So it's happening. It's finally happening.
It's happening. You know, and I think the misconception is, well, women aren't doing it. No,
yes, they are.
Women are doing it, and maybe we're just not always hearing about it, right? So that's another big part of the Dirtfish Women in Motorsport initiative, and a huge part of what we're doing on our Women in Motorsport panels here at Velocity. We're so lucky to partner with Velocity for these panels, powered by Mobile One. We've got a panel today and tomorrow of 4 Shift Up Now athletes, which you'll hear all about. But here go the Group B cars. You can hear them. You can hear them from here.
Well, you know, and on that subject, girls, if you're out there listening, I've been to Dirtfish, and if you're wondering how you want to get into motor racing and you want to do the driver side of it or the engineering side of it, by the way, go to Dirtfish, because it's an environment with loads of room to make mistakes and do things wrong and drive fast and get it wrong in an absolutely safe environment, and you can learn very, very quickly in a matter of a day, 2, 3 days, with an instructor sat by your side, radioed up, and, you know, you can learn how to brake hard, you can learn how to drift, you can learn how to do full donuts, you name it. And it just gives you a confidence in your own road car that what these mechanical beasts can do.
Yeah, and it lets you learn the car control. I feel like typically when we hear the term car control, it sounds boring. You think of your driver's ed school.
Yeah.
This is not that. We've got you sliding sideways in the woods by the end of a one-day program. That's how quickly our professional instructors can turn you into a rally driver. Again, the Subaru base is the perfect foundation upon which to learn. And no matter who you are, no matter what experience you have, even if you've never driven a manual transmission, we're going to get you going sideways.
So what have we got out here? There's the Lancia Delta.
Yes. Oh, my gosh. I mean, this car, the first time I sat in it, it's just wild. It's a 1985 Lancia Delta S4. I believe that my brother is behind the wheel of this one.
There you go. It's a family affair with you lot, isn't it?
It really is a family affair. That's my brother.
Well, he, of course, is an accomplished rallycross driver himself.
Yes, my brother has competed in the ARX, the GRC, and, of course, plenty of stage rally.
Yeah.
He's a very talented driver, and it really, truly brings me a lot of joy to see him behind the wheel. He says that the S4 is one of the scariest vehicles. And imagine, right, if you're not familiar with Group B is sliding sideways in the middle of the woods alone in these cars that are rattling around. So it's no surprise that it got canceled, but it looks like this is Ryan.
This is Ryan. Yeah, he's going through the S's. This is actually incredibly hard to link right there from 8 to 9. He's backing off a little bit, but yeah, Ryan's, come out to our local events. We have a big event at this racetrack in December called Winter Jam, where we have 6 tracks live. All drifters essentially take over the place, and he's come out here and taken one of his other Toyotas, but he's an incredible ambassador for the sport, having done it for 20 years professionally at this point. The builds that he does and just the uniqueness that he brings to the sport, it's funny to be in the same group as Group B Rally, because a lot of people say that Formula Drift and the cars that we're building right now, we're in the Group B era of drifting. These cars have no restriction. So power-wise, that car's about 700 horsepower, 650, 700 horsepower, the one that's Ryan's driving. But in competition, most of the cars that we drive are over 1,000. So you're 1,000, 1,100, 1,200 horsepower, sometimes even 4 cylinders. And they are wild. And to see him amongst this great group of cars is it's quite amazing.
Now, I've got 2 experts here, so I'm going to make an assumption here. With the drifting, you are literally, so people understand the skill, driving the car, steering the car with the power.
Yeah, so yes, to a certain extent, yeah. But we do also do a lot of left foot braking. Mm-hmm. We have a hydraulic system for a second set of calipers on the rear axle
to change the
bias, to change the essentially balance of the car. We do something called clutch kicking, or imagine being full throttle and you press in the clutch and take it out as quickly as possible. So we use different techniques to disrupt the balance of the car.
Yeah, and change the weight distribution, yeah. But these are all skills that you would kind of get your head around in rally, too.
Very similar to rally, of course. Yeah.
Absolutely. Lots of parallels. You know, if you come to Dirtfish, we pretty quickly get you left foot braking. And, you know, very similarly, we completely operate off of weight transfer, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is one of the only times right now here at Velocity that you are going to see any of these Group B cars, not only on a track, but with slicks on, okay?
Oh, yeah.
That doesn't happen very often. So normally, if you saw these cars on gravel, they'd be slipping, sliding left and right. What Ryan is doing in that truck might look fun and easy, and it is fun, but it's not easy.
Definitely not easy. Yeah, it's funny because we did a session at 8 a.m. on the main course, and I entered at limiter because I have the car geared a little bit short today. And I entered at about 110 miles an hour into corner 1, and I didn't have enough speed at 110 miles an hour to make it to corner 2 sideways. So it's pretty incredible how much mechanical grip these cars have.
Yeah.
And you know, you look at if you go take a look at Ryan's car in the paddock, the rear suspension is bespoke. You know, and it's incredible how much engineering goes into that. You know, the BC coilers on that car, everything is just custom just to make it as sticky as possible to the road.
It's incredible. I mean, the amount of grip that these things have. First of all, they're not used to having this much grip. You know, on the dirt, on the gravel, they don't tend to have that much. We've got some really amazing people piloting these vehicles today. Like I mentioned, in that S4 that you're looking at right now is my silly brother James. We've got Marco Martin piloting the Audi, Michelle Abadi in the 037. And then we've also got John Hill, who is racing actually in several events this weekend, but is a wonderful friend of Dirtfish. If you see him running around, you'll see him in a very beat up, very old orange baseball hat with a sideways Dirtfish logo that I'm pretty sure was a misprint. And I don't know how he got it, but I love seeing Ryan out here, you know, this sort of the similarity and the overlap, but also the massive differences between these vehicles. It's really cool to see.
Absolutely, yeah. How much? I don't know the specifics of the Group B era rally cars. How much power do these usually make? About 700 or?
Yeah, right around there.
Right around there.
Yeah,
okay.
650, 700. Yeah. I mean, almost more power than you can imagine.
And this car is one of the most legendary Group B cars. Everyone has seen an image of this S1E2.
Absolutely.
And one of the Quattros, one of the reasons that it got so famous was, if the name Michelle Mouton means anything to you, obviously a massive WRC champion, the first and only woman to have ever won WRC stages and events. You know, she piloted one of the most serious Group B Quattros. She has come to Dirtfish twice for our Women in Motorsport Summit. And again, you know, just proof that anyone can do this. With the right training, anyone can be sliding sideways.
Well, you know, there's no question that Michelle Mouton was the absolute trailblazer when it came to rally. But motorsport, too, she was one of the first women to really, you know, Lynn St. James, I put in the same field, obviously in her Indy exploits, and she too is now a huge proponent for women in motorsport too. But these girls were real trailblazers, and like you say, Group B were well known as the beasts of rally. And so the fact that she tamed the beast, as it were, and was successful in it, in what was a very male-dominated sport, still is. But now Leah Block coming through, and it's great to see so many women now following in the footsteps, you know, Hayley Deegan, you know, all making their way, and it's good because, maybe they had a famous father or somebody to, you know, to learn from, but now doing it themselves, and I couldn't say, you know, I couldn't speak more highly of it. It's great.
And even, you know, even without the family background, you know, there's plenty of people in this paddock just at this event alone who were brought in by a family member. But, you know, some of the women on our Women in Motorsport panel today, which again is at 11:45 in the event plaza.
Absolutely.
Come meet these women, because some of them do not have that motorsport tie. I mean, Michelle Abadi, yes, her brother raced, but her family told her, well, that's what the boy does, right? So Michelle was straight up told, no, actually, that's not for you. And so she just did it all by herself. Incredible. She showed up. She does her own marketing, her own engineering. Her husband, Anthony, is in the paddock today. He helps with the team management side, all of her, you know, promo and social media. And we all know that it takes a village. But for some of these women, you know, on this panel, we've got Pippa Mann, we've got Sabra Cook, we've got Ashley Freeberg. You just figure it out when this is the thing that you really want, and those are the stories that we need to hear. Those are the stories that we're going to hear today and tomorrow on our Women in Motorsport panels. And look, there's Michelle right now. Again, this is her first time in this car, first time in a car like this at all, and she's killing it.
Yeah, and I know, having spent a lot of time with her in Trans Am, she was doing West Coast for a long time, which is effectively a smaller championship than the national championship. And then she stepped up with BC Racing Cars and did the national championship. And she's not cracked it the way she wanted to. She's had some good finishes and some points finishes. You get some good point finishes in Trans Am. But one thing I can tell you, when you get to the awards at the end of the season, the most popular driver, Michelle Abate, almost every year. She markets so well, and she works hard. She's got sponsors like Ghost Energy, as a sponsor, and she works really, really hard. And power to her. Great to see her out there. I bet she's going to come out with a huge grin on her face, and she's going to walk straight up to you and go, "When am I coming to Dirtfish?"
I hope so. I hope so. We all know that the reality of motorsport lies in the funding.
Money,
right? Funding is impossible to get. No matter how hard, some athletes work, no matter how hard they push, it just sometimes doesn't work. And this is one of the topics that we're going to get right into on our panel today is how do you get that funding? And Shift Up Now, again, Pippa Mann and the other three women that are on the panel, Sabra, Ashley, and Michelle, are all Shift Up Now athletes. They are focused on getting funding for women in the sport.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mentioned Miami and Formula One Academy, which is the all-female racing championship. And that was, I went on the grid and interviewed one of the few, but absolutely new, women's sponsors. And I was saying, glass ceiling broken. Finally, we can get into a whole market of products, consumer products, that women use only, and they can get into motorsports. How about this?
Oh, my gosh.
He's this is one of the fastest parts of the racetrack, back on the back section through the S's. And it's honestly, these cars generate so much grip, it's hard to keep them sideways. But look at Ryan just pushing it to the limit, trying to get it every, let's see, he's going down to 11. Is he going to pitch it sideways? So earlier today,
that's a bit of kid, isn't it?
Sliding it into turn one is
and who's in the passenger seat?
I have somebody
very frightened.
Yeah, exactly.
Man, what an experience. That's one of the brilliance.
Is he going to pitch it into turn one? He's got to. Let's see. Yeah.
Come on, Ryan. Give us a show.
Oh, there you go. Let's see. Link it to 2.
Wow.
There he goes.
Beautiful.
Now, he should be able to link it to 3.
He's still holding it
He's still
down.
going. There we go. Now, this is an amazing course right here. We call this our Summer Jam course. Here we go. Up the hill. Compression into decompression.
Wow.
Yeah. Over the hill
Drone
here.
shows it beautifully, too.
What a great drone shot right there.
Gorgeous.
And if you notice, so with drifting, it's a judge sport, right?
Yeah.
We're the figure skating of the motorsports world.
Yeah, I love that.
So style, angle, and line are the 3 judge criteria if you're running solo, right? And style really comes down to fluidity. How fluid the car is from one corner to the other. Are they jerky, or does it look intentional? Does it look, dynamic? And
are they in control?
Are they in control? Exactly. Yeah. If you have 1,000 horsepower, are you using all of it, or are you babying it?
Yeah.
And here he comes coming up the hill to turn 7 here.
It's like Pirelli say, power is nothing without control.
100%.
Everybody talks. The Americans love, especially because of the interest in drag racing strips, and of course there's one right here. But they always talk about, wow, what are you getting in the quarter mile, and what are you doing there? Power is great, but when you get to a road course, you can have all the power in your light. You've actually still got to get around the track. So having 850 horsepower under the hood is great, but you've still got to get around the corner.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's wild to see this truck, too, for those that aren't familiar with it. It's a Toyota Stout, like a second generation.
What is that?
Yeah, so it's the second generation of this truck that they made from 1960 to the mid-70s.
Wow.
One of the first Toyota trucks that came to the United States. It's got a 3S GTE turbo motor underneath the hood, which normally was found in MR2s, but this is a kind of a Frankenstein motor that Ryan and his team built. Hollinger 6-speed transmission, and then a Winters quick change differential. So it looks like a Toyota Stout, but Ryan and his team have built this kind of incredible machine. Mobile One and him Toyota partner on these crazy builds, and they, I think they knocked it out of the park with this one. Take a look at it in the paddock if you guys get a chance.
Yeah, definitely.
The fabrication on it is art. Let's put it that way.
Wow.
Back to our rally cars, and we'll be getting another well, tell us what we've also got, because you've also got a rally stage here that you've set up.
Yes, so I briefly mentioned the BRZs earlier, seeing some stuff on gravel. If you head, there are some stairs that go down. There's a big sign that says Dirtfish just past the grandstands. That is turn
1. Well, it's the main straight, yeah.
Great, turn 1.
It's pit exit is where it is.
You go under
Pit
the
exit.
main straight.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah.
So follow those stairs to go down underneath the track. It'll pop you out right where we're set up for our Dirtfish BRZ
between the
gravel
media
course.
center and the pit exit. Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
We are set up over there with 3 BRZs.
You can't miss it.
You can't miss it. No. We're set up over there with 3 of our Dirtfish School BRZs, 4 of our Dirtfish School instructors, professional drivers, all amazing folks. You can buy a thrill ride to sit passenger in those rally cars, and we've done pop-up thrill rides before. We've brought our BRZs to various locations, and it's always a flat parking lot. Not here. Velocity built us a 2-mile stage with elevation change.
Oh, wow.
I mean, it's dusty, it's muddy, we've got a water truck, so every lap is different.
That's awesome.
You can purchase those thrill rides from my amazing colleague Xander, who is standing at our Dirtfish booth right next to the track entry.
And you can supply a helmet?
We supply helmets, you just show up.
I got to say, though, you got to be careful, because one of my friends last year did it for the first time at Velocity and then got hooked. And then went to your school.
Okay.
So it's you
and
gotta
that's
be,
the
you gotta
idea.
warn people that it's addictive.
What do you think they're doing here?
Yeah.
So it comes with a little warning.
Yeah.
You may get addicted. But
Yeah.
there are worse things to get addicted to.
Right.
So
100%.
even if you don't want to, splurge on that thrill ride, head over there and just see those
just watch
cars,
it, yeah.
see those instructors,
Yeah.
see them sliding sideways, because you're not seeing on the track, like I mentioned, we've got incredible grip today here on the track. On the gravel, we're loose. We're sliding sideways. They're rear-wheel drive BRZs, so they're fun. They're dancing all over that course.
On the way to your rally course, we have our drifting exhibition.
Yes,
So
yes.
there we're giving rides to people that want to do it, and we have some Formula Drift drivers giving rides out there. And if you're in the mood for some rally and want some drifting as well,
There you go.
it's the experiential corner of the property.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll be doing rides all day long and tomorrow as well. Come visit us on the way to Dirtfish, and we'll get you guys some sideways fun, either with some smoke in your face or some dirt.
Yeah, get some smoke in your face as a passenger.
Motorsports perfume.
Hey guys, thank you so much. Feel free to come in anytime and give us an update. We've got more racing on the track to come, and that is Group 4 from 1963 to 68, FIA and SCCA coming up. As you can see, the paddock starting to fill up here for day 1 of the 5th running of Velocity Invitational. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back with more. My thanks to both Josie and Farouk for helping us through what has been an interesting exhibition on track. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back to Velocity Invitational. And we are getting ready for our next bit of action on track, which is Group 4. And I'm delighted to be joined by a man I've actually wanted to meet for a long time. But Joe Colasacco, who, of course, has been racing in historic racing for a long time and has raced many different cars. He's also brought his son, Dominic, which is delightful. He, too, racing. I saw you in, I think, the Group 3 in the juniors, right?
Yeah, that's correct. Group 3, Formula Juniors, front, rear engine.
How was that?
Well, the weekend started out pretty well, but we had some issues on the pace lap. We didn't actually take the green.
Oh, so that was
yeah,
you?
That was me. Yeah, I was on the front row with Art, and unfortunately on the out lap, the gearbox had an issue with the linkage, but we sorted it out already, so we'll be ready for tomorrow.
That's what always amazes me, is these problems get sorted out within the 24 hours or within the day that you're actually racing, and that's impressive. Dominic, I guess you just got forced into this when you were a kid, right?
I did.
Yeah.
I grew up at the track.
But you've got a big grin on your face, so I guess you must enjoy it as much as your dad.
I do. It's a shared passion between the two of us, so it's a pleasure to do it with him.
How long have you been doing it?
About 2 years with vintage racing, so not very long.
It's funny, I did the historics and I was amazed to see how many young men were coming into motorsport as a different way of entering into the field of motor racing, and same with SVRA here in the USA. You can take a license quite simply and inexpensively and get the rudiments, then you can throw yourself in perhaps a Formula Junior, and everything you need to learn about going fast is in these sorts of cars.
It's the perfect way to refine the skills you need as a driver starting, and really transitions into any kind of car you want to drive. That's why the Formula Juniors are a perfect stepping stone. Being a vintage car, it's similar to a Formula Ford and a modern-day car.
Joe, what are you looking forward to looking at here, or what do you know of these cars? Have you driven any of these?
Well, actually, it's excited to see them. It's a shame that I'm not out there in this group because this is close to my heart. I work for Lawrence Oriana Racing back east, and Lawrence has one of the largest Italian car collections in the world, and a big part of it is right in this wheelhouse here in the 60s. Le Mans style FIA cars and SCCA cars, the GT cars. I drove for Lawrence a Maserati from '62 at Le Mans at the Classics, and we've had that actually out at Laguna Seca. We've driven that car around quite a bit at Goodwood, and there's a whole host of cars in our collection that would fit right in here. Unfortunately, the juniors took precedent this year, so we left most of them back home. But it's an iconic era. This is a good mix of cars here.
Well, what I like what they've done here, just to give it its official title while we're still under pace cars, we've got 63 to 68 FIA sports and prototypes, so actual race cars, and then you've got 63 to 69 SCCA production sports cars. So you've got production, there's a Corvette from 63, you've got production cars and you've got race cars, but we put them all together because they're from the same era.
That's right. Yeah, it's a great mix of cars, and you could just tell, what the mentality was behind the engineers, depending upon the series, with the low look of the Lolas and the Porsches, and then the big horsepower with the Corvettes and the Fords. It's just a great mix, and look forward to. And there's a lot of smaller displacement cars there on a track like this. Should do pretty well. There's some really great Lotuses out there that should do pretty well, especially recognizing some of the drivers.
And there's some great history, too. That number 80 Mustang 1967 Shelby GT 500. Huge history to that. A rare Shelby, perhaps the longest road race history of any GT 500 dating back to 69, with major highlights including participation in the famed 71-72 FIA Sebring 12-hour endurance race, and has raced every decade of its existence.
Wow.
So pretty impressive. So watch out for the number 80, all in red. And there's that Corvette from 1963. The split window, the famous split window as they call it. I remember hearing the story about how that came to be, and I always love hearing about that sort of thing. And they only made it for 1 year, and that was basically because the folks at Corvette weren't 100% sure that it would catch on.
Yeah.
And now it's like a unicorn.
Yeah, I see the Lotus at the T70, I believe, out front. Or in second place there.
Yeah, T70 Mark III Coupe from 1968.
Probably not the best track for a car like that. I mean, those cars were built for high-speed tracks, but I think there's enough to get the power down and stretch its legs a bit. And here come the little Porsches, a little bit more accustomed to a track like this, with this a little small, lightweight, great handling cars, and great narrow.
Do you like Sonoma as a track? Because it looks like it's a real driver's circuit.
I do like it. Well, first off, the weather is incredible, so I think
exactly.
But it's been a while since I was out here. We did some Pro Mazda stuff here some years back. A lot of the infrastructure has changed, but the layout's pretty much the same. It's got some great elevation, some blind corners, and I think it's a really, really good driver's circuit.
Well, Dominic, you've got your feet under the table now. Have you got any thoughts on where you'd like to go with this, or what you'd like to drive?
I'll drive anything that is available.
There you go. That's a good attitude,
yep,
by the way.
Yep.
That'll put you in a lot of cars in historic racing.
I like the vintage racing because it's a little bit more raw.
Yeah.
You know, you get to really drive the car. You get to feel it. Modern day cars are a lot of plug and play. It takes a different skill set to be quick in a vintage car. You have to be gentle, which is a skill set that a young driver really needs to learn.
Yeah.
At a track like this, it's my first time here, so it's a big commitment track. A lot of blind corners. So it was a bit of a rough, scary start to the weekend, not knowing really where you're going and turning points and whatnot. But it was caught on quick. And being able to follow my dad a bit was helpful as well.
Yes, exactly. That is a big part of motor racing is to basically follow somebody who may have a little bit more experience at the track itself, and then realize, oh, I don't have to brake as early as I braked. I can brake a little later, or et cetera, et cetera. You know, you learn as you go along, so to speak. Dominic, but it's all coming at you.
He's been a bit modest because he gets to play with some modern day cars. You can tell him what you do for your day job.
For Ferrari North America.
Oh, right. They make cars, don't they?
They do. some fun cars. And what
do you do for them?
I work on the Ferrari Challenge Series.
Oh, right, okay.
So the North American Ferrari Challenge Series.
Great series.
We were here actually a few months ago at Sonoma. So I've been to the track.
We'll see you at Vegas then.
Yes.
I'll be doing Vegas.
Yep, we've got a support race this year at Formula One Las Vegas.
I will make sure that I'm in touch with you, because I was just thinking, what do I know about Ferrari Challenge? Because I'm going to be doing the commentary for that as well.
Great.
So yeah, I'm excited for that because Vegas needed it. They've got the Formula One, which is fantastic, but they needed more entertainment and more on-track stuff.
Yeah, something more for the fans to consume, and there's no better series to have than Ferrari Challenge.
No, absolutely not.
It's good fun.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Well, we're under safety again, but we can take you through some of the cars. There's plenty of Lotus 23s out there. What catches your eye? There's a Huffaker Formula Junior out there.
No, not in the junior.
Oh, no,
class.
sorry. That's not the junior. There's a Brabham BT8 out there, though.
Yeah, great cars. They're amazing sports cars and lots of success, very lightweight. Which car, who's driving this? 16.
Paddings Dowling, another big name out there in a Lotus 23B. There's 17.
I think there's a Lotus 26R, which would be real interesting to keep an eye on just because of the way it could work this track. And I think that's Rob driving that car.
Yep.
So he's Rob and I have had some battles together in the past. He's a great driver. He gives you a lot of room, but it's great to see him out there driving that Lotus.
Gear Ramlet, the man leading at the moment in that Lotus 23B.
23B, great car. Perfect for this track. Just enough power to wait. Great on the brakes. And looks like it's being driven pretty well this weekend.
Jonathan Rosenthal in the B16 Chevron, also there in second place. And then one of the Burns, there's two, another father and son team, but Patrick Byrne is out there at the moment in third place ahead of Kelowna and Uzbek. Dave Hagen in sixth position. John Fudge, eighth at the moment. Kaufman and Hill rounding out the top 10. Well, not an easy session for these guys because they don't like to run under safety. The cars don't like to run slowly either because they heat up quickly.
Yep.
What is that, when we're under safety like that, what is that? Is that a fear? How do you, is that sort of something you have to kind of, you have a procedure for?
Yeah, unfortunately, they didn't get going, so it's tough to get a sense. You're basically out there for parade laps, and you're just watching your gauges and anticipating the start. It's frustrating.
They will heat up, won't they, when you're behind another car that's hot?
Yes. The temperatures will go up, and you get a little. Sometimes you'll have an opportunity just to refocus a bit, and the difference from starting side by side and the single file is always you can pick up some spots. But you have to be careful and you have to be alert because sometimes if you're in the back of the pack and maybe you don't see the pace car lights go out, you can get caught out.
Yes, that's a good
point. So you have to keep the gaps. We never like it when drivers on the pace lap will drop back too far from the car in front of them, and you can, in case you're out of position, you just really, really get hung up behind some of the cars that are not closing up. They should be. They look pretty good this field. and I think the pace car lights are off.
Yep, we should see that 23B, another Colin Chapman special, as it were, or specially made for the FIA Group 4 racing between 62 and 63. That's your leader, the number 21. And it was bought and owned by Alan de Cadenet and raced major tracks in England for a long time, and then a little bit in Europe, Imola, IMSA, Spa, and Laguna. Came back again to Laguna Seca.
Oh, yep. Yeah, he got the pedal down and...
Interestingly enough, that car that's leading was also driven by Alan Jones, former Formula One world champion.
Wow.
And, of course, he won his Formula One world championship back in, 1980 for Williams. His another son, father, Christian, I knew his son, did Porsche Carrera Cup Asia. I did commentary on him for a while. He won that. Didn't get to the dizzy heights of Formula One like his dad, but... interestingly enough, another owner of one of those 23Bs, Mark Knopfler, if you know your music, from Dire Straits.
Dire
there
Straits, that's right. Yeah.
I'm always amazed at how many musicians love race cars and, find themselves in a position to go out and buy their boyhood dream car because they've made, they make good money doing what they do.
Yep. The Corvette in third. There's a great mix up front. You can see the small displacement, lightweight car up front. And then a more of a big-bodied aero car in second, and the Corvette in third.
Yeah, they're putting on a good race here.
Is that Rosenthal in second? Yeah, he's staying with him.
So we've got a 23X out there. The other 23 is the Ford GT40, and I love the description it put out here. Raced at the 1966 Le Mans car, and it's a 65 Ford GT40, and it crashed in practice. That's all they say about it. Whatever happened afterwards, it's here now. I like that.
So there's two big B16s in the top four. Kurt Uzbey from back east. We know Kurt. He's been around a long time. He's really come into sorts with that car in the B16. He's doing well.
So we're watching our first action from Group 4. We have the Calasagos are here, Joe and Dominic, enjoying it. They'll be out again. When do you head out again?
Tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning.
So we're fortunate enough to get an early race. A little too early, but it's much cooler than.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah.
I think
that's a good point.
It's in the 60s in the morning.
Yeah.
It's good for the cars and good for the drivers.
What's the hardest thing to keep the Formula Juniors going? Is the parts that are sort of hard to get?
Yeah, they're pretty fragile. We've gotten to the point where the engines are developing a lot more power than they did in period, quite a bit more, and put a lot of stress.
Does that make the whole car kind of not unstable, but it wasn't designed that way, so it's got more power than it needs?
That's correct. Everything, all the stresses go through the chassis and through the gearboxes, so you're constantly doing more maintenance and put more loads in the corners. So I just think that they're fragile. You have to drive them hard, but you can't just wring their neck. You just have to be patient with them, unlike purpose-built cars of today, like I race a Formula Ford and a Continental that are just bulletproof, and as long as you don't bang wheels, they'll just run and run.
Well, there's that Ford GT I mentioned in silver. Just ahead of it is the 63 Bobsey SR3.
Bobsey, yeah.
Beautiful sound too they're making out there, roaring around. Colonna still in fourth place. Just behind him, Uzbey in fifth. Then Hagen, Lyon, Fudge, Kaufman and Campbell.
Yeah, the two Porsches.
So our first look at the 88. That is Lyon in the 88. That's a 1971 race, It's a 67 Porsche 910. Don't often see too many 910s.
No, they're pretty rare. It's nice to see them out there, and they were great cars. They're just unfortunately everything's gotten so expensive. People don't like to bring them out, but it's really great to see that car out on track.
Well, it's an interesting car because it was bought from the factory and sold to Ed Abart from San Jose, who campaigned it in SCCA events across California in the 70s, and then took it at Watkins Glen, did the 24 Hours of Daytona, and so it too has a busy schedule, or has done. Its second owner, Dan Hanna of Portland, Oregon, continued to compete in SCCA, so all the way up to 82. So it's done a lot of racing, and now it's doing a lot of historic racing. Is that car? That's a pretty car.
Very
37 Porsche. Another 910.
You could just see where the lighter weight chevrons have a bit of an advantage to the S's, and then the big Lola pulling away in the straight.
Actually, that's a Joe Siffert, Hans Hermann car, that car we were just looking at, that Porsche 37, and actually got second at Sebring. So, again, fantastic history to have the likes of the great Hans Hermann and Joe Siffert. And, in fact, I think I saw that car parked up, and their names are still emblazoned on the side. I really like the groups this year. I don't know how, if you know how, I'm sure as a racer yourself, you always take interest in this, but there's a real pride that Jeffrey O'Neill, who knows his cars, thinks about how to do this, doesn't he?
Yeah, it works out well. You see the groupings and the mix of cars. It's really, really hard to put together a weekend like this and have a mixed group, but still cars fit their performance. Are close in performance, so there's not a car that's just out front. But it's really hard to get so many cars that will fit just in a specific group. Like we do in the Formula Juniors, we can bring in 20, 25 of the same cars that would have raced. But it's tough to have a like this class here. It has to cover many, many years of a span in the of the series. So sometimes you'll have a car that's 4 or 5 years older, but you have to, because there's not enough cars out running around. But he's done a great job to put a field together like this. You could just imagine what it was like to see a lot of these cars competing against each other in period.
Yeah, no question. We're looking at the Corvette now, the 63 Corvette. We've just seen the British Racing Green E-Type from 1964, owned by Cove Britton, who said his grandfather bought it, and it's been racing in vintage racing ever since. 2005, including Monterey and here, of course. There's your leader again.
Yeah, good little battle.
Gear Ramleth at the wheel. He's got a nice lead too.
Yep.
So this is the fifth running of Velocity. And it looks as though Rosenthal, you can see the gap was, 2.8 seconds, but he got stuck in traffic, did Rosenthal. And the 23X has lost quite a lot of time. So this is going to be an easy run for Ramleth now, if he holds it all together. And if you are thinking of coming and you are on the West Coast, we've got a full day today and tomorrow. So we'll be doing it all again tomorrow, and the two gentlemen with me will be in action early morning in Formula Junior. But, if you're in the Bay Area, come on down. Well, he's tightening the gap again now. Here we go. So we are going to get a good finish to this.
Yeah, here we go. Yep.
Just got held up for a bit now. Now the battle's on. Guys, where do you do it? Into 11?
It's tough. It's not an easy. You have to do it into 11, yeah, but I'm not sure he's close enough. He can get a good run, but it's tough to make a lunge down here.
Yeah, we'll see how they both work through the traffic that they're coming up on as well.
Yeah, they got a bit of traffic to deal with too. It's going to be nip and tuck.
Yeah, going
certainly
into
got
11 is going to be the
straight
best
line
chance.
speed. Yeah, but he hasn't done it. We'll see how long he's got left. But you can see he's putting some effort into the wheel there. As they pass other cars down the main straight, they come again then. So still time to do it as they head back up the hill.
I think they might have put out the one to go. I saw the starter stand.
Where else can you overtake here at Sonoma?
Well, coming up to this right-hander before the bowl. It's a good place if you can get a good run through these this section here. But I think they're going to run up against some more traffic. Yeah, that would have been up. Whoa, well.
Whoa.
Yeah, I think that was. And there's a on the exit from the carousel down here. There's another good opportunity, and he's got a good run down the hill.
Yeah, he's trying to pick his spot, isn't he?
Yeah.
So here we go. Surely on this next mini straight, I say mini straight, it's just not long.
Here he goes.
Here we go.
Try him in there.
Use the grunt.
Oh,
he's defending well. This is good stuff.
And we have a
try to use the traffic. Into the right-hander next.
The Alpine did a good job of staying out of the way.
Well, those mirrors are tiny, but they all say red right now. So, this battle continuing, and we'll just wait to see the overtake.
Yeah, the section of S's there is almost impossible to put a pass on.
I think this is a chance now coming into 11, and he looks as though he's winding himself up for that chance. Here we go. David and Goliath somewhat.
Took away the...
But of course, the little Lotus can take, that's the beauty of it. The Lotus can take tighter corners and it's more nimble, as you can see. Got good torque, but on the straights. Let's head down, though, to Taylor Dan in Velocity Pit Lane.
I'm down here on Velocity Lane with a really good friend of mine, Matt Brabham, also known as Sir Jack Brabham's grandson, but I just know you as Matty. You've tried your hand at so many different motorsports, including off-road trucks, but you're out here in quite an incredible exhibition car. Tell me about it.
Oh, it's so cool to be out here. I mean, there's so many great cars. Obviously, I'm here with Rob Dyson. He's got these two lovely McLaren Indy cars here, David Hobbs, and yeah, they both got offies with turbos, so it's a lot of power and not much weight. So it's going to be so much fun out there. The track is awesome, and obviously, I mean, the history. I mean, it's just so cool. I just love events like this. There's a couple of Brabhams also. Yeah, my grandfather's cars here in the paddock, and it's great to see.
And this is your first time at Velocity Invitational. What's your first impression on this event so far?
Oh, it's fantastic. I mean, I think we need more events like this in the U.S. I mean, there's so many events around the world that are very comparable, like Goodwood, and yeah, I mean, I love to see this kind of stuff in the U.S. because it's just such a market here for it. And I mean, I think most of the coolest cars are here in the U.S. So to have events like this, get these cars out on display, you know, get them running and outside the museums is something really special and doesn't happen too often. So.
And you know what else doesn't happen too often is running on the track with someone like Jenson Button right behind you. How does that feel out there?
Oh, it's not too bad. I mean, it's I don't know if it's a good thing because the more actual races you have out there, the more competitive it gets. And obviously, we're here just to put on a show and display these cars, and they're very expensive, and there's not many spare parts anymore. So, yeah, we're supposed to take it easy. But yeah, when you have guys like that on track, it just I say it just gets more competitive. Yeah, but no, we're going to take it easy, and it's pretty cool. Mostly got great drivers, great cars. Doesn't get any better than that.
All right, well, thank you, Matt, for your time. I'll let you get into that car right there. We're going to head to a quick commercial. When we come back, we'll take a look at these beautiful cars on track. Don't go anywhere.
Racetrack to road, Mobil 1 Motor Oils make whatever you drive more beautifully.
Well, as exhibits go under the California sunshine, this one really does stand out because we're celebrating 70 years of the D-Type Jaguar. But when you cast your mind back to the 1950s, there was a whole host of young sports car enthusiasts who were getting seduced by the clean lines, the iconic styling and the performance of Jaguar sports racing cars. And of course, fresh off the back of wins in 1951 and 1953 with the C-Type Jaguar at Le Mans, it was Sir William Lyons who then decided for 1954 they were going to come up with something something slightly different, and that was the iconic D-Type Jaguar, of which I'm surrounded by here today. Working alongside his chief stylist and aerodynamicist, Malcolm Sawyer, they came up with this. This was the short-nosed Jaguar first and foremost, and then we sort of moved through, and then you'll become what perhaps more people remember is the long-nosed Jaguar with that iconic fin behind the driver's head. And it was all about winning at Le Mans, because at that point, Sir William Lyons knew that if he was going to sell these cars to the general public, Le Mans was the race that they all knew about. And when we talk about knowing about Jaguar cars, I've found a chap here, Terry. I mean, I've just wandered up, had a chat to you on this exhibit. Turns out not only have you written books about these cars, you've owned them, but you're still working them. I found the perfect man to tell me about these, haven't I?
Well, they're wonderful cars. I've enjoyed them a lot. On this car, OKV2, it was the lead team car for Le Mans in 1954, and Sterling Moss and Peter Walker drove it. And I mean, it's a great car. I've done over 20,000 miles in the car.
I'm just going to jump in, because with the car we're talking about is just over Terry's right shoulder here with the number 12 on it in British Racing Green. You used to own that car, as you said, and you've done plenty of miles in it.
Oh, yeah, I've done a lot of miles. My wife and I have organized a C&D type tour for 20 years, and we took it on the tour quite a bit through all kinds of weather, hail and snow and rain and everything, and it's never let us down. It's a wonderful car.
It's an incredible car and full of provenance and heritage, because when you look at the little display board there, Sterling Moss got the outright speed record at Le Mans in that car in 55?
That was in 54. And then in 55, it was the works test car for the 55 development of the 55 cars for Norman Dewis. And when they were determining who would be the drivers for the 55 Le Mans, Norman told me this story, and this was not even in any of the books. Norman brought the car to Myra, and they brought the drivers, and they all drove this car to test to see who was going to be the drivers at Le Mans, so that it was their workhorse.
It's incredible. The cars are the stars at a show like this, but it's the people and the stories that make the event, and that's what this is all about. And you're part of the team that's organising getting these cars out on track, aren't you, Terry? Because we're going to have a display of these cars going out on track shortly.
Kind of helped get these together.
It's going to be quite some procession, isn't it, going around here at Sonoma with all of these cars?
Should be fun. Should be fun. We were out last night at sunset and got some nice photos of the group. So I haven't seen them yet, but they should turn out nice.
I have seen some of those photos. The photographer was a chap called Alan, wasn't it? I think it was Alan. What a photographer. I've seen one of those images. It's incredible.
Yeah, I'm sure it turned out nice.
Yeah, it really did. Well, listen, Terry, thanks ever so much for talking to us. Enjoy your day here at the Velocity. Thanks for bringing out these iconic cars. It's been great.
Oh, you're welcome. Nice to talk to you.
A pleasure. How about that, folks? 70 years of the iconic D-Type Jaguar. What an exhibit here at Velocity.
And what a perfect segue to introduce my guest, James Alder, who drives one of those Jaguars, or currently, and he has done for many a year, across the mountains from Reno in his XK120, and is he's pretty much a fixture here these days, but enjoying racing against these young bucks.
Very much so.
They told me you weren't getting enough competition in your particular group, so we added that Formula One World Champion.
Yeah,
that
Jensen
certainly
Button helped out.
Yeah,
that's it's just marvelous to watch him drive. I mean, I didn't get to see him work it too much because he goes by quite fast. But the video that I've seen, he's delicately gripping the wheel and doing the steering inputs, letting the car do the rest. It's, a balance of harmony. I mean, it's beautiful to watch.
You can fill the story in for me, because I've mentioned a couple of times now how history kind of is repeating itself. If Phil Hill, who became a Formula One World Champion, won the first race in a Jaguar here at Pebble Beach on the West Coast, the first major race. Yes. And now we've got Jensen Button in a very similar but C-type Jag. So, there's a full story there, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's wonderful. And in fact, in 1985, I had the opportunity to race with Juan Fangio. Now, the car that Jensen has was once owned by Fangio.
Yes, it was, yeah.
Yes.
What did he race then at Monterey, didn't he? Yeah, what did he race?
Oh, yeah, Fangio?
Yeah.
Yes, 1985 Monterey Historics. It was actually the first time I was able to get accepted into the Monterey Historics, because that event was pretty oversubscribed, and they kind of wanted to get to know you a little bit before they just let you in with whatever you have, So it took me a few years to actually get accepted. But finally, when I was accepted in 85, it was a tribute to Alfa Romeo. They had Juan Fangio there as the guest of honor.
Wow.
And he drove a P1 Alfa, or I can't remember what it's called, but a pre-war Grand Prix car. And just incredible. In fact, he became impatient. There was a Mercedes-Benz camera car that was leading him, and it wasn't going fast enough for him. And so coming out of the corkscrew, Fangio decided he'd had enough and just buzzed by the camera car.
Why don't we talk a little bit before these guys head out on track, and we've got quite a smorgasbord of different cars out here. But why don't we talk about how West Coast racing began, because it did begin in 1950. Phil Hill was there, so too his brother-in-law, Parkinson.
Right.
Tell us about the Del Monte. Is it Del Monte or Del Rey?
The Del Monte Forest.
That's it.
They had,
Del Rey Trophy. Yeah.
They had residential lots that they were having trouble selling on a 17-mile drive in Pebble Beach, and so actually it was a suggestion of Sterling Edwards. There's the C right there, and the D. Yeah, what a display. They've got a Formula One group and now these. But it was the suggestion of Sterling Edwards that in order to promote the lots for sale at Pebble Beach, that they have a road race. So the developer thought that was a good idea, and 1950 was the very first of the Pebble Beach road races. And yes, Phil Hill did win it in his very early XK120. That he had bored out to 3.8, and although it was, I believe, an alloy-bodied car, he lightened it even further. And there's pictures around the paddock area of Phil Hill's car and Phil Hill receiving the trophy, and that was a very significant starting point of West Coast sports car racing post-World War II. And, of course, you have Bridgehampton, Elkhart Lake, Watkins Glen. Those are areas in the Midwest and the East that did have sporty car races. It all kind of happened in this country at the same time. Soldiers came back from World War II, and boy, they wanted to live life again. And buying an MGTC or an XK120 was a way that they could really, really live life. And then when the C-Type came out, it was like it was from another planet. The aerodynamics of it. And the physical beauty of it. I mean, it's feminine. It has a feline sort of feminine look to it. They're beautiful. Of course, William Lyons and the various stylists to combine aerodynamics and good looks. I don't think there's anybody better.
Yeah, and what amazes me, and I hadn't realized this, that and your particular 120, I believe, started at Earl's Court or was one of those cars that was put on exhibition at the Motor Show. But the intention of Jaguar was to sell to the American market. I hadn't realized. And it all makes sense now. It is one of the few cars that kind of has that American feel muscle to it, but was still with, like you say, the styling and the beauty of the European cars.
Yeah, and that was actually came about sort of accidentally because they were trying to, they developed the XK engine. There's an engine problem on that William. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but it's a Formula One car, and now it seems to stop smoking. There it goes. No. As the oil finds its way back into the combustion chamber. Yeah, he might be putting oil down, so he probably needs to get off there, But Jaguar, William Lyons and William Haynes at Firewatch in London in World War II developed the XK engine. X was for experimental, and the first design was A, B, C, 3, and they didn't really feel they had got it right.
And C was competition, right? Yeah.
And they just designed that engine to propel their saloon, like the big Mark 7 four-door sedan, in American lingo, 100 mile an hour all day long. That was the goal, but they couldn't get that finished in time for the Earl's Court Motor Show of 1948. So William Lyons said, just put the engine in the chassis, and he took a piece of paper and sketched out a body and said, build this body out of aluminum. We'll use this as a display for the motor, and that was the birth of the XK120.
I love that.
Yeah,
I love
so
stories like
it was
that.
basically accidental. But the motoring press and the public loved the style so much that the demand was, people wanted to buy them, so he built about 280 first that were all aluminum. And then he contracted with the Standard Body Company to build steel-bodied cars. And that's the car that I race, a steel-bodied car.
Well, tell me about your car. How long have you had it? And you've raced it almost non-stop for 25, 30 years.
This is season 42 with that car. So my first event was in March of 1982. And at that time, I didn't really have any options to get it to the race course except drive it there. That was really the only thing that made sense. And besides, that's the way they did it. And in March of 82, there was a terrific snowstorm. And I went over the pass. There's a 9,500-foot pass between Reno and the Sacramento Valley. And the snow was so bad, I think I was the last vehicle that went through before the pass was closed for 5 days. In fact, the return trip, I had to leave the car in Sacramento and get a ride from somebody else through Highway 50 through Lake Tahoe because the pass over Donner was still closed. But yeah, it's been a wonderful adventure with that car. So I acquired it in 1975. I know you heard this story before, Jonathan. I didn't have the money to buy the car. I went to my boss, who was selling Honda motorcycles at the time, and I told him, hey, we got to go 50-50 on this car. We'll be able to resell it at Harrah's swap meet. I'm pretty confident we can double our money. So he agreed to come up with half of the purchase price that I had negotiated. Of course, I still needed my half, which I borrowed from his daughter. And so that's how I got myself into the XK120.
You've been with it ever since.
I spectated the Monterey Historics, and I saw regular people like you and I driving vintage cars, racing vintage cars. And I decided, well, that is that's certainly what my destiny is with this vehicle. So I worked out a plan to pay off my boss and pay off his daughter and started working to race the car. And the first event was in March of 1982.
Brilliant. Well, we've got lots of different iterations of Jaguars out there. We've also got some fantastic storied McLarens out there, I may add. The three-time Indy 500 winner, Johnny Rutherford's McLaren M16 is out there.
Yeah, incredible mix. I certainly hope the Formula car or the Indy car was not putting oil down on the track.
Yeah, let's hope.
These D-types
seem fairly...
Yeah, driving around very gingerly. Now that's Bill Rookledge in number 61, I think.
That makes sense. Yep.
That is his car. That actually was a Reno D-type. That has a Reno history and was driven by Ray Sayer, who was a Reno resident. Bill had the car completely restored. That's the original colors that it was when it raced, and it's just a gorgeous, gorgeous car. Number 110, that D-type with the rear stabilizer wing. Are you familiar with that one, Jonathan?
Yeah.
You know the history of that?
Which one were we talking? Sorry.
Number 110. It's the one right behind Rookledge's car and right in front of Jensen's C-type.
Yeah. No, I'm not. I'm just looking up that.
Now there's the open wheeler again, putting out a lot of smoke. I'm surprised if I put out that much smoke, I'm sure I'd be black flagged.
Well, we've got, let me just take you through some of the cars that you're seeing. We're kind of rifling through them. We've got a 54 Jaguar D-Type XKC, chassis 403, that was second of 6 factory team cars raced in 1954. It raced at Le Mans in 54 with Sterling Moss and Peter Walker to a DNF, sadly, after 12 hours. But Moss did set the speed record for the Mulsanne Straight at that time, 172.97 miles.
172, did you say?
Yeah.
That's incredible.
In
now, that's before the kink.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, yeah, that's straight down the Mulsanne.
Right.
And that must, your car, that must have rattled.
Yeah, well,
that speed.
You go 120 in an XK120 or a C-type, you got to pay really close attention. And so I know that chassis number was XKC, but it could have been a D-type. I think the early Ds were chassis XKC. What does it say? Is it actually a C or a D?
It is a D type.
It's a D. But the chassis is XKC. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes. So that's how the very first ones were. Then later they went to chassis numbers XKD.
Okay.
But
yeah,
170
in fact, we've got a 55 D-type XKD.
Exactly. So they changed that a little bit on there. But
and I may add, was the 56 winner of Le Mans.
Oh yeah, fantastic. Well, I know in 57, D-types finished 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6. So that was incredible finish for Jaguar. But the Ferraris were about as fast. But Enzo Ferrari did not want to go away from drum brakes. His philosophy.
Well, that made things hard.
His philosophy was to continue to develop the design until it reached its kind of maximum point of development before changing the design. And Jaguar and Dunlop developed disc brakes together. And of course, the D-Type was the first production race car with four-wheel disc brakes, and that allowed them to keep their foot in it so much later. In the straightaways at Le Mans.
Well, they've really thrown this group together a little bit because we've got some again unobtainables, but not far off. Look at that Mercedes coming into view there.
Right.
That's been parked outside. I wasn't expecting to see that on track. I'm delighted it is on track, I may add, but great to see it. And if you are here at the event, get a closer look at that. There's a few Porsches as well, but this is mainly an exhibition for the Jaguars, so that's what's caught me out a little bit, is that they put all these cars out in the same group.
It's wonderful. I mean, this event has such a wonderful variety of incredible supercars, whether they're vintage or brand new.
Yeah, exactly.
And to have, 6 or 7 D-types together, well, I don't know when that has last happened.
Yeah, exactly. We've got Polestars out there as well. We've got a little bit of the modern. We will have hypercars in action later. Here is that fantastic Mercedes. I'm trying to find the background on that one.
Yeah, it looks like some kind of a CLK supercar.
It is. And you can see it's so beautifully designed too. And it's wouldn't call it a one-off, but there's not many of them, that's for sure. And that is the beauty of Velocity, is that we've got cars that hark back to all the 50s, but we've also got cars that are straight off the shop floor in many ways, or at least are the latest iterations from the
this event has something for everyone.
Yeah.
Whether you're, 6.5 years old or 75, there's something for everyone at this event. Jeff and Steve have, just done a wonderful job, and I hope that people that are watching this live stream can get a feel for it. Is it being broadcast live stream?
Yep.
Okay.
So, and also, obviously, there's some lucky passengers as well who are getting to do the ride around on our displays. Our next action on track in terms of racing will be IMSA. In fact, IMSA and Le Mans cars, GT cars, and it'll be their qualifying race. That's Group 8 coming up, so if you're interested in that, that'll be followed by an exhibition hill climb.
Well, there is
Group 2.
What's the group? What goes out at about 1:30? Because I was talking to Jensen, and he's going to be in a 250.
Yeah, he's got a Testarossa in the.
I'd love to come back and chat then if you're not.
Yeah, please do. Yeah.
Oh,
absolutely.
That's great.
Please do. Yeah, and it's interesting because the difference, and here is Jensen's car again, but the difference between how he drives that and how he's driving the Testarossa is distinctive, because he was definitely feeling his way around it. He'd never driven it yesterday. He looked fine, but he wasn't pushing it like he was with this car. So, yeah.
Well, I had a little chat with him at breakfast, and he said that there's a friend of his, I didn't get the name, that he says is faster than he in that C-Type.
Really?
Yeah, and I told Jensen, I said, well, it might be because he doesn't own the car.
Yeah, yeah, there could be that. I'll tell you what, though, if ever he did get rid of it, can you imagine what it would look like at auction owned by 2 Formula One world champions and one of the greatest drivers of all time?
I can't imagine the value of that. There was a Le Mans winning C-Type that was auctioned here, in the Monterey event about 5 years ago, and I think it went for about $20 million. So that C-Type, owned by Ron Fangio as well as Jensen Button, I can't imagine the value.
You know, I was looking when we were leading up to this event. I was surprised at the numbers. And I have a question for you, which I'm sure you know the answer to. But why did Jaguar pull out of racing after the 60s?
Why did Jaguar stop?
Yeah.
Well, I don't necessarily know the answer. I mean, they did develop, E2A, which raced at Le Mans. That was the very first E-Type prototype. And
obviously Jaguars have raced all through, but they did in terms of how they dominated and were so into racing back in the 50s. It just seems strange.
William Lyons was a businessman.
Okay.
And he wanted to sell cars and make money. And the XK120 really put Jaguar on the map, although there was certainly success with the SS90 and the SS100, which are pre-World War II Jaguar sports cars. But then they had to gear up for production because demand was so great. And then they, had tremendous success with the Mark I and the Mark II saloon cars.
Right.
And you've seen those race at Goodwood.
Yep.
Well, in fact, Sterling Moss even raced a Mark VII, which is the huge thing that's like a Rolls Royce. But the idea was not so much to dominate racing. It was to make a name for itself to sell cars.
Right.
And when the 120 was introduced, it kind of set the world on fire, and then William Lyons did it again with the E-Type in 1961.
Right, yeah, exactly. And of course that
demand
stands
was
out.
so great for the E-Type, which is an evolution of the D-Type. And so just real briefly, the only reason they have those letters is because it was the next succeeding letter in the alphabet.
Yeah, exactly.
So the XK120C, commonly known as the C-Type, was just C for competition.
Yeah.
Then the next evolution was the D. Evolution after that, well, of course, was the E, which was primarily a production, street-going, sports car. But the company, the factory, was so busy with the success of these cars that they didn't really need to go racing again.
And I'm guessing that the chassis, that the C and the D probably share the same chassis.
No, the C is essentially a 120. It has its own separate frame, whereas the D is a monocoque.
Gotcha.
So that was one of the things that was so far ahead of its time with the D-Type, as that was kind of aircraft technology and post-World War II technology that was transferred, to the production of the D-Type.
Well, and I say Jaguar pulled out of racing, of course, lots of different Jaguars, from Jaguar XJ6s to, Le Mans cars to everything else. I mean,
well, remember Group 44?
Group 4, absolutely, Group
Right.
44, yeah. Went back to Le Mans and...
Yeah, of course.
Richard Petty's here. Can't beat that. Look at that. Famous 43. So we've got some fantastic collectibles here. I hadn't realized that Jeff Gordon was born just across the way in Vallejo.
Oh, right.
Yeah. So Jeff Gordon, of course, his car's in action as well.
Well, and there's a Formula IndyCar winner Indianapolis 500 winner that was born, I think, in the Roseville area. And he's racing for the Napa IndyCar. And I'm sorry, his name is escaping me, but I can't think of it at the
Is he an
moment.
ex-NASCAR?
What's that?
Is he an ex-NASCAR?
No, he's racing Indy cars.
Currently, Roman Grosjean.
But he's from California.
Nolan Siegel.
And won Indy 500 a few years ago.
Oh, right. Oh, Hildebrand. No. That's Dad Hildebrand. Anyway, we'll wander on. Anyway, thanks, James Alder. He's going to come back, and obviously we'll hear from him later in the weekend. But best of luck in the 33, all white.
Yeah, I had a good race today.
Yep.
I was kind of alone for a while. I had a great dice with Lars Mapstead in the black. So there's
yes, I
he's
saw
in
you
the
racing
black
him.
120,
Yeah.
I'm in the white 120, and but I caught up to him a couple of times, but I could not make the pass.
Well, listen, thanks, James Alder. We'll look out for you on track. But let's head down to Taylor, who's down and getting ready for Group 8.
I'm down here in Velocity Lane. I've decided to start from the back of the pack and move my way up the grid here for Group 8. Now we're moving into 1995 to 2016, and I'm down here with Matt Johnson. Matt, tell me about this car and about this event so far.
Yeah, so I'm driving a 2000 Porsche GT3R that was raced by the Racers Group back in 2000-2001. Out here at Velocity, this is the 5th year of Velocity, my 4th year doing it. Absolutely great event. Great cars get brought out here. We have a lot of fun out on track, trying to put on a show for the fans, and it's phenomenal.
Excellent. Well, best of luck. I'm going to move on up and chat with some of your competitors. Best of luck out there, Matt. All right, Elliot's going to follow me around. I'll see if I can get a word with next up, Michael Sweeney. Michael, how you doing today?
Just fine, thank you.
Just fine. And tell me a little bit about your ride you've got here.
The 1997 993 RSR.
And is this your first time taking it out here in Sonoma Raceway?
Oh, no, we've been here before.
Excellent. Expectations for going on the track? It is quite warm.
I'm the oldest car and the slowest car here, so I know where I should be.
It doesn't matter how slow or fast. This is all just for fun, and this is what it's all about, is having a good time out on the track.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thanks. Bye-bye.
All right, well, I'm going to keep working my way up the grid, but as you can hear, these cars are getting started up to head out. That is our 3-minute warning. So before we get out on the track, let's go to a quick commercial break.
Welcome back to Sonoma Raceway, where I'm joined by Chris Hines as we start to get a little bit more modern, but still with some fantastic classic cars coming your way, all part of Velocity Invitational, as we get ready for our Group 8. Now, this is a really eclectic group of 95 to 2016, so a lot of racing covered in that time, but Le Mans, ALMS, IMSA, prototypes, all in action here for Group 8, and Chris Hines joins me. There is a very famous car to start us off. That has got a very good history. Yeah. And yeah, let's talk about who's driving it. A current driver in Colin.
Yes. He's won just about everything, right?
Yeah, pretty much, and he's currently in IMSA. But you kind of need to be to drive these sorts of cars, don't you? These are not for the faint-hearted or the inexperienced. These are proper racing machines that can soon get out of hand.
Ground up, all racing. Riley covering the front row. Looks like we got Chris Liebenberg in the outside of the front row, and these guys are going to be a lot of fun to watch, so should be a good time.
Hurley Haywood, Danny Sullivan drove that car. Two fantastic big names.
It's a Wayne Taylor car that Colin's in.
Yeah. And in fact, that Mark IV, Riley, 1996 was a Daytona. I want to say, in fact, I think it's the only it's the only car that's actually won Daytona and Sebring in the same year, and this is chassis 004.
Well, Riley builds a pretty nice piece of car, you know.
Oh yeah,
and they're very winning, obviously, all the time. So, I'll tell you what, Colin, the groups of cars this year are fantastic.
Oh, I love it.
Lot better variety of cars. The year's changed a little bit and given us a bigger variety of cars to watch and entertain ourselves with. It's a lot of fun to watch this weekend so far.
Well, before we get underway with this, Chris, tell me about your interest in this and how you got into this crazy world that is historic racing.
Well, you know, we've been doing this a long time. We've been doing it 23 years. We have a vintage racing shop in Scottsdale. We take care of about 65
Arizona?
cars from from modern stuff to extremely old specials.
So do you look
V8
after
specials.
Mr. Walton's cars then?
Rob's one of my neighbors.
There
over
you go.
Yeah, he's great.
See, I've put it all together.
yeah, he's a great guy. Lives around the corner from us.
But I've heard he kind of just wanders out in an absolute unobtainium car, and, does down to the shops now and again.
Yeah, you can go to dinner some nights and you see whatever he pulls up in, and you're like, oh my goodness, look at this. Yeah, that's a one of one.
Yep.
I've seen one, and he has it.
Big community in Arizona?
Scottsdale's a great community. We have a lot of car shows. We have a lot of auctions. We have a lot of stuff going on all the time. We have a big modern car presence. Cars and Coffee usually gets 600 to 700 cars.
Wow, does it really?
On the first Saturday of every month. So it's a lot of fun. It's very entertaining. There's a pile of cars. A lot of great people. A lot of very famous people live there. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it is becoming quite a hot spot for those retirees who've done well in life. Put it that way.
we've had a growth spurt. I mean, we're growing every month. I think we grow by like about 9,000 people in Arizona.
Wow.
So from everywhere, from all over the world, country. A lot of California people tired of being comfortable. They want to be hot.
Yep, exactly. So what catches your eye here? I just mentioned the car leading obviously has a storied history of wins. It actually went to Le Mans but retired in the night with the gearbox failure, so I didn't finish off that night, but it was Wayne Taylor.
Right, I liked, kind of impartial to Celine's. Celine has a couple of really cool cars that they built. The S7, I'm not sure the S7 is in the group. I was just kind of looking for it as the cars went out as we're watching, so...
Yeah, that's Celine that is out there. 2004, did ALMS and FIA GT.
With Gerard Lopez driving.
Yeah.
Okay, it is out there. Okay, great, because that's a really eclectic, cool car. You don't get to see a lot of those in the front row. I mean, is going to be fun to watch here. I hope these guys can stay together a little bit because I got a feeling it's going to be a very quick-paced race.
So the pace car comes off and away we go for our Group 8. First time out, 95 to 2016, Le Mans, ALMS, IMSA prototypes and GT cars. Up the hill they go then for the first time, and as you say, pretty frenetic stuff, especially from second all the way back to 10th?
Nice pad of about 10 cars all piled together there, looking like they're having some fun going up the hill. Looks like Colin got a pretty good shot out of the hole there. Boy, he's got about a 3-second lead already here.
Yeah, he did. He got a nice hole shot, didn't he?
Yeah.
Look at him go. Boy, the acceleration in that thing.
Coming down the hill is amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, that is. You really see it from the drone, too. Yeah, I was watching him in practice yesterday and thinking, he's just a cut above. And he was proving it.
Well, apparently we don't have a wide enough view screen to get all of them in the picture here based on that start, right?
Yeah. Colin Brown, though.
Looks like a Dodge Viper coming up here. Who's that?
That Viper is driven by Florent Moulin.
Oh, Florent Moulin.
Yeah.
He's from Belgium.
Ah, yes.
He's a great racer. Been to Spa a couple times. Watch over there.
Now, this Peugeot I was looking at, I don't know. I've been trying to find out, but everybody working on that car is French, which is a good thing. Because it means it's the real deal. Yeah, exactly. My French isn't that good, so I've been a little bit errant on trying to find out more about that car. The Viper, though, this car that you're looking at, is third in class in LMGTS, 24 Hours of Le Mans, in 2002, and 14th overall in the end. And second at the 24 Hours of Spa in 2001.
Oh, amazing car. Great history.
And just pop it into the next seat. Got Carrie Elsinore, who I wasn't expecting for this group, but I'm delighted he's here because I know you've got some skin in the game, Carrie. Which car are you keeping an eye out for?
Okay, so the car is the 46 car, which is a World Challenge car. I was scheduled to drive it this weekend, and I had two other cars I'm driving. And a friend of mine, Billy Johnson, showed up, and he said, you got an extra car for me? I said, well, I've got one, but we can't get any tires for it. So we've got 2-year-old tires on the car because the car just got accepted about a week or so before this weekend happened. So he's out there on 2-year-old tires. And he was, I think, 5th fastest yesterday in a car that's probably should be towards the back of the pack. And that's the car right there, number 46.
And what are you driving this weekend?
This weekend I'm going to be in a the B sedan group in a Porsche that got accepted in a Trans Am group.
Oh, right.
And then I also have a car in the IMSA group that I'm running a GTU car.
Well, we've been talking about the fact that this is the 5th iteration. We're loving the groups, the way they're set up this year. We've got a really eclectic group here as we take a look at that Mobil 1 sponsored number 11.
Scott
Mercedes
Jurek.
CLK CTR from 97. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just looking at the front group of cars here. It looks like we've got a pretty good race, and as he was saying, trying to run on 2-year-old tires in a group like this is very difficult. I can't even imagine. We started some of the big bore stuff this weekend on about 1-year-old tires, and up until qualifying, and we put tires on, and they were like 4 seconds quicker.
Yeah, I mean, how long can a tire, if it's sat especially, do they do deplete, don't they? I mean, they start to fall apart eventually.
Yeah, I mean, we try to run fresh stuff on all the cars. I mean, usually, within 5-6 months of each other, we run a couple practice sessions and get done with some practice sessions. We usually store them and keep them and then run them in practice. Like for these guys, we'll run them in practice and then put new stuff on for qualifying in a race.
When I went out in the car the other day, I was 3 seconds slow, and that's why it was annoying me. And he said, "That's all right. I'll try it with the used tires on there." So I think the car is probably 2 seconds at least slower than it should be, and he's running it up there to the front with the GT cars. Now, are you guys familiar with Billy Johnson?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not actually. So
yeah, heck of a driver. He's done Le Mans. He drove the Ford GTs over at Le Mans in 2016, 17, 18. Done a lot of other driving. He did a lot of the development work on the new NASCAR, the next generation car, as a development driver. Very good guy, very capable, and he's very mechanical, which is really cool too. And he'll come in and say, take 2 holes out of the wing, and he knows where a lot of times drivers will say, "I just feel extra downforce or too much," and you guess at it. And he's a really sharp guy. It's fun to watch this.
Those guys are priceless. The guys that can hop in a car, take 3 laps, come in and give you a full rundown on what's wrong with it, what's right with it, and moving forward. Obviously, one of my BMW friends, Bill Oberlin's the same way. Bill's put him in a car, and he gets out of the car, and he just comes in and gives you a list. Like he gets out and he nerds out on you.
Well, he's racing every weekend, isn't he?
Yeah, he's actually they're racing this weekend as well. So.
A little secret on that is, in 1985, I won my class in Sebring with a guy by the name of Gary Oberlin. And Bill was on our crew at that time. That's his son. He was 15 years old at the time.
That's funny.
Bill later became my roommate for about 4 years, and we drove together a fair amount back in the day, so I know Bill pretty well.
Oh, that's funny. Bill and I have become really good friends in the last 3 or 4 years. He's a resident in Lake Havasu City, like I am, so pretty avid boater. So
yeah.
Now that CLK that just went through shot competed in 8 races in the 97 FIA GT season, winning at Zeltweg in Austria, and capturing the pole at Suzuka and Laguna Seca. So it's raced around the world. Best finish of 4th place at Dijon and Suzuka.
What's the take on the 458 GT3? I see just one of them in the field. Looks like J.R. Monte's driving it.
The 2000 GT3?
Yeah.
Let me see.
2014 Ferrari. J.R. Monte. Okay. You don't see a lot of those, coming to the vintage races,
There's some other cool GT cars a little bit further back. I see one of the Flying Lizard cars out there.
Yeah, we've got a couple of Flying Lizard cars out there.
Yeah, which are cool.
To answer your question, that 458 GT3 was a works car run by AF Corsa. And it won the 24 Hours of Spa for Ferrari. And it ran between 2013 to 2016 with factory team with factory drivers. So pretty impressive.
And I think the 14s, 15s, and 16s are pretty much the same car. So it's kind of fun to watch them. Also, I saw there was a 2-speed 997 Cup car out there as well. Is that what that was? We just saw it go by?
So Colin Braun leading the way as we expected, and putting its car through its paces. One of the most successful cars of its day, winning both Sebring and Daytona in the same year. No mean feat. That is an amazing result. Now, don't forget, there's all sorts going on while we're on track watching this. How about this? The lowriders are out. The Impalas are heading out. The lowrider parade coming up. And I had a look at these cars. They are based just under the main grandstand, and they are immaculate. You talk about visions of art. They are just so much more than cars. I never quite got it when I first saw the lowriders. I didn't quite, understand. But when you get up close, they are absolutely
amazing amount of labor, the chrome plating, the gold plating, the paint jobs. I mean, unbelievable. I mean, layered 7 and 8 and 9 layers of paint on those cars.
Amazing.
Unbelievable to look at and to watch. So,
yeah, that's Lauren Beggs right there in the Flying Lizard car.
Yep.
That car, I believe, won Sebring or finished real high. There's one of the Racer Group's car in front of him. So it's a GT3, that'd be a GTR. That's probably a 2003.
67 is, that's a Grand Am Porsche from 2000.
2 or 3.
8 finishes in the 2000 season, 2 finishes in the 2001 season, including the 24 hours of Daytona.
That's a really early car then, a little earlier than I thought. But yeah, Kevin was quite successful with those cars back in the early 2000s.
It's amazing to me that the group of cars, I mean, there's Audis out there. There's a whole pile of stuff out there.
Yeah.
And to watch these guys all run together, I mean, the speed changes, difference in between these cars is unbelievable to me. Like trying to watch them maneuver around each other once the lap cars start coming into play here. It looks like we already got a car lap down. So
yeah, we really good racing going on right there with the Audi and the Ferrari right behind them, then a Porsche, and then another Porsche behind that. So you got all the different brands, and it's fun to watch.
And that R8 and that 458, talk about 2 cars that dominated for a decade in their respective times in sports car racing. When I think of, Ferrari's efforts with Tony Villander and many others, and then with the R8, it just, it was just a miracle, really, how much they got out of that
Kerry,
car.
What do you know, Kerry, about John McKenna and that Daytona prototype, that wins car? It's an older prototype. It's a 2005. What do you know about that car? That thing's holding its own out there. And John's a great driver, but he's not a pro. He's holding his own out there with those guys.
Yeah, they had Wins had 2 of those cars back in the day. One was the all purple car, which is here. Then another one had purple highlights with white on it. That they ran those cars, father and son. The Hotchkiss had those cars back in the day, and they were quite successful. Ran a lot of Daytona, a lot of Sebring full seasons. They were very competitive in those cars back in the day.
From a shop standpoint, from my standpoint, coming to this race has always been, the last 3 years, it's gotten better and better and better. Jeff and his team have done an amazing job with all the stuff that we're doing. We brought 6 cars. I don't know how many cars you brought, but we brought 6, and what a great venue in the split to have all the stuff that's going on in between the races, and it's keeping the crowd. There's a ton of people here today. Have you walked around at all, Jonathan? Oh my God, there's a ton of people.
I know. I was out there early this morning and it wasn't as crowded, and then I saw a shot recently, and so I've been in here most of the morning, so I haven't had a chance to wander around, but I can see it's filled up big time.
It looks like Doug Barron just got by a couple of the cars there in his 991 GTR. Pretty fast cars, so he's getting some time, so he's back behind the Audi now.
Yeah, we've got the 2016 991 GT3R. That actually raced in the Australian GT Championship. Car finished 2nd in that championship in 2017. I won 2 races.
It's got the Mattel sponsorship on it.
Yeah.
Which is kind of cool.
Also won its class at Bathurst in the 12 hours.
Yeah.
Finished 4th overall. So, and that's no mean feat. That is one hell of a race, that Bathurst 12 hours.
Yeah.
Where are we coming down here? What's Colin's lap times? Any idea what kind of lap times this guy's running?
I can give you a rough idea, yes. Colin Brown doing 129.5. So he's well ahead of the rest of the chasing field.
Best lap at 129, and he looks like he's hot lapping about 33s. So he's keeping a nice little pace out there.
Yeah, so it's Colin, then Jared Lopez, Chris Lindenberg, Florent Moulin, who you mentioned, the Belgian, Billy Johnson, who we've already talked about, Scott Durnick, who was in here earlier, telling us about Group 3, Andrew Furey and Joe Robillard and Bruce Leeson. in 9th, and Doug Barron rounding out the top 10.
Chris Liebenberg's quite a story behind Three Dog Garage. I don't know if you're familiar with those guys. They're out of Boyertown in Pennsylvania. They take care of about 100 Ford-powered race cars.
Wow.
They have a pile of prototypes. They have a lot of historic Trans Am cars. They have a couple saloons. They have a whole stuff. They work with Roush and some other companies, but I'll tell you, they've got an unbelievable collection of cars, and Chris is so blessed. All he has to do is show up and drive these guys. I think I'd like to be in that position. How about you?
Yeah, me too. Carrie, how did you get into this crazy world?
I just started, I was kind of the young guy at the time and started doing a little racing and wanted to go after IMSA, and I was able to race IMSA on and off. Never ran a full season. Had some pretty good finishes at some endurance races and a lot of fun, and then I later had to go make a real living for a while and went into business there, and now some of the cars I kept forever, which my friends used to sell that old piece of junk. Where do you, hey, Mr. Moneybags, where'd you get that car from? I said, that's the one you told me to throw away.
Yeah, exactly.
It's amazing, isn't it? Some of the cars that when you got rid of them when they were like 3 years old, and now you come back in these point in time, and some of these cars are worth millions of dollars.
Yeah.
It's just amazing to me.
I told people,
we got a spin. Looks like we got a spin in the carousel coming down the hill.
Let's hope he gets away from it.
Spun to the inside, which is kind of weird. In the middle of the carousel, not at the bottom. We were just talking, and I looked up, and there he went. Not sure who it was, actually.
I hope it wasn't my car.
So a full weekend, a full festival here at Velocity Invitational. This is the 5th running of this particular event. We've been at Laguna Seca once, but we've sort of found a home here at Sonoma. And there's a big connection, obviously, Jeffrey O'Neill. I say obviously, but if you don't know, Jeffrey O'Neill, a vintner and wine connoisseur, as well as his racing love. And is heavily involved in the wine industry and the sustaining of the wine industry and making sure that it's all as...
You know, it's interesting you saying that about wine country and being up here. You know, we've done all of them every year, and every year it's been better, a bunch better.
Yeah.
It keeps getting better and better and better. The pits are more fun. The entertainment the other night was amazing. We're sitting in the driver's lounge watching the drift cars come around and flying through there doing 75, 80 miles an hour. Faster than most cars do in turn 11, I can tell you that.
Yeah.
From a normal standpoint. But
they were just down there laying some rubber for you.
Making it a little sticky down there.
Yeah.
It's, anyway, Jeff and his team have done an amazing job with this whole event, and you know, to be able to participate in it every year is just, it's a blessing, truly. I mean, we're having the time of our life coming up here, and we do enough races at Laguna. It's kind of nice to come to Sonoma.
Yeah, and spread it out a little bit. And of course, Sears Point has its own storied history. It's had quite a few owners. It's been a home for NASCAR. It's been a home for Trans Am. It's been a home for many different forms of racing, but particularly historic.
This is a tight little battle going on here. We've got three cars kind of tight together here. Kerry, I'm sure you know which each one of those cars are.
Well, Scott Dernick and Ferreira who are battling it out. Dernick in the Merc.
Yeah, I just love that Mercedes. I like when they're identifiable enough that you can still kind of tell what they are. When they got so far at one point when they just became these objects.
Yeah,
and
all you seen was the emblem on the front?
Yeah. So I really like the time of the GT1 cars back when the 996s, the 997s, 993s actually, where they had the GT1 cars, and they were still more identifiable. That's kind of what I lean towards. Even though the 962s weren't, I love the 962s too. You can't not like those.
And that Ligier that's chasing the Merc at the moment that we're watching is a 2015 JSP 315. Took part in the European Le Mans Series in 2016, 17, and 18.
Watch the power of the 962 down here. He'll probably get close to him before 7.
Oh, see that?
There you go.
There we go.
The win car.
That was what I was just saying. Was going to catch them.
Looked like he spun coming into the corner there.
Yeah.
That's a bad spot too, right there.
Yeah.
With that fence right on your left.
Yeah.
Well, let's hope he's kept it out of the fence, but nice overtake by the Ligier as away he plops in the 77, the all-silver.
It's amazing to listen to the tone of the engine. The engine tone doesn't change a whole lot, and the car picks up an unbelievable amount of speed.
Yeah.
Listen to these wonderful sounds. Down the main straight then with the Ligier into turn 1 and up the hill here at Sonoma. Back to the Audi.
And so many different sounds out there, which is kind of neat. You can get used to them, almost close your eyes and know which car is going by. I love
we're
that
right
one.
by the track here. We're at the exit of 12, so we're just as the front straight is opening up. So they're literally sort of grabbing a gear as they go past as third or fourth and putting it, because it's pretty fast, turn 1. That R8 just looks planted, doesn't it? From above, you can see just how nimble it is and how easy and effortless it seems.
So much lateral grip watching these cars come through the tight corners.
Beautiful.
Coming out of the carousel, coming down the drag strip, it'll be interesting to see where that wins car is if you got cleared.
Yes, that's another great car.
I don't want to jinx myself, but I found the outside line yesterday, and the carousel had pretty good stick where I was coming through a group, and I actually was able to pass 2 cars on the outside on the carousel.
On the carousel on the way down the hill?
Yeah, and I don't want to jinx myself because
No, you're fine.
I don't want to repeat that one necessarily, but I was amazed at how much stick it had out there. I was able to make that stick at the end.
Well, the other thing is when you top the hill, it's kind of nice to kind of let the car lay down, kind of let it grab its own grip as you start throttling through the middle of the corner coming down the hill there.
Yeah.
Well, we still got, here comes the Audi, past the Mercedes coming into 11.
Oh.
Yeah, that competed in the Japan GT Championship.
Yep, made the pass clean.
And then it also raced in the US in the F1 support race in 2020, this particular car.
Beautiful car.
Scott Durnick.
These guys look like they're having a little bit of fun with each other, to be honest. It looks like they're kind of letting each other go and coming back and forth, which is a great thing, being able to watch each other race. So.
And that Mercedes that he just passed, as I mentioned earlier, did 8 races in the 97 FIA GT season.
They're definitely driving the cars hard. It's fun to see that.
You know, one of the things that amazes me, a lot of people watching, I'm not sure they really understand how much technology they're looking at and how much ability and these mechanics have that are working on these cars, keeping these things running. A lot of these cars, the softwares are outdated. They have to be updated to keep them running, and I don't think a lot of people understand what it takes to keep these cars on the track. So I, for one, I can tell you I really appreciate all these mechanics and all the guys learning all this stuff and being able to keep these cars running so we can watch them and be entertained by it.
Absolutely. And the newer they are, the more technology is in those cars. And it's not just carburetors and gas nowadays.
Did we have a surprise winner, Jonathan?
No. I don't think it's any surprise whatsoever. No, Colin Braun taking it home with a fastest lap as well. As we expected, there he is. And Jared Lopez and Chris Liebenberg are your top 3. And it is Colin Braun then in the 1996 Riley Scott.
What a beautiful car.
3A Oldsmobile. It is an absolute beauty, isn't it? So it's won at Sonoma. Now it's won at Daytona, Sebring, and Sonoma. Well, Kerry, thank you so much. Best of luck in your racing. Yep. And likewise, Chris, great to have you in. Feel free to come back, both of you, anytime, and share us some more stories, because I know you have a breadth of history of these cars and a big part in playing preparation for them as well as getting them out there and racing them. So
I might come bother you when the American Specials come back on. We've got a couple of cars in there, so
there you go. You do that. Well, listen, we'll take a short break from Sonoma. We've got more action coming up, and we've got a very special guest with Kev after this.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks.
Well, when you come to a weekend like the Velocity, there are so many iconic cars here, but one car that is kind of stealing the show because it's making its American debut. It's behind me now, Project Midnight from Subaru. Oh boy, what a car this is. But I'm really pleased to say the man that's driving it, Scott Speed, is here with me now. Scott, thanks for taking the time to have a chat to us.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is quite a machine, one you're familiar with, but it's American debut as well.
American debut, yes. We had it out at Goodwood to unveil it. Got some great reps up there. It's a really fast ICE car. Fun to bring it here to Sonoma. You know, this is a home track for me. It's kind of where I grew up. Happy to be able to showcase that here.
Yeah, and did well at Goodwood because the fastest ICE car, so the fastest non-electric car that was there, 45 seconds and change, I think.
Yeah.
Incredible. How was that?
It's a monster. You know, look, this thing's got 2 decades of rallycross engineering built into it. It's based off a WRX chassis. It's got a 2-liter boxer engine that makes over 650 horsepower. The guys, I mean, look, it's, you know, this is about Subaru, right? It's about them showcasing their engineering prowess and what they can create. I'm the lucky guy that gets to drive it.
Well, you are, but let's just talk about, well, there's many things we can talk about here. Firstly, the aerodynamics, the wing on the back of it. The size of that thing is huge. Creating some downforce, because this thing is designed for tarmac purely. Between the tires and the aero package, this thing sticks to the tarmac.
Yeah, it's a unique vehicle because it's got the downforce of like a sports car, but it's got the 4-wheel drive and handling of a rallycross car. So really unique to drive, super fun.
Yeah.
A blast to shift at 9,000 RPM with this thing. Yeah, it's a pleasure.
And you're going out this weekend with the Global Time Attack, guys. Firstly, let's talk about that, because that's a race series which is about out-and-out speed, hitting that single lap. And I saw you going out yesterday, and you were doing just that in this car.
Yeah, no, it's cool. It's like I said, it's a very fast race car.
Yeah.
So it's doing its job here. A lot of fun, and then we get to do the hill climb here.
Yeah, because let's talk about that as well. The hill climb, new to Velocity this year, going the wrong way around the track, a way that you've never driven this track before, and you know this track better than anyone.
It's incredible. It's so it's such a cool addition for these guys because technically it's all uphill. It is a hill climb.
Yeah.
I mean, to go the reverse direction of such an iconic track is really special. This track's got a lot of blind corners. It's got a lot of elevation.
Yeah.
So when you turn it around backwards, they're all different blind corners now, and so you got to kind of start fresh with your learning process to adapt to the track. And it was a blast yesterday when we got the.
Did you have much time to practice that? When did you first do that? Because obviously people rolled in here on Thursday setting things up. Friday, they're live, and we're going.
Yeah, sure. Well, I mean, we have computer simulations now, so like a thing like iRacing, I can practice a little bit to kind of get a feel for where the course is going to go, which I did before we came here.
Yeah.
But then obviously you get out here in real life and you got to adapt to the situation.
Yeah. And what else is going on for you at the moment in the world of motorsport as well? Where are we going to see you? What are you getting up to?
Yeah, well, we're
you can't say too much, can you?
We're talking about the next events that this thing will debut at, but we keep it tight under the lip here.
All right. Well, listen, Scott, thank you for talking to us. An absolute honour and a pleasure. And if you are here at Velocity this weekend, come and find Scott or come and see the car. But you'll probably hear the car before you see it. How about that? Project Midnight from Subaru.
And I have to say, I watched it out on track yesterday, and it is something special, especially in the hands of Scott Speed. Let's head down to Taylor in pit lane.
Event for you, something a little bit different. Tell me about the hill climb.
I don't know anything about it. So this morning I came up, obviously we were scheduled to drive a few cars, and somebody said to me, we have a McLaren Senna. Well, McLaren is an understatement for me, but Senna was my friend, my racing hero. I said, don't ask twice, and here I am. We're going to do 2 recon laps, and we'll see. But yeah, I know we're going backwards in Sonoma, which I've never done. So we'll see. 2 minutes to go, so we'll see.
Something Tony Kanaan has never done. I don't think I've ever heard that statement. So I can't wait to see what happens. Tony's going to get his helmet on, and we're going to close the door of this beauty right here. And you can check out all the cars that we have on this screen. Obviously, the one that we were just looking at earlier, check that out. Scott Speed is behind the wheel, getting ready to go. I'll let Elliot get on in close there. Check that out, along with quite a plethora of different cars. This is going to be a really, really exciting event. As they mentioned, it's something new this year, so I can't wait to see how that goes. These cars are getting fired up, getting a little bit loud, so I'll head up to Johnny in the booth. Johnny.
Yeah, you summed it up perfectly, Taylor. Yeah, we're kind of like a jazz band this year. We're doing all sorts of things, and we're getting very eclectic. There's all sorts of cars out there. We've got a hill climb. We're going backwards around the track. It's all fun. Tony Kanaan, though, it doesn't get any better. If there was a man for the job for a hill climb in a Senna McLaren, it has to be Tony Kanaan, who, by the way, has got a new title. He is now the deputy team principal at Arrow McLaren, and that is no rare feat because he's been around for a long time. Of course, the 2004 IndyCar Series champion and 2013 500 winner. And just a great guy to be around, the Brazilian Tony Kanaan, who's been around Indy and has raced this circuit probably umpteen times, but never backwards. So this is going to be a real eye-opener for him. I bet he thought he was all excited about, I know Sonoma, I'll just go and spin a few laps. Now they've got to go backwards for this hill climb. But, yeah, this is a bit of fun, but I think we'll also see Roman Grosjean in this as well. So another fellow IndyCar driver, but now very much present, driving for Uncos Racing, and had an up-and-down season by his standards. I'm a big Roman fan, and yeah, I think he is looking forward to a bigger season next year. It's been an up-and-down season. I know Dave O'Neill, his team manager, very well, and they've had, yeah, a few trials and tribulations, some good results, and then some not-so-good results, and I know that Roman is enjoying his racing here in the States. Also now a pilot. There's a great article in the program if you want to get a copy and read up on what Roman Grosjean's been doing and what he's all about. And there's a few late additions to the hill climb. Now, just to sum it all up, 2 sighting laps to get their bearings. And then they'll line up and do, hopefully, 3 attempts. And we have, obviously, Tony Kanaan out in the McLaren Senna. And we also have Roman in a 4GT Mark IV. And also, we have a Viper GTSR, which is from Group 9 as well. I can see a few NASCARs out there. So we've got an eclectic group. It's going to be interesting, this. That's for sure. Can't tell you who's in every one of them, but I think as the weekend unfolds, we'll get a better idea who's at what car. And by the way, this is the first time we've used or had a hill climb exhibition here as part of Velocity, so this is all a bit of fun. And you heard from Tony Kanaan there. He's like, I just woke up this morning and they said, do you want to drive this car and go backwards around the track? He's like, why not? This event, of course, powered by Catalyst Energy Drink, and just want to give them a plug. Keep the adrenaline pumping. Don't forget, there's autograph sessions. You saw Tony Kanaan. Nolan Siegel is also here. Roman Grosjean, I've mentioned. You saw Matt Brabham out earlier. We spoke to him. Scott Speed, obviously, in the Project Midnight. And there will be some autograph sessions as well, so definitely get your chance. Just one autograph if you can, or one item to each driver, because everybody wants to have the same. The panel discussion, also for Women in Motorsport, hosted by Velocity and Dirtfish and presented by Mobil One, inspiring women in motorsport. And we mentioned that Pippa Mann is here, Michelle Abate is here, and Josie Rimmer running that, and very much the inspiration and driving force behind that. And the autograph session will be at 1 p.m. today and 1:15 tomorrow. So if you see somebody with a Velocity shirt on, just ask them where to go. If you're a big budding autograph fan like I was when I was a kid. So you get a warm-up lap, get a sense of it, get the tires warmed up. And it's a time attack of a different type. I've never seen cars going backwards around Sonoma. This is fun. And if you're just tuning in, yes, this is Sonoma, and yes, we are on track, and yes, we are going the wrong way round. We are anti-clockwise for the first time, because this is our hill climb, and we've got some pretty celebrity guests in here, racing drivers. But because they put their helmets on so quickly, we only got a chance to see Tony Kanaan, but I know that Roman's out there too. I'm guessing that Nolan Siegel is out there too. And there'll be a few others, I'm sure. So everybody just getting accustomed and warmed up. Also, don't forget, if you are here at the event, you can experience the Polestar 3. They've got their own exhibition. So too Sotheby's. We spoke to them early. Sotheby's have brought some of their finest cars that they auction off. Not here, but they're putting them on display. We've got a Ferrari. We've got a beautiful Mercedes Golf Wing. And Polestar showcasing their new generation of car. And 570 horsepower, 0 to 60 in just 4.5 seconds. And keep a watch out for that. That's at the Polestar 4 display. And it's known as an SUV coupe. With those figures, I can't believe it is, but it is. Bronco is also on display. Ford are showing off the Bronco because, of course, they've just re-released the Bronco, or a new one. We've talked about the asphalt drifting. We saw that in action. They'll be back in action later. And there's also people skidding along with them because guests are getting a chance to ride in. And so that's another thing. Plus, Dirtfish are offering rally ride-arounds as well. So if you want to sign up for that, we actually have a proper rally stage set up on the back of the course, not on the track, but behind the track. And it also includes joyrides with some of the Group B and modern rally cars. So that's on the gravel. So you really do get a chance to experience rally as it should be. We'll also have a pro driver panel discussion. And in that'll feature some of the drivers I just mentioned. And yeah, get behind the scenes, get some insights from these drivers, maybe get a question in there. And just talking about, some of the strategies they do, fitness, whatever they bring up, to be honest. But if nothing else, some good stories of the 500. And a chance for you to perhaps get and rub shoulders with some of the greats of American racing. That is actually taking place at Turn 11 on the Turn 11 Experience. And what do you reckon the conversation is? I'm not sure I want to do this. And what do you reckon the conversation is? I'm sure that's not what he's saying. He's just making sure on the rules. But that Ferrari, ready to go. Just making sure the rules. Well, the same is true for NASCAR, of course. NASCAR have been coming to Sonoma for many a year, but of course, the likes of Jeff Gordon and many other of the storied California drivers all go the other way. And of course, Jeff Gordon from just across the estuary from Vallejo. Reading up on him. What a career. What he's done for motorsport, quite incredible. So you're watching the hill climb, one of our exhibitions, our first time out of trying this and going in the other way, just trying to be a little bit different, a bit innovative, and that's all part of Velocity now in its 5th year. Don't forget, sip and savor. Also, a chance for you to try some of the local wares of the wine here in the Napa Valley. And that'll be open in the pavilion, the Sip and Savor Pavilion, from 11 to 5 each day. Now, are we warm? Are we ready? Are we going for it? That's the question. Well, they've had a couple of laps at it. And they've certainly now got a sense of where they're going, I hope. It's all different at speed, though. Right. Here we are, all lined up. Everybody's done their laps. Getting them right to the line and ready. There goes the green flag. We're away for our hill climb. There goes the green flag. We're away for our hill climb. This is a bit of a mind meld into turn 12 or turn 1 in reverse, which is basically a hairpin, and then accelerating up from here on in, and now it gets tricky, and from above you can see why. Just got to hit your marks as best you can through this very fast section. And you can see flat full out there through the S's, or as best he can, climbing the whole time. The second longer hairpin. Back on the power again, towards the carousel in reverse. Off goes the second. The NASCAR in full flow. It's going to be particularly tough, but of course they're set up, road course setup cars for these. And that is one of the time attack cars, so knows what he's doing out there for sure. Not quite sure who's at the wheel of that one. Back to the first car that we saw, making its way up to the top. And the 25 putting the car through its paces nice and smooth. Yeah, I think he's working more on not getting the power down too early. Beautiful sound. Just a little dab on the brakes mid-corner, changing the balance of the car side to side. And then into this long left-hander, and then on the power early. Well, that was Tony Kanaan. This is Scott Speed. And, well, there's a hint in the name, guys. This guy knows all about speed. This is the Subaru Project Midnight. This car, produced by Vermont Motorsport, specifically to do just this, to race on asphalt. And the reason I say that is because obviously Subaru are known for their rally cars, especially the WRX, and Subaru have made a name for themselves in rally, but they decided that they wanted to see what they could do on asphalt. Got the Mercedes out there. There's another NASCAR, the 44. There is a Bill Elliott car here. I haven't seen that out on track, but the Mercedes was out earlier in the time attack as well. So he's had a run, but not backwards. And that's one of the top time attack cars here at the event, the number 11. James Kirkham out there, Florent Moulin. So we have got the time attack drivers that we saw earlier on track. Oh, and how beautiful is that Ford. Now, here's something you don't see often. Now, you tell me. There's a combination midget and radical, it almost looks like. I don't know. Doesn't look fast. Well, a little wieldy. Now, this is one of the cars in the group racing in one of the Le Mans class races. So we've seen this car in action too, the Viper, that is. Yeah, this Viper looks good for a decent lap here. Florent Moulin at the wheel. Now, here's the car that went out first, the 44B Ferrari. Best time so far, a 105.7. But Scott Speed, a 101.2. So, as we'd expected, Scott Speed doing just that, flying around here. And the last of the hill climbers heading out, the last two that is, Maserati. And that number 25 did a 115.9. James Kirkham also out there, another one of the time attack drivers. He did a 107.1, but the speed to watch is Scott Speed, and that's 101.2. So no surprise that he's the fastest man out there by some 4.4 seconds. Here he is. The power to rate ratio, that's the key to this particular car, is it's all purpose built. The fin on the back, the wing on the back, does a hell of a job, but you can see it's a sophisticated look. The exhausts actually poke out the front as well. 670 brake horsepower. This Project Midnight, almost a purpose built car, and I'm sure Scott's had a big say in how it's set up and how it looks and feels. And given his rallycross prowess with Subaru, I'm sure this is just the perfect car for Scott Speed, who frankly can drive anything. I've seen him drive Formula E, I've seen him drive NASCAR, I've seen him drive Rallycross. So if there's one driver from the USA and from this part of the world who knows exactly what he's doing. Oh, the 44 getting out of control there for a second, but slows it all down. And the Hot Wheels just suddenly went cold there for a second. But he's not hit anything. He's okay. Meanwhile, the Mercedes is flying. I think that's John Kirkham. We'll see what time he puts in this lap. Oh, he's made a mistake too, so he'll be mad at himself. Yeah, a couple of mistakes there as he gets back onto it. Bit of red mist and frustration, I'm sure. Here comes the Ford. That is Romain Grosjean in that GT Mark IV. Romain, of course, has been doing some sports car racing, has been driving Lamborghinis, and did Le Mans this year. So we know him, obviously, as an ex-Formula One driver and current IndyCar driver, but he has been turning his hand to a bit of sports car racing, and I think enjoying it. He seems to have really settled well in the States and happy with his family here. He's still at the top of his game, no question. Romain, lovely man, and like I said, a great interview with him in the program. There's the Viper. And like I said, that car also racing in one of the group races that's already taken place, and he'll be racing again tomorrow in the 52 that has raced at Le Mans. And Scott Speed improving his time again on his third lap at 1:0:07. Oh, he's perilously close because he wanted to break the 1 minute mark. I know he did. And he was also so close. 1 minute 0.7 is all he was. And it's getting closer. The car number 13 just did, I'm not sure the driver of that one, but he just did a 1:03:0022. And I'm guessing that may well be the Mercedes, or it could be. At 25 hits best time a 1:10.4, but that's not a bad run either. Nice smooth approach, that's for sure. He's pushing it a little bit more on the third lap, as you can see. James Kirkham also out there. He did a 1:07.164. And here's our first real look at the Maserati that's out there. And in fact, he's not set a time officially yet. Speed pushing hard. Tony Kanaan in the McLaren Senna. And Tony, a huge fan of Ayrton Senna, and of course fellow Brazilian. And last year he got to drive one of Senna's actual McLaren Formula One cars here at Sonoma, and he said it was the greatest day of his life, quite frankly. And I can understand why, because when you're a racing driver, you tend, I mean, it looks fun for us, and we're all watching, and we watch every Sunday, but that's their job. So they don't get to have fun and play like this. And a chance to drive another fellow racing driver's car from yesteryear is pretty special. And there's no question that Ayrton Senna and his exploits over the years, a three-time world champion, remember, before losing his life, sadly, in that Williams on May 1st, 1994. Romain Grosjean then, putting the Ford through its paces. Now we're about to get ready to do our official opening, and it will be the color guard of the Travis Air Force Base who will be presenting the colors. And as we conclude the hill climb, we're going to go to our usual opening ceremony to get things going. And like I said, it's the Travis Air Force Base color guard as we get ready to present the nation's colors.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and remove your hats for the national anthem.
So if you own a priceless historic sports racing car or a modern hypercar and you want to bring it out to a show like the Velocity, but you live in upstate New York, and here we are in the California sunshine, how are you going to get it from A to B? Well, that's where Matt and the guys at Intercity Lines come in, because they are in the business of transporting these cars coast to coast, east to west, north to south. You do it all, Matt, and you do it in vehicles like this one behind us.
Yes, sir. We're based in Massachusetts, but we go all over the country. What you see behind us here, it's only these enclosed, hard-sided trucks with hydraulic liftgate loaded, so you know the vehicle's going to be safe the entire time.
It's an incredible truck that's behind us, and I just said to you, how many are you going to fit in this then? And you said to me?
Yep, we can fit about 6 vehicles. We got 2 decks, so it's usually 3 on top, 3 on bottom, but you can adjust those decks. So if you got a really tall, lifted, off-roading vehicle, you can fit that, along with a little 356 as well.
You could have the Bronco in the bottom and then like the sleek, I don't know, Ferrari above it, but it's when you think about what you're doing here and the value of some of the cars on a lot like we got here at Velocity, it's quite a responsibility that your drivers are taking on, isn't it?
It absolutely is. And from my standpoint, being in the office, when I book these cars or to these events, knowing that we can trust our hand-selected drivers to take care of these cars is really what makes the difference. You know, our drivers, they'll take the time to learn about the vehicle before just throwing a key and firing it up, start pushing the clutch and send it. They take their time, they want to learn about the vehicle, they want to learn about the customer so they can do the best possible job in transporting the car.
And when you talk about your customers as well, not just privateers, single car owners, museums and automotive heritage centers like the Peterson Museum.
Yes, yep. Whether it's a single car that's going to an event or for a household move, we can do that, or we can take a whole load from a priceless museum collection as well.
So did you bring any cars here to Velocity this weekend, or have you just bought the rig out just for display?
Nope. Our driver, Jim, came out with a whole load from the Revs Institute out in Naples, Florida. So this all came from Florida and out here for the weekend.
Revs Institute, we've chatted to those guys as well. Another great place that's got some awesome cars, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Very prestigious, and honestly, it's an honor to just be included in the same sentence as them.
So a great weekend then, and your driver, Jim, like you said, you just name-checked in there. He's out here all weekend because your drivers live in the cab, and Jim's brought his dog along for the ride as well.
Yes, he did. You know, our guys, they're out, usually for at least a couple weeks on the road, if not longer, so they want to have all the comforts of home, absolutely, including their pets when they're out there.
Well, listen, you obviously look after your staff, because I did just speak to Jim, and he's been with you since, I think, the mid-'80s, he said. He joined you. So he obviously loves what he does, and you're obviously very good at it. So, Matt, thanks a million for talking to us.
No, thank you. It's an honor and a pleasure.
All right, well, great stuff. There you go. You know you're in safe hands when Matt and the team at Intercity are bringing your car to the Velocity here in the California sunshine.
Great stuff, thank you, and that's perfect timing. Look at that. We've got the 1-minute board out ready for our next group, and I'm delighted to welcome the Hagens here, or the Hagens here. Hagens, of course, Dave Hagen, who is a regular, and Tyler as well. And Tyler, let's start with you. What's your knowledge of or love of any of these guys going out now in our Group 2, 56 to 61 sports racing cars?
Right at the front there, the Porsche Pooper is driven by a good friend of ours, Cameron Healy, and he wheels that thing like you wouldn't believe.
And for those of us wondering why you call it a Pooper, because it sounds a little bit disregarded, it's a combination Cooper Porsche, right?
Yes, it is.
Porsche powered and Cooper built.
But this very much in line with American historic racing, because so much of historic racing, or period racing back at the time, was the European cars would come over here, be exported, and then either a combination of changing those cars to have more power, to have more performance, or even doing your own version, like the Pooper, of the basics of the Cooper, but then, putting a Porsche engine in, as you say. So that's what I love about what the American experience was of racing, was that you did your own thing a lot of the time, and that's where you get all these specials. And that's what is a big part of historic racing today, but was in the period too.
Absolutely. Now, you can call them hybrids back in the day. It's a different term today. But there's a lot of that, right? A lot of construction, adding different motors to what the constructor originally put in it. And, everybody's looking for speed. Everybody wants more horsepower.
That's what it's all about. Now, we saw a little bit of backwards action, but Sonoma, of course, warm to your heart. You're a local. Perfect venue, really, for an event like this.
It's spectacular. I think it's a very technical course. People that can be fast here can be fast anywhere. It's a great track to learn on because of that. It's fabulous. It has elevation. It has tight turns. It has very high-speed turns. So an amazing combination of different attributes that make it a very special place.
And Tyler, I presume you just got involved in this. Your dad was doing it. You kind of picked it up, or?
Yeah, my dad's been doing it for 15 years, almost 20. And I used to come out for all the races and just camera support, moral support. I was the least attractive umbrella girl on the grid every year.
Well, there's an accolade.
And then I came out here to Sonoma and did a 3-day racing class in the retired Formula 3 cars.
Cool.
And fell in love with it, and I've been racing ever since.
Good for you. Yeah, and I highly recommend anybody who wants to get involved. Bob Bondurant Race School, and obviously Skip Barber here at Sonoma. So there's always a chance to learn how to race a racing car in a safe environment, and it doesn't matter how old you are. Because,
even if you don't want to go into vintage racing, it's a fabulous thing to do. You could do it as a team building thing for multiple people. Just as an individual who wants to get better, understanding of car control. It's a fabulous thing to do, and if it then blossoms into vintage racing, all the better.
Well, we've got some great races, as you mentioned. Cameron Healy at the front of this one. Gunnar Jeanette from Florida, from the historic realm, as it were. He's been around for a long time, Gunnar. I've watched him race around the world. So too Rob Walton is in this group, a regular to historics. Jeffrey O'Neill, the organizer of the event itself, he's out there today as well. David Swig, Mayer, Finberg. So some big names of the historic racing community here in the USA, and I'm sure, Dave, you've come across them and raced against them many times.
Absolutely, and it's cool to see Cameron out front in that pooper.
Look at it go!
Look at the size of the car compared to many of the other cars. It's quite a bit smaller, so it's very light. It's got a great Porsche motor in it, and obviously Cameron's a very good wheel, so it's a pretty strong combo.
Yeah, and it got a great start to get away. From the drone, you can see the gap he's built up already. Here's the chasing pack, and it's nice and tight.
He got a good night's sleep last night.
He looks like it,
Yes,
doesn't
he did.
He got up early, had his Wheaties. Look at him go.
So which car is Jeff in? He's in
Jeff
number...
O'Neill is in the 6. So that is the Maserati Birdcage.
Yeah, I think
T61.
we should make sure the people in front of him know that that's the organizer. And,
you don't
might be a little customer golf.
Well, how about
situation
this?
Here.
This is a good little battle. He's in there somewhere, and it looks as though this is the battle for second place, and it's heating up nicely.
Yeah, Jeff's in the number 6, I believe.
Yeah, so we've got Gunnar Jeanette, Rob Walton, and Jeff's in the 6, yeah, as you say. David Swig in that group too.
Yeah, bunch of good drivers, great cars.
So Gunnar Jeanette's the man you're watching right now in the 14, in second place overall. But this is the battle, quite rightly, because Cameron has kind of checked out. So Gunnar holding off. He's doing a rear gunner action at the moment because he's keeping an eye on those mirrors, because the chasing group is coming hard.
Oh, he's coming off. He's got a problem.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
That's sad.
That is sad, because obviously...
Yeah, because it's cool to watch a pro out there with the amateurs.
Yeah.
You could just see the difference in the way the car goes around the track, right?
I know, we were watching Jensen, and I know there's a lot of interest in Jensen Button, but, you can't help but be in awe of watching him wheel that C-Type. Just his input on the wheel. And you see it more clearly because it's such a big wheel.
I sat in that car at Rolex, and that big wheel flexes. So in addition to being really large and wooden and a big, pretty heavy car, the thing flexes in your hand.
Well, when he first got it, he wanted to modify the wheel and wanted to get a slightly smaller wheel, but then found he couldn't see.
It's also like it's a big car, but there's the foot pedal, the footwell is really close and tight. Like you're jammed in that thing. It looks way bigger than it is inside.
Well, Rob Walton now up to second place. The man from Scottsdale, Arizona, who's got a quite interesting collection of cars. And I've been talking to some of the locals from Scottsdale earlier, and they said, you never know. Rob will go down to the shops and he'll have an absolutely priceless car he'll be in a Ferrari or something, and he'll just whiz by. So if you're in Scottsdale, keep an eye out for Rob.
Yeah, he has an amazing collection.
Well, that's a nice overtake by Mayer, in the 84.
The front left tire come off the ground coming out of the exiting the carousel there.
Greg Mayer, that's him just doing the overtake in the 84.
And he has just dropped them.
Yeah, once he's got past, I think that was what he was waiting for.
Ooh.
What happened there? Whoa.
Shortcut.
Bit of a moment there for the 66.
No harm, no foul.
Yeah, exactly. It's only a bit of dirt.
And then Jeff swings by.
That's the Tipo 61. That's the Maserati of Rob Walton. And that's a beautiful car. Another Tipo 61. So we've got two Tipos out there.
Amazing cars.
Yeah. Now, are they bird cage?
Those are bird cages, yep.
And just to explain, the idea was to make a lightweight chassis. And effectively, it looks, if you take the body off, it looks like a nest. It looks like a bird's nest, doesn't it? Because it's all tiny, intricate little trestles. But that stiffens the chassis and gives it a flexibility and, I guess, sturdiness. And that's why they did it.
Yeah, instead of a typically larger frame car, they did really small diameter tubing. And the great way to look at it, you don't even have to take the body off. Just under the windshield, you can see all of that cage work, and they're spectacular cars and well named.
And darned expensive too, I may add.
Yeah, they're not cheap.
Yes, you wouldn't want to give it outside of the likes of Walton or O'Neill, who can perhaps make sure that they've got the skills to navigate one of those cars. Although Walton's disappeared, he's dropped down to 6 after that little X-skirt across the ground. Well, I think he lost a few places when he went across the dirt there. This is the battle for 4th place. There's the number 99 in action. And that's the Lotus 17 from 1960.
Yeah, those are beautiful, and he's being dogged by that really pretty. Is that a Lola? What is that?
Behind him, that's.
I can't see a number.
Yeah, I'm just looking for the number of that one. That's the. Tell you in a minute.
It's like a Lotus Mark 19.
Oh, Mark 19, Lotus Mark 19.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Number 52.
52.
Yeah.
That's Pete Lovely raced this car in period in 60 and 61 with the Rosebud Racing Team.
Look how much wider that is than the 17 in front of it.
I know.
That's amazing. When you look at these cars out on track, and you get multiple year variations of cars. The level of development every year was intense, like incredible.
Yeah.
So, 3 years difference in cars can make just a world of difference.
Talk about different cars. You've got the Monsterati out there that was built in Dallas, Texas by Bill Joanski in 53 to 56 it took him, but that's a monster of a car.
It's a beast.
Yeah, exactly that. So Walton's dropped to 8th now, but we'll see if he can make his way back. Jeffrey O'Neill in 3rd, behind Mayer and Healy, who's kind of checked out, as we mentioned. He's gone.
It's already 17 seconds ahead of Meyer.
Amazing.
I think next year maybe Jeff will put him in a different class.
Well, that's always, I find that a really dark art, how you decide who gets in. I had James Alder in here earlier saying, it took him a fair few years to get accepted into the Monterey Classic, into the, reunion. And so, there's quite a lot of, toing and froing and working it out, and I'm sure quite upset people now and again.
Everybody's anxious to see what race groups they're going to have each year, because that really dictates what, at least what types of cars are going to get in, and then obviously it's got to be the best of the best of that type. And so, you never know. Some years you get in, some years you don't.
Now let's explain what the Monsterati is. It's basically Well, I love the description. He said, Bill Jawanski wanted an Alloy, but he couldn't afford it. So he kind of built his own with a Ford chassis, a 1939 Ford chassis, and then got a mail-order plan, and then built his own special. Chuck Manning's successful West Coast racer. There you go, that Monserrati you see there in the 35. That's how that came to be. But that's pretty much part of American approach to racing, both in period and now historics. But that's what they did, didn't they? They kind of did their own specials.
And that came right out of the hot rodding culture.
Yeah.
Like, you look at that car, you go, oh, you see the early 50s hot rodding that was so big on the West Coast.
Yep. Junkyard dogs or whatever they're called, but basically, it's a hybrid. Well, we call it a hybrid politely today, wouldn't we?
Beautiful pass right there by the Alpha.
Cooper Monaco from 1959.
Yeah, David
as well.
Perkins, beautiful car.
Percy Crabb raced that for the checkered flag racing team in England, and did quite a few races in the UK as well as some hill climbs before coming to
those
North America.
GTZs are just spectacular cars. I mean, they are rolling art, as so many cars are, but they were really special.
I've always wanted to ask this. So growing up here, we've mentioned the specials and all the rest of it. So what cars, growing up as, let's say you were a 10-year-old kid, what would you have been going, oh, I wish I could see that, or I wish I could get one of those? What were you looking at towards Europe that you weren't seeing on a regular basis here that you were thinking, God, I'd love one of those?
Yeah, my older brother was a Corvette guy.
Okay.
And maybe because of that, I became a European guy.
Yeah.
And European car guy. And so, the first car that I fell in love with was the XKE, the Jag XKE.
Okay.
Just, beautiful car.
I'm now beginning to understand the love of that car by the Americans.
Oh, they're so nice.
It's a sleek muscle car, isn't it? That's basically it.
I think Ferrari himself said it's the most beautiful sports car ever. And then I saw a Porsche Speedster pretty early on in my life, and I thought, well, that might be the coolest car that I've ever seen. So those were the ones I was drawn to. Tyler, how about you?
When I was young, I was into more of the Japanese cars. So,
yeah, interesting.
Nissan 300ZX, some of the Toyotas that we never got on this side of the Pacific. Just some really spectacularly well done body lines, and with in the early 90s they came up with the truce between the Japanese auto manufacturers not to produce a car over 300 horsepower, but they built the bottom ends of those cars to hold 900.
Yep.
And so that's where the tuning, the kind of tuning scene came out of in the United States, was from all those easily modifiable and bulletproof motors.
I think that's the point, isn't it? The Japanese came on strong, easy to import. They knew that stock car racing was taking off here in NASCAR, but that was very different. And these cars were imported as road cars, but easily modified, as you say, and affordable to modify.
Absolutely.
And very reliable. And then when you start looking at the 510s and then the 240s, a whole rail of great cars that were user-friendly and very competitive. Almost the best of both worlds. The Japanese had the non-reliability of the British cars was replaced by the reliability of the Japanese cars, and they had a bit more muscle than the British cars.
Yeah, maybe a little less charm, but yes.
Yes, that's true.
All different attributes, right?
Battle for 11th place here. That's the 57, just behind. That's the 1961 Porsche of Bath GTL from 61.
Another stunningly beautiful car.
Yeah, exactly. And that's just ahead is that Cooper Monaco. Back with the 96, the Alfa Romeo GTC, that from 1964. And David Perkins at the wheel of that one.
Alloy body, super light, small engine, great handling car, just beautiful car.
Yeah, it does. Looks a pretty car, doesn't it?
I raced door-to-door with a couple of those in my 356 Roadster, and they are just so much fun to race with.
What year's your 356?
It's a 1960.
Lovely car.
Well, hopefully there will be a race group that they need that next year.
I'm
lobbying.
Lobbying. I like it. So still Healy and O'Neill and Mayer, the top three in our Group 2. We've got Tyler and Dave Hagan alongside me for this one, and we're enjoying every moment of this as we take a look at Cameron Healy, our leader, in the special Pooper, the Cooper Porsche Special. And he is flying, isn't he?
He's flying.
He really is. Every time he goes out on track, whether it's here, whether it's Laguna Seca, and there's a nice little thank you wave as somebody pointed him by.
In the spirit of vintage racing, that was well done.
Absolutely. And the good news is I did see Gunnar Jeanette after he came off. He stopped right here to talk to his mechanics and then took right off. So he's back out there.
Oh, okay, good.
Running around somewhere.
Oh, good, yeah. Well, good, nice spot, because I wasn't looking that way. Yeah, we've got one pit lane spot here that Gunnar just drew up to, so good. Glad to see him back out there. Fortunately,
it's great to see the track from the drone. It's really cool.
Oh, it's wonderful. It's changed motor racing. I do Trans Am on a regular basis, and the drone has just changed the coverage completely, especially and from a commentary point of view too, because you can see things and lines and traffic ahead that you don't see from the regular camera shots. And I really enjoy watching from the drone because you get to see the craft a little bit more sometimes.
You do. Like when you're in a car, you have someone in front of you, someone behind you. You see the different places on the track where maybe you're faster than somebody, and they're faster than you in other places. But as a person just watching on one corner, you don't really get to see
exactly,
that.
Yeah.
But the drone shows that kind of accordion effect. Things tighten up in the corners where they're going slower, then they spread out. You see where people are faster than the other guy, vice versa. So it's really nice to see.
Well, this 1953 car campaigned on the East Coast in SCCA from 1953 to 1969 and had a series of different owners. The original owner was a builder, Tipe Lippe. What a great name. Particularly successful in 55, 56, and 57, winning overall numerous times, including at Cumberland in 55 and beating all the Porsche factory Spider entrants. Now, as a Porsche man yourself, that's a pretty good achievement to beat the factory boys.
That's pretty amazing, and I'm sure Porsche didn't love that.
No. Yeah, that's really rubbing it to the Germans. Don't like it, that sort of thing.
And the privateers are not supposed to be factory teams, right? That's they do, though, on occasion, and that's what's cool.
That's
right?
what's motor racing.
Through the years, it's happened, but man, the factory teams don't love it.
No.
You may not get the most horsepower in the next engine you get from them,
Yeah. Hey, it still goes on today. Sometimes the RB gets the fastest lap and not the Red Bull.
It was a nice little send-off from Daniel.
Yeah, it was. I hope he shows up in Austin because we really need to give him a proper send-off in many ways, I think.
I think he may come back on the horse.
Yeah, well, I'd like that. Now, we've got the Porsche Abarth. This raced at Sebring in 1962.
That's Ransom Webster. Beautiful car, good driver.
Yes, he's a regular, isn't he?
Absolutely, yep.
What else does he drive? Is that his car?
That's his car, yeah.
Okay, but does he only drive this, or does he do other?
I actually don't know. I know he's got some other cars, but this is the one I see him in a lot.
Yeah.
This is definitely a car that I point by quite often.
Yeah. It's a 1960 Abarth GTL.
What's cool is I think there are two of those here this week, Ransom and also Bill Lyons. And I think there are only 10 of them maybe in the world ever. So we got 2 of them here this weekend. Pretty amazing. And they're here racing.
And racing well, not just out for a Sunday drive.
Yeah, no kidding. Well,
there's Jeff.
Jeffrey O'Neill. And again,
getting a little curving, nice.
Pushing it wheel back nicely in the bird cage. And I believe that's his birdcage, right?
It is, yes.
Yep. Now, I've just been told that Bill Jowanski might well be here, the man who created that Monsterati, so we'll see if we can get him in.
That'd be fantastic.
Anybody welcome to come and have a chat. Historic cars as we enjoy Velocity Invitational number 5 here from Sonoma. Plenty to see at the pre-grid just behind the main grandstand, and as you can see, all the vendors just behind that, and there's a chance to get some Grand Prix originals from all the Gulf colors. I imbibe myself into a nice Steve McQueen jacket, why not, from the famous Le Mans film. So I'm channeling my inner Steve McQueen. I'll be out there soon. I'll be out there one day. But a pretty good racing driver in his time, to be fair.
Amazing. Absolutely.
Him and Paul Newman, actually, I think surprised quite a few people. Everybody saw them as actors, and they didn't see themselves that way, I think. I think they were in their true home when they were at a racetrack for a couple of reasons. One, they didn't get bugged. And two, as Paul Newman put it, you know, you can be good in a movie because you got good-looking eyes or a good-looking face, but
doesn't help you out there.
The clock doesn't lie in motor racing. You are just, you know, one of many, and you know, he said there's something pure about the whole idea of being at a racetrack and trying to go fast, and I get that.
And everybody that knows him just said the greatest things about him, like super friendly, open, wants to help, just be one of the guys out there at the racetrack.
That's what you need.
You mentioned Steve McQueen. We just lost Chad McQueen within the month. That's a sad day. He's a big deal in Porsche world, and I understand he fought a pretty tough battle.
Yes. Very sad. So we're watching Jeffrey O'Neill, some 20 seconds adrift, but enjoying the heck out of it, as you can see in that number 6 cage.
Gotta love skinny tires and spoke wheels, right?
There you go. You gotta love it. How hard is it, Dave, to like, you know, you talk about spoke wheels and stuff. How hard is it to get things when they go wrong? Like if you break your wheel or you hit a curb too heavily and you bend those spokes, can you replace stuff like that easily or not?
It's getting harder and harder. There generally there are some parts sources. There are also fabricators that can do that work. But yeah, it's getting tougher and tougher.
And of course, you want to, and again, in order to comply for an event like this, you have to be as original as possible. I don't know where the line is.
You can't put 15-inch slicks on.
Can't put modern tires on and go, hey, I'd like to enter.
But what's cool about driving and racing these old cars that are skinny tired, many of the tire compounds are pretty hard compared to today's racing tires, is they slide around the track, and that's part of the fun. And they're pretty forgiving, generally pretty easy to catch in a slide, and that's a big part of the fun.
Check a flag out then on our Group 2. And once again, my thanks to Dave and Tyler coming in. When will you be out, and what are you racing?
So I'm done today, but tomorrow morning at whatever the Group 3 is, like at 8:30 or something, I'm in the Formula Junior, so the Lotus 22.
Oh, yeah.
And then in the 910, the Porsche 9, hour after that.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Good day out. So, no surprise. And Tyler, Cameron Healy, you kind of knew from the start he was going to dominate, didn't you?
I didn't know he was going to dominate quite this heavily, but I knew he was going to go out and turn some really quick laps, and glad to see he didn't disappoint.
No, he did not disappoint. Well, thanks, gents. Thanks for coming in. And, yeah, it is this man, Cameron Healy, with the win over Jeffrey O'Neill, our event organizer. Greg Mayer in 3rd, Nicholas Finber in 4th, and McCoy in 5th. We'll take a short break here from Sonoma. Come back, and there'll be more racing to come. Stay with us at Velocity Invitational. Thanks, guys.
When you need to decide which specialty automobile carrier to trust for your next vehicle shipment, call Intercity Lines. We set the Pebble Beach standard for getting your vehicle where it needs to go. Today at the iconic Peterson Museum, our driver initiates the process by carefully inspecting the vehicle prior to loading, meticulously noting the exact condition. Enter our state-of-the-art equipment that only consists of custom-built hard-sided car haulers. From coast to coast, we eliminate any risk of damage from road debris to weather conditions by delivering peace of mind with every mile. Our driver fastens every vehicle with precision to ensure the safest and most secure transport for your vehicle's body and suspension. Floor mats and seat covers are just the beginning for the treatment your car receives in our care. Intercity Lines has spent over 40 years perfecting auto transport and knows that every vehicle is unique and requires different sets of practices and procedures for the safest transport, and that's what sets us apart. Trust the best, trust Intercity Lines.
Welcome back to Sonoma. Beautiful day here on the west coast of California. October, absolutely stunning weekend weather-wise. And as you can see, the car park's filling up. And we're in for a good weekend. We've had some great racing so far, more to come. Got a big exhibition coming up in a moment of hypercars. So we go from 50s all the way up to the most modern. And there you see the vendors for the first time. And as I said, there's a simulation or sims from Williams coming up the hypercars. But if you're here at the event or you're coming, there's lots to see, lots to eat. So Williams have a sim demonstration. You can jump on one of their sims, and I would have thought, given it's Williams F1, they'll be pretty sophisticated. GP Originals, Grand Prix Originals are here, as I mentioned. They've got a great stand selling all the apparel from Gulf. Gulf Oil, those synonymous race colors, made famous by the 60s movie Le Mans, starring Steve McQueen. And a lot is known about that movie because it was just one of the best racing movies I think ever made. And it highlighted the 917 Porsche. Now, I mentioned that Ford have a big presence here, and Gateway Bronco have an exhibition, and Kev is down there in the paddock having a look.
And then you go into that prototype.
Well,
there we go. So then keep your powder dry. You sell that, and also, and I know that you're racing. Well, when you walk into the Velocity Invitational, the first thing you're going to be greeted with is a classic, a Ford Bronco. But launched in 1966, these aren't the Ford Broncos that you might be used to. Seth Baguette from Gateway Bronco is with me now. These are the first cars that people are going to see, and they are unique, Seth.
Thank you, Kevin. This is the first generation Bronco. We describe it as the safest and the best driving vintage Broncos in the world.
Because what we've got here, when we look at these, I'm a huge Ford guy and I'm a huge Bronco fan, so I walked in and I was like, whoa. But this is like something else, because we're bringing the Bronco bang up to the 21st century.
Yes, we are. We have brought the Bronco up to the 21st century with anti-lock brakes, independent suspension, all-wheel drive. It's unimaginable. This one even has a 5.2-liter Predator engine from the GT500.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. The name of Shelby on this one. So talk to me about this one in particular that's behind us here.
Yes, we've got a great relationship with Shelby. It all started with the very first Bronco ever built, the prototype. It was owned by Carroll Shelby for 10 years, and we are the very fortunate steward of that car. So I got to meet Aaron Shelby and Gary Patterson and the whole crew from Shelby. We now have the license to build the Shelby. The world's first is sitting right here, the Shelby Sport SUV.
It's phenomenal because that's what you're doing with these Broncos. You basically have the license. Well, you got the license with Shelby, but you got the license with Ford to take the iconic Bronco shape and remake them, reimagine them.
So what we have is the license from Shelby to build this sport SUV, and they allow us to even create this carbon fiber and expose Highland green. So this is the prototype. We launched it at the Quail, and BBC Top Gear said that we're the singer of Broncos, and I love that.
Yeah, that's a good accolade to have. And it's a company that you founded and you started. You're a car guy, a racer, set up a car company. This is all you.
Yes, sir. So our oldest child wanted to do a cross-country from Massachusetts to Big Sur in a Bronco. So we did. We found out people love these things, and so we started a company around it, and here it is. We go vintage racing and sell Broncos, and life is good.
But the thing is, we're here with obviously historic cars and modern cars. The historics are phenomenal, but when you drive a car from 1966 or 1967 or 68 or whatever it is, it feels like you're driving a car from 66, 67, 68. What you're doing is a whole nother thing. You're taking that feeling, but bringing it bang up to date.
That's exactly right. We want to bring the safety up to current standards, so bring it up to the best driving, the safest vintage Bronco in the world. That's what we're really trying to achieve here. In 5 weeks, 5,000 miles, in a drum brake original paint Bronco, we learned all the little intricacies of an original Bronco, and this is not that.
So just over your right-hand shoulder, then we've got the Shelby model, but the nice light blue one that's behind us there. Talk to me about that one. What's going on there?
Well, that's an original Shelby color, Brittany blue, and it is also independent suspension and rack and pinion steering. Great driving vehicle. You could drive it every day, Coyote powertrain, and it is the quintessential vintage Bronco.
Yeah, it really is. And when you look at it, that tan leather interior is on point, isn't it?
Absolutely. That's what people are looking for. A brown distressed leather, great, bright, fun color, and people just have fun in the vehicles, you know? Smiles and waves everywhere.
Yeah, the smiles per miles are high with you guys at Gateway Bronco. But you yourself personally, you're getting behind the wheel of something a little more powerful this weekend as well, or perhaps a little more sports car-esque. Talk to me about that.
Yes, sir. I've got a great coach in Billy Johnson who's out here racing the Porsches. He's taught me how to drive a 1967 Shelby GT500, and it is phenomenal. We're having a great time. We qualified first in our class and having a great run of it.
Well, listen, Seth, it's been fantastic talking to you. We are front and center here at Velocity as people walk in, so I'm sure they're going to stop by. You're going to have a great weekend, aren't you?
Yes, we're already having a great weekend, Kevin. Thank you.
No, thank you. And if you are walking in this afternoon or tomorrow, stop by Seth and Lisa and the team. Have a look at these Gateway Broncos, because that's something else. We'll be right back, though, after this short break with more action from the 2024 Velocity Invitational right after this.
Welcome back to Sonoma Raceway here in the hills of Napa, Sonoma. Beautiful part of the world. Vallejo just across the estuary. And this is Velocity Invitational from Sonoma Raceway. And this is the fifth running of the event. And I've been very proud and honored to be part of this festival of historic racing since it began 5 years ago, the brainchild of one Jeffrey O'Neill, who just got second place in the previous race. And right now, we've got an exhibition of hypercars out on track, including that Senna, McLaren Senna, driven by Tony Kanaan earlier today. But this is one of our exhibition groups. We've got several exhibition groups that aren't races per se, just a chance to stretch the legs on some of these cars. And if you're asking yourself, what is a hypercar? I don't understand that. Well, I can tell you that you've got supercars, but hypercars, if you like, are the next step up. And it basically means that they are cars that are over 800 brake horsepower, and effectively they go into a world that not many of us get a chance to be up close and personal with, because they are very exotic, very expensive, and very high performance cars. And usually very fast too. When I think of something like the Bugatti Chiron Supersport, top speed of 273 miles an hour, and a starting price of what, $3.5 million. So yeah, you've got to be serious about your racing when it comes to these cars. And this is all part of how Velocity Invitational's philosophy, which is, yeah, we've got the historics, but of course there are many types of different cars that are classic in their own way, maybe a little bit more modern, but still very worthy of an event like this, because this is for the aficionados. This is for lovers of the automobile, both old and new. And what I love about an event like this is you can see the progression, you can see the design touches that each and every one of the designers has put into some of the more modern cars, and they take just little bits of inspiration from what's gone in the past. And as you see the group racing each and every day, you can see just little trails of how somebody got the idea to do this with a particular wing or shape it in a particular way, and that goes right back in history. So just as Enzo Ferrari and Maserati were producing cars that were supercars, hypercars back in the day, these are the current more hypercars. McLaren, of course, have been in this market since the early 90s and have started producing some really nice sports cars. And don't know whether Bruce McLaren was going that way, but certainly the legacy now of McLaren automobiles is equal, I would argue, with its racing. And of course, McLaren going through a huge purple patch at the moment, winning Grand Prix, leading the manufacturer's title in Formula One, and also doing a pretty handy job here stateside in Indy cars. And we've got several of their IndyCar drivers here, including the vice principal of McLaren Arrow and McLaren IndyCar in Tony Kanaan. Nolan Siegel's here. Christian Lundgaard is also here this weekend. So we've got quite a few current drivers, which is great to have. Travis Pastrana are expecting here. Roman Grosjean, as we've mentioned, was out earlier. And Pippa Mann is also here. She's here for the Motorsports Initiative for Women, and the summit, if you will, Women's Motorsports Summit, led by Josie Rimmer. We've also got Ryan Chersik, the drifter. Nolan Siegel is also here, another one of the young McLaren drivers, just 19 years old, but from Northern California. And he recently won the 24 Hours of Le Mans in LMP2, but joined the Arrow McLaren team mid-season. And he will be out and about. There's also some autograph sessions, one at 1 o'clock today here on site, and one at 1:15 tomorrow. Scott Speed is also here. James Kirkham spent a career in competitive racing. He's here too. And who else? Michelle Abate. She's also part of the Women in Motorsport Summit, and she'll be taking part in that with Pippa Mann. And just great to see that Women in Motorsport really, I just feel that 24 will be remembered for the time it truly took off. You've got young drivers like Sabra Cook. She's is here, the Colorado driver who now racing in Porsche, but started off in single-seaters. Michelle Abate, I mentioned, she's a Trans Am driver. And she too is here for that, but she was out in a rally car earlier. Now there's a rather beautiful Porsche. I was having a closer look at that earlier this weekend in the baby blue, Manchester City colours, as some people would say, but baby blue. And it too, a beautiful hypercar. Now, Porsche, I'm just looking at this particular car, their hypercar. And it's interesting when somebody like Porsche attempt that. Here's your Ford. Now, Roman Grosjean was in that earlier. I'm guessing he probably is in it now, and he's got a passenger. But that Ford is absolutely gorgeous, and it's just coming up on the Porsche. Now, Porsche named their hypercar Mission X, a call of tomorrow. I like that. Kev Harris has just wandered in, but you've been running around, having a look at what's going on out there. What is going on out there? What have you seen that you like?
Yeah, well, good afternoon, Johnny, and good afternoon to you wherever you're watching in the world right now. I have just taken a break from the California sunshine, so it's a pleasure to come and join you in the commentary position.
Get a bit of aircon.
You're probably craving some sunshine. I'm craving some aircon. But yeah, it is hot out there. I was just at the front and centre of the site here at Sonoma, having a chat to Seth Baguette from Gateway Bronco. Those things are incredible, by the way. Classic styling from first-generation Broncos from the mid to late 60s, but with all the modern performance and comfort you would expect from a car that has been built in the 21st century. So technology not dissimilar to some of the high-performance machines that we've got on track right now as well, Johnny, as I come and join you for this display of hypercars which just look absolutely stunning. And forgive me, folks, I'm just literally sitting down in the commentary position right now. I'm not seeing timing on screen, Johnny. Have we got a sort of display going on at the moment, or are these guys
I don't think, there may be timing, but I don't. Yeah, I'm going to say that they're not really looking for a time per se, but no, we won't worry about timing for this one. But yeah, I was just describing how you've got the difference between a supercar and a hypercar. Well, a hypercar is literally the next step from a supercar.
I think it's how much money you got in your wallet.
Kind of, but it really is sort of over 800 brake horsepower, 0 to 60 in nothing, or 2 or 3 seconds. And really, there is no option. There is no sort of holding back. You go for it in terms of design and trying to create the greatest performance car you can and keep it in the confines.
Yeah, exactly. Which is what we're just seeing on the screen right there. That's the Apollo IE, and thanks to anyone on my Instagram, go with Kev if you saw that and correctly identified it. I took a picture of that one yesterday, Johnny, and put a little thing on the gram saying, who can tell me what this car is? Because I walked past it and I had no idea what it is at first glance. But it turns out there's only 10 of these ever been made in the world. So a bit of a coup to have one of them here. And, do the Google on this one. But your starting price, you need to have in excess of $2.7 million in your pocket to just put your name on the list to get one when they first came out. And, of course,
Sounds great.
And that's before you even put a radio in it or choose your paint colour.
Well, that Porsche that was just racing with it, that light blue coloured Porsche, is an electric car. You pointed that out to me on yesterday.
Yeah, you can spot them because modern Porsche owners will know this, or hybrid electric Porsche owners will know this. When you see the badging on the side of the car, they've got almost like a lime sort of, I don't know what the Porsche call the colour, but a bright green just behind the raised badging on the side of the car. And I think as well, the brake discs are a lime sort of green colour / yellow colour as well, just to give you that hint of electricity. So that's how you can tell those apart, as we appear to have, I think, what we've got here, another sort of Ford GT on the screen right now, looking beautiful there, absolutely stunning. What a car that is, by the way. the back end of that as well, just super mid-engined hypercar there. The way that rear light cluster sits and the rear aero on that is just so good for me.
Oh, it's beautiful. Now, if you want to know the sort of definition of what a hypercar is, it tends to offer, and I like the word tends, to offer more than 800 brake horsepower, 0 to 60 in under 3 seconds, and hit top speeds ranging from 215 to 270 miles per hour.
Wow. And you bring it coast to coast in the US of A, and you're limited to 55 miles per hour.
Well, not in Texas.
Oh, no, not in Texas.
No. So what we're talking about...
These cars are designed for the track, aren't they? If you're lucky enough to own one of these, you're going to bring it to a track day at every opportunity, aren't you?
Yeah, and in terms of sort of, if you like, the hypercar Holy Trinity, you've got your McLaren P1s, your Ferrari LaFerrari, and the Porsche 918 Spider. That's kind of your sort of pecking order in some ways. They are street legal, I may add, and they're sold mainly in the US, and therefore they have to comply to all the, emission standards and so on and so forth. So, yeah, that's important too.
So how's it been going up here in the booth all day, Johnny? I joke that you're probably craving a bit of California sunshine.
I do.
But you're enjoying yourself, because to be fair, you do have the best seats in the house.
I do have a decent spot, and I've had some interesting folk coming in. Well, the racing's good. We've had some good racing. In fact, Rob Walton had a bit of a moment in the previous race in his Tipo 61 Birdcage, a very, very expensive car.
Uh-oh.
And luckily, he gathered it all together, went across the grass, and lost his second position, but made it back out on track and carried on. So good for him.
Well, yeah, good for him indeed. But the pictures have been looking fantastic. So I have been glancing up at a big screen. But you do have the best seats in the house watching it all. But big thanks to everyone that I've been chatting to out in the pit and paddock area. It's the stories for me, Johnny, that make these events what they are. The cars are the stars, I suppose, but it's the stories and the people that make the event. And that's what I've been trying to tune into. So thanks to everyone who's been jumping in on the interviews that we've been doing. Nice to chat to Scott Speed as well a little bit earlier on.
Interesting chat.
The Project Midnight car is something else.
That's special, isn't it?
That really is quite something, coming from the rallycross era. And interestingly, chatting to Scott as well. He's running the course counterclockwise here, but something he's never done before.
Yeah, going to say, I was laughing at Tony Kanaan because I was thinking he's never done that either. He's been here a bunch of times, obviously, with Indy, but not backwards.
Not at all.
Just going back, as you say, it's sort of unobtainable. Over 1 million, over 800 brake horsepower, and the other part of a hypercar, or at least the exclusivity of a hypercar, is that your production is maybe 100, maybe 500, but not many more.
No, exactly.
Otherwise, you lose the exclusivity. And certainly companies like McLaren and like Ferrari will do a certain number of cars. And they're pre-ordered. I know with their GT40, the latest one they brought out, there was something like, for the 50th day, there was only 50 cars made.
Yeah.
And you actually had to send in a video, seriously,
no way,
of why you deserved one. And on taking, no, kid you not, because I've spoken to one of the owners, kid you not, on receiving your Ford GT, you then have to agree to exhibit it.
Wow.
Parade it. Get it out there, talk to people, and show people off. So, you became instantly a Ford ambassador by taking reception of one of these cars, regardless of how much it was.
Well, as we look at that GT just going around the track there, I do have to say, Johnny, that is a car that if I had the money, I'd go for straight away.
You'd want to show it to everybody, wouldn't you?
Oh, I would want to show it to everyone. Ford do a colour in the GT called Wimbledon White, which is a sort of like off-white creamy colour. And when the GT Mark II came out, I remember seeing that in Wimbledon White with sort of two blue stripes going down the bonnet and over the hood, and for me that is absolutely class. I thought it was superb, so I would love to own one of those. They really are quite something. But yeah, I mean, if you're lucky enough to be in a position in the world where you've got the money to buy one of these things, it's probably one of the best investments you can make, isn't it? Because the moment you put your name down the list and you get accepted and you buy it, already there's 10, 15, 100 other guys queuing up to buy it, and they'll pay whatever whatever you want to ask for it if you ever wanted to move it on. So perhaps the best investment you could ever make, a classic or modern hypercar.
And of course, at weekends like this, getting a Romain Grosjean to drive it and maybe sign his name to it, it's just putting the value further up.
It absolutely is, as we see the checkered flag go out. I kind of feel that we enjoyed seeing those cars around the track, but would be nice to see them go wheel to wheel in anger, wouldn't it?
Yeah, no question. You listen to Kev Harris. He'll be out and about with Taylor throughout the afternoon, and enjoy yourself. Don't get into trouble.
Yeah, honestly, Johnny, what a position to be in. What a way to spend a weekend here in California, eh? The cars, the people, the setting. It doesn't get any better, does it?
No, it does not. We're going to take a short break here from Sonoma, and we'll be back in a moment's time, in a few minutes' time, with more action from Velocity Invitational 2024.
For 135 years, Michelin has been innovating for a better life in motion. From earth movers to Airbuses, race cars to rovers, we were even one of the first to consider sustainability in the design of our tires. And now our legacy as pioneers continues in the next revolution. With EV-ready tires designed for performance so you don't have to think about tires at all. You can just enjoy the endless wonders they unlock.
Down on the grid on Velocity Lane, the cars are rolling in right now. I was just hearing John Murray here in the 88 car. He was saying if they don't show up, you're on the pole, right? That's how it works.
That's what I was hoping. I thought they got here too late. As it is, then we should just let me go first.
Just let it go through. And so tell me about your BMW here.
It's a 68 BMW 2002. It was raced on the East Coast in 71 and 72, and later became a Olympia beer kind of tribute car in the 74 or 5, and they had it at the Olympia Sprints around that time as well. It's just a show car, so I've been driving it since.
Excellent. All right, well, I'm going to go see if I can get a chat with them and see if we can get some competition going up. I'm going to head over here, take a look at this bright orange Datsun. We've got Rob up here. How's it going? We had your competition behind you saying he was ready to take your spot if you weren't ready and up here on the grid.
I can hardly hear you, but this is going to be a hot race. We're 4 or 5 ourselves in front of a very similar time, so we're gonna have to fight with the heat and try to win the qualifying race.
Excellent. All right. Well, these guys are saying it's a bit hard to hear me, but they're going to race hard, is what he was saying, and it's going to be a great time. All right. Let's see if we can head this way because I'm still getting the 3-minute warning down here on the grid. So we can just do a little grid walk right here. Let's see. I've got number 9. See if I can get a chat with Tim. Tim, how are you doing? Can you hear me okay?
Doing great. Thank you very much. Really looking forward to this fantastic event.
I love it. He's just excited. Fantastic event is what we got out of him, and it looks like we're rolling off the grid. So let's head into Jonathan in the booth. Jonathan, let's go racing.
Let's go racing, Taylor. Good stuff. Yeah, it's not easy. That's the toughest job in the world, I'm telling you, because the hard part of Taylor's job is that she's got to try and talk over the sound of a guy wearing a helmet and revving an engine, and then everybody else revving engines, and then trying to get some sort of compos mentis conversation going. But now it all works. It's all motor racing. It's all fun. And we are getting ready for our next group race, which is Group 5. And this is a host of Japanese cars, and classics in their own sense, mind you. And I like this group, and a big history, of course, for American racing, more so than any other country in the world, I would argue. When the Japanese made their way over to the USA, they certainly made a mark. Now, this is B and C sedans and Trans Am under 2 litre, and if you like, often played the second fiddle. Well, still does in modern Trans Am, but the under 2 litre and under 2.5 litre cars were kind of not forgotten about, but it was in the spirit of Trans Am at the beginning of Trans Am, which began in 1966. And the big muscle cars, the Pontiacs, the Fords, Mustangs, Dodge Challengers and all the rest of it, well, they were the glamour boys, the factory entries, but these were the sedans that were effectively the underclass to them. And in their own way, the Datsun 510, the Alfa Romeo Giulietta. We've even got a few 1969 BMWs out there as well. We've got a Corolla. We've got a VW Bug from 1965. Looking forward to seeing that. We've got one Porsche 911. No, 2 Porsche 911s. But a good host, mainly Japanese entries. Econo boxes, as they Japanese friendly called them. And in fact, the American audience really took to them because, yes, you had your V8 muscle cars, but these were obviously more affordable and more able to turn into race cars in terms of affordability. And from 1966 to 79, under 2 litre and under 2.5 litre BC sedans and GT cars. And they really took the American race scene by storm and became ever so popular. And then you move on through, there's that bug, there's the VW, beautiful colour too, 66, as they line up now, getting ready for their first qualifying race. The Datsun 510s totally dominated for many years, and that's why we've got so many entries from them. And now they approach turn 11 and get ready to go racing. Now they approach turn 11 and get ready to go racing. Now they approach turn 11 and get ready to go racing. And as they roar into action, I'm joined by John Norman for this Group 5. Welcome, John. Thanks for coming in.
Great to be here. Thank you.
So how do you fit into all this world?
Well, I drove these cars back in the day. The car that I drove, number 58, the Green Alpha, started last. I ran some of the original 2.5 races back in the day, raced the car through SCCA in the 70s, put it away, did some other stuff, started vintage racing it in the 2000, and I've just sold it to Billy Taylor. But this was a great series. We had a good time, a lot of close racing, factory participation, and just a good time doing it.
Where are you based? Where are you from?
We're right here. I have shops in Berkeley. I live in Oakland. And I drove the first race at this track in 1968.
Did you really? So tell me about Sears Point back then. What was the feeling?
It was basically the track, and then there was a little barn over where turn 11 was, and that was it, and a little bit of paddock. And it was in October of 1968, the opening race, SCCA regional and 4-hour enduro.
And what did you drive?
I was driving a C-modified car called the Chevway, which was a Chevy engine special, front engine special, built by a friend of mine, Dave Selway, in the enduro. Unfortunately, we had a suspension failure at about 2 hours and didn't finish. But it was great being part of the inaugural race here.
Yeah, that is pretty special to have you here on board to tell us about that, because I know that Sears Point went through quite a few different ownerships and ups and downs, as all racetracks do. How about this for a race, though? Look at this.
Oh, yeah.
Three-way racing through turn 1 and up the hill. That's the 88. That's the BMW from 1967. John Murray at the wheel of that one.
Yeah, Bill. I've raced against him a lot in vintage racing, so Steve Link, Tim Brecht, other names there, and Jensen Button, the name picks out. Anthony Ramici, several of these, are friends and competitors.
Yep, and the car you just saw there that we just mentioned was originally raced by Robert Rolfe in B sedans in 71 and 72 at events in Virginia, Senair, Lime Rock, Brainerd. And so each and every one of these cars, and shout if you see something that you want to discuss. That Porsche getting very wide there, but just getting back into line, but they're pushing on.
Yeah, well, it looks like the 510s sort of got the field covered right now. Well, hopefully the BMW can make a move. The first Alpha's Jensen Button, and he's back in 8th place right now.
Yeah, now that that Jensen Button is one of Jeffrey O'Neill's cars, I believe.
Yes.
And I've got a feeling he raced, well, something similar, because he did the endurance race in Monterey a few months ago. And was in an Alpha there.
At the reunion.
Yeah. And so I don't think it was the same car,
Okay.
but he has driven an Alfa
See, the
Romeo.
BMW is now taking the lead.
There you go.
Yeah.
But Jensen's getting an eyeful of it, that's for sure. He's got a Testarossa he's also running around in a Ferrari. And obviously he's running his own Type C Jaguar as well that he owns.
Right.
But he's getting a chance, and some of the owners giving a chance for Jensen to try their cars out.
It's good to see that car running well, actually, because our company built his engine.
Ah, right, okay.
For Bruce. For Jeff.
For Jeff
O'Neill,
yeah.
But there's Bruce O'Neill, the 96 911 that's back, driven by Ed Mitsuishi, was actually raced by a driver named Bruce O'Neill back in the day. I got confused, so...
Well, that car that Jensen's running is the first of 20 1300 GTAs built, and first owned by Auto Delta, owned and raced in 68 and 69 by Carlo Zuccoli teams.
Yeah.
Okay. In Italy. So there you go.
Well, it's close, but Murray and the BMW seems to be holding them off.
Just about, though. I mean, it's pretty close, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, the top three, nothing between them, and then you've got this little battle, 4th, 5th, 6th.
Yeah.
Elsinore Carey was in here earlier. He's in 6th at the moment. That Porsche, the number 81
made a move
of Carey has
Steve,
been
Steve Link
making
in the
up some
49
moves.
car.
Yep.
The orange BMW, driven by Tim Breck, was part of a team that ran in the early 70s through the 80s that I had a lot of good races with from Southern California, Hyde Park.
Well, obviously you've had a fair pick of cars over the years. What's special to you that you've run?
I started with an Alfa Romeo Giulietta.
Yep.
Moved to the GTA and then the GTV. I did Formula Atlantic, both amateur and professional, in the late 70s. We finished second at the runoffs in 79 in Formula Atlantic. And in those years, in the late 70s, Formula Atlantic was probably the class to be if you were an up-and-coming racer. They were fellas who went on to be Formula One, IndyCar stars. Even raced against Gilles Villeneuve, K.K. Rosberg, Bobby Rahal. In those days, if I could make the top 10, I thought I was doing okay.
And I would have thought it would be a thrill just to be on the same grid as these guys. I'm sure people are feeling that about Jensen this weekend. I mean, it's it's not often you get to say, oh yeah, I raced against a world champion once.
Right. Pulling out a little lead there. Murray is in the Miley is. Yeah, that's right. He'd taken pass back Murray.
Stuart Milne is leading the way at the moment in the 18, and John Murray and Hurwitz, Elsinore doing a really good job in the 81 Porsche coming through. Jensen currently in 7th at the moment, just ahead of Tim Brecht, as you mentioned, and Rail Burnett in 9th and Dave Nicholas in 10th.
But the cars are built to a fairly standard set of rules. So it allows close competition, and that's always been the fun part about the class.
So, given that you were racing back in the late 60s, how did the sort of what I would call wave of Japanese cars come to the States? Obviously imported over here to the West Coast, but there was a very much an interest in the Japanese wanting to flood the market. And the energy crisis helped them too.
And they started in the mid-60s with Roadsters, the Fair Lady in the 2000, and Datsun, they knew performance sold, and they really supported the Datsun races very, very well.
Well, because I'm guessing that at first, a bit like we are in Europe, but I would have thought there would be a bit of snobbery in terms of you guys were all about muscle cars and power to the ground, and drag racing and how much are you getting from it? And these cars obviously weren't high-powered cars, but they were reliable.
No, but
they were fun to drive.
There was a lot of interest in the small bore cars over here. MGs, Austin Healey's, Triumphs, Alfa Romeo, and the Datsun Roadster was a good fit.
And I presume probably easier to modify, go racing with from stock, yeah?
Well, from stock, but then again, the factory got involved making...
somebody had it off.
Making performance parts.
Yeah.
And then providing them to the racers.
Well, and there's no better people than the Japanese to do performance parts, right?
Yeah, they've spread out a little bit.
Yeah, but some good little pockets of racing. Look at that three-way battle just at the back of this group.
Right.
There's an Alpha coming through.
Turn 1, that's an Alpha raced by a good friend of mine, Dave Burns.
Yep.
Who I saw here this weekend. I have not seen him in probably 30 years.
Oh.
And the car has been sitting. It was restored by Anthony and Santos Ramici from Southern California.
Yeah, it's since I've been coming over here, I've been amazed at just how big the race community of vintage is here in California.
And this has been a good class since sedan racing started in 1971. We had A, B, C, and C, and D sedan, A sedan being Camaros, Mustangs, Trans Am.
Yeah, and you ran with Trans Am,
was basically the 2-liter class. It's always been a very strong class, a very competitive class, and I had a lot of good times for many years.
Yeah, and let's just remind people that back in the day, on the heydays of Trans Am and sedan racing, there'd be 70,000 people here to watch a weekend of racing here.
Oh, yeah. Probably 1971 was the top year. Datsun entered full-time with a supported team of Peter Brock with John Morton driving, and then Horst Queck with the Alfa Romeo team, and it came down to the last race. Whoever won that race won the championship, and Alfa won the race on the track, but was later disqualified for an oversized fuel tank, which was done as sort of an error by the fabricator. So,
right.
But that race at Laguna Seca in 1971 was terrific between Horst and John. They traded the lead. Spin out. Number 64.
64 going around.
At turn 6.
Yep. We've had a few spins today, which isn't always the case. That's the 68 white Datsun 510.
Okay, so 58, that's the Alpha that I raced.
Okay.
For basically owned it for 70 years. Or no, 50 years.
Wow.
So I just recently sold it.
Why did you sell it?
Oh, I kind of moved on. The class had changed, and I had another IMSA car that I thought I would race. So
there you go.
That's what I'm driving here.
So we're now watching the number 18. We've had that spinner. I don't know if he's got started again.
But Murray now back in the lead.
Let's see if he can get it going again as we take a look at the Dyson Racing.
Jensen has moved up to 4th.
Yep, Jensen Button making his way through. He's already had one win in his own car. And we're looking at number 18, the Dyson Racing 510 from 1972.
But this group this weekend has been highly promoted and organized by Dave Stone, who's out there racing. Dave has just been working his tail off to put this group together. He can be pretty proud of what.
Yeah, it's a year-round endeavor, isn't it? Really, you know, people say, "Oh, yeah, you show up for the weekend," but of course, it's nothing but that. It's a full year round. There's that 65 VW Bug. Cracking little car. I don't think, as the people's car, it was ever designed to go racing, but hey, it's got a storied history. And Herbie made it even more famous in the movies.
Right.
Famous 53.
In fact, I remember it was back in the day there was a Volkswagen Beetle that the guy had put a Corvair engine in. It didn't do a whole lot, but it was an interesting engineering exercise.
Yeah, it also, just in the research, it's interesting to see how much here on the West Coast movies helped promote both racing and marques, particular cars, because there's a lot of cars that were used, not just here at Sonoma, but you know, used in movies and then made more famous, and that's how the rest of the world saw them.
They're all getting right.
Whoa, look at this. Well, they're not holding back, those three.
No.
They're having their own battle, and it's a good one. So, still John Murray leading the way in the 88. Ara Malkasain, is that the right way? Is that pronunciation? Malkasain? In the 66, he's just moved up to second place. Hurwitz in third place, and then Button, as you say, still there in fourth place in his Alpha. Well, Kari Alcindor did a great job of winding his way up the field. He's got up to sixth place. He's behind Tim Breck now in that Porsche.
But if you look at the difference between first and fourth, it's 1.5 seconds.
Yeah.
So that's a race kind of anyone could win here.
Yeah, it certainly is. Yeah, there's nothing in between. Well, that's the 66 of Stephen Smith coming through.
Yeah, this is hard when you're lapping a car and someone biting at your tail.
Yeah, I know. He's at the back, and they're trying to get through.
Bill just hung. John just hung on there.
Of course, he had a spin earlier on, did the 66, so he's trying to make his way up. And for now, he's holding off the leaders. It's still a BMW in the old gold, leading the way in the 88. But it's 1, 2, 3. It really is pretty darn close. Coming into 11 again. Chance maybe to outbrake here. But the 66 holding position. I think they're all waiting for a little bit of a straight to see if they can sort this all out. Maybe up the hill. But he's been pretty competitive, actually.
No.
Malkasen. I thought he was the lap car. No, he is leading.
He is leading.
My apologies.
Yeah. It was a little confusing there.
Yeah.
Because the
scoreboard hadn't got up. Yeah. So he is leading. So we have a four-way battle, literally.
Yeah.
Jensen's now just joined this battle. Jensen Button.
That's it all within a second.
Yeah. And now you can see it clearly from the drone.
You have a BMW, a couple Dobsons, and an Alfa. That was always the mix.
Yeah.
You know.
And now we've got a really good charge to the front. 4 cars involved. Malkasen in the 66 does lead. And that's 72. Datsun. Taken many a victory in historic racing, both here and in Monterey.
He's doing well on the brakes. He kind of reels him in, braking for...
Battle for second. Yeah. Still on.
Still on. It could be anyone's race.
And here comes Jensen. Oh, and he's pushing it. Rolling that Alfa. Putting it through its paces. Well, I hope he becomes a fixture here in American racing, because it's great to have a current world championship chasing, because he is racing in WEC, remember, as well as the last time as a 2009 world champion. Round the outside at 11. Go on, Jensen.
The outside, oh boy. You lose. You don't make that, you lose a little bit, you know.
So now a definite four-way battle, and that's a checkered flag. It really was that close. He just holds them on. Malkasen with the win in the 5:10. But boy, was that nip and tuck. Jensen made a run at the end there. And just got a little sideways on the outside at 11.
The last lap move.
But, well, that had everything.
Yeah.
My apologies for thinking they were trying to get past the lap man. They weren't. And it was just a straight run to the line. Excellent stuff. Now, there's an interesting shot you don't often see from Sonoma.
Yeah.
So, checker flag out there in our Group 5. John Norman alongside me. And great to have you here. And fascinating to hear that you were at the first event that Sonoma Sears Point, as it was.
And I actually raced these cars 50 years ago.
There you go. Oh, wonderful. That sums it up, really.
That's my 57th year.
Wow.
Racing this year. So.
That is incredible.
Yeah.
Well, well done.
Still love it.
I'm going to say, you are the real deal in that respect. I think that epitomizes why people do this.
Yep.
If you can do something for 50 years and still keep coming back to it, you must enjoy it. No question.
For some people call it an addiction, too.
Yes, I can see that. Well, there are other addictions, but this is a pretty good one to have.
This is a pretty good one to have.
Yeah.
We love it. And the other thing, I love the people, the connection, all the friends we met all the years. We're still friends, still racing together. So it's a great professional, amateur. It's a great pastime, and the cars are fun, So.
Well, that car has won twice at Monterey Reunion, and now is a winner here at Sonoma, and a well-earned winner, I may add. Because he had to push that all the way to the end because the BMW was going to take him to task, and he held on brilliantly. Well, thanks, John Norman, coming in. Appreciate you. Feel free to come in and chat some more because if you cover the whole spectrum, I love it. So it doesn't matter what cars are out on track.
Tomorrow. We'll see.
Okay, good.
Thanks
for coming in. So well done to our top three in that particular Group 5 race. And just a confirmation then. Aaron McElhason in the 510 takes victory over John Murray. Noah Hurwitz in third place. And Jensen Button, a fast and furious fourth place in the Alpha. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with more from Sonoma after this.
When you need to decide which specialty automobile carrier to trust for your next vehicle shipment, call Intercity Lines. We set the Pebble Beach standard for getting your vehicle where it needs to go. Today at the iconic Peterson Museum, our driver initiates the process by carefully inspecting the vehicle prior to loading, meticulously noting the exact condition. Enter our state-of-the-art equipment that only consists of custom-built hard-sided car haulers. From coast to coast, we eliminate any risk of damage from road debris to weather conditions by delivering peace of mind with every mile. Our driver fastens every vehicle with precision to ensure the safest and most secure transport for your vehicle's body and suspension. Floor mats and seat covers are just the beginning for the treatment your car receives in our care. Intercity Lines has spent over 40 years perfecting auto transport and knows that every vehicle is unique and requires different sets of practices and procedures for the safest transport, and that's what sets us apart. Trust the best, trust Intercity Lines.
Sky conditions clear. Temperature 2-3 Celsius.
You woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I'll make it harder. Don't hold back, cause there's a party over here, so you might as well be here with the galvanize.
Trajectory and balance look good. Confirmed to go for orbit. Over.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
Welcome back to Sonoma, and a beautiful day and a beautiful weekend here in October for the 5th running of the Velocity Invitational. I hope you're enjoying day one. It's been it's been a little bit frantic. There's been all sorts of changes and moves around. We've had some oil on track. That's what the delay was just a moment ago. But as you can see, cars back out on track. I'm also joined for my next group, which is coming up after this display group, and it's Mike Parsons and Chris Liebenberg. And guys, I know you weren't expecting to be talking about these cars, but we don't have to because we can talk to you first and foremost. Let's first of all bring Chris in. Chris, what's your background in vintage racing?
I've been prepping race cars since I was in my 20s and restoring them, primarily road race cars over the years, and have worked for some wonderful collectors and has had an amazing time with it. Met wonderful people.
Based out of? Based from where?
Well, originally I was in New Jersey and then moved to Connecticut to work with a collector by the name of Peter Lavanos. And then went to work for Ross Myers 20 years ago and been with him the whole time.
Oh, there you go.
And that's Three Dog Garage.
Three Dog Garage.
Yeah.
What do you keep in those, and what do you prepare?
In Pennsylvania. Our background is primarily Ford racing and early Ford hot rods, although we do have Duesenbergs and Packards, and the real gist of the museum is Ford racing. So we have, Ford race cars back in the 30s, 20s, and then all the way up through, 2007, I think, is our newest. So we've
Really
had a
cool.
wonderful time.
Well, what we're watching on track right now is what we're calling partner cars out there, so partners to the event, and also a group from the Wheelhouse, as it's called, and that is effectively a group, a sort of private group of member for what's called the Wheelhouse, and it's a social club here in Northern California, and obviously catering to the crowd of racing and automobile enthusiasts, both social and professional, and it's basically a chance to meet in Marin County and get together and talk. But it's far more than that, because you can also park your car there, you can store your vehicle there. I'm sure you can probably get it fixed up, but it's a place to park it and all the rest of it. Also joined by Mike Parsons. Mike, welcome. As always, on track, an array of fantastic cars, but that's what Velocity's all about.
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Yes, if you haven't been here to Velocity before and you want to see some race cars of all shapes, sizes, and years, and very historic cars, this is the place to be right now. It's amazing. This is my first year, and I'm the fortunate owner and lucky owner of the Dale Earnhardt, the 1993 Chevy Lumina that he drove here to pole on the pole position of the Save Mart 300 back in 1993. So I'm very fortunate. Unfortunately, I'm up here because we had, with these guys, we had a mechanical issue, so we'll be running that today.
Fair enough. And, yeah, of course, we've got both of you here because we're going to talk NASCAR very soon. And I was just saying earlier, I'm delighted as we see the Ford Bronco. I love that. We saw a little chance to talk to those guys. But I'm delighted that NASCAR are getting a better look in at an event like this. I've done quite a lot of SVRA stuff. Bill Elliott will show up and occasionally roll around in the famous number 9. I do think that I'm glad that Jeffrey O'Neill and his team have chosen to have an historic NASCAR entry, because the history, especially here at Sonoma in California, is so precious. We think of NASCAR as the South and Martinsville and all those places, and obviously Charlotte, but the West Coast has made its mark on NASCAR over the years.
Absolutely, and I think, and we're honored to be here, and we have a new group of NASCAR. We've got about 26 26 drivers in our group, but NASCAR, the history is not just out of North Carolina in the South. It's a big deal back east, Midwest. The France family in NASCAR has gotten around vintage historic stock car racing, and they're being invited to different venues to do pre-racing. Out here on the West Coast, we had a drivers meeting yesterday. I found it really interesting that the younger generation has embraced the NASCAR series, the NASCAR historic series. And out of the drivers meeting, we had 5 drivers that were under 35 years old.
Wow.
That is a huge concern in the other series and the other groupings is what's going to the next generation, what's that going to bring? Who's coming in to fill our shoes? Yeah. The NASCAR grouping is so cool to see these young guys.
That's great.
We got J.R. Hildebrand, is an IndyCar guy, and it's fantastic to see that.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, let's head down to pit lane because we're talking NASCAR, so let's join Taylor, who's in the thick of it.
Down here on Velocity Lane with what I think is going to be one of my favorite groups to see out here on the track today. Group 5, our historic NASCAR stock cars. I've got Tim. You are on the pole out here for qualifying. How's it like to be racing here in Sonoma in this historic NASCAR?
Yeah, it's really hard to hear you with the car running, but it's really fun to be here. My buddy Tom Flowers let me drive his car today, so we're looking to put on a good show and have a good race. Thank you.
All right. I'm not going to lie, I have no idea what he said. These cars are incredibly loud, which is the whole point, right? Let's see, number 55 is blocked up, so I'll keep walking down the grid with Elliott here. And all of these guys have got their hoods on. Let's go back to this car over here. I've got car number 15, Rob Kaufman. You can see that nice Clint Boyer thing right here. Doing good today? How's the track? Are you ready to go out there?
Heck yeah, it should be a lot of fun and a good show, so looking forward to it.
All right, these guys are ready to go. Like I said, these cars are phenomenally loud. Love the sound, love the smells. So let's head up to you, Johnny, in the booth and get these NASCARs on the track.
Hell of a job there, Taylor. Keep going. I know it's not easy. They are V8s, they are muscle cars, they are loud. But, guys, let's talk a little bit more about the history of NASCAR because, we're celebrating, if West Coast racing began at Pebble Beach in 1950, NASCAR formed in, 1948?
Yes.
I want to say. And so the blossoming of, if you like, the sort of coming together of two different worlds, one very much international and America mixed, and then very much what the Frances were doing was all American and all stock. But in its infancy, you had these two sprouts coming up, international racers like Bruce McLaren coming over here, like, Sterling Moss, and then Phil Hill doing what they were doing, Carroll Shelby. So you've got that world coming up. But then this world also was starting to make inroads, and very quickly, as more and more tracks were built, as people got the idea of it. Now, I know stock car racing and NASCAR goes all the way back to moonshine running, but at the same time, the popularity, television coverage, sponsorship, and names like Dale Earnhardt and Richard Petty, and obviously this man, Jeff Gordon, back in the day, but a little bit later on, Jimmy Johnson. NASCAR's had periods, but I just want to go right back to the very start of NASCAR and say, if you like, am I right in saying that there were kind of two forms of American racing coming from two very different angles that were all growing at the same time in the mid-50s?
Yeah, absolutely, completely different, but both with great growth over the years, and certainly put on great shows. And it, certainly wasn't just some Southern hillbillies. It was certainly more than that. It became really an international thing. People follow it today from all over. It's a massive industry what they have today. Cars are certainly very safe to drive, and from a collector standpoint, there are enough of them out there. Unless you have a Dale Earnhardt car, or unless you have a Jeff Gordon car, or really one of the big name, well-documented cars, they're quite affordable too. So they're great fun. They're very safe, and they're they're fast. There's no two ways about it.
Well, Mike, just to remind people, you were supposed to be out in a Dale Earnhardt car. Tell me what happened to the car first, but then tell me about how you came in, collection of it, and a little bit of history of it.
Well, it was sort of a fluke. I mean, we put a fresh engine in it here last 3-4 months ago, and we ended up with a stuck valve or a spring, and it was just too. I hate to say it, you get to a point with these cars because the Dale Earnhardt that I own has the original drivetrain, so it means it's got the original block, it's got the heads. The car has quite a history, and I'll try to make it as brief as possible, but
carry on. We want to hear.
It goes back to, I was here in 2013. I was running a black Shelby, one of my first couple races, and I had a gentleman come up to me in the pits as I came off the track, and he said, "I have a black car." And I said, "Okay, well, what do you got?" And you always want to listen to what these people are saying, but he goes, "I got Dale Earnhardt's 1993 Chevy Lumina in my garage up 80 miles north of here." So that got my attention, obviously, and I think they're getting ready to start, aren't they?
Yeah.
Let's watch a little bit of this.
All right, green flag waves, Group 6 qualifying, the historic NASCAR stock cars, 81 to 2013. So a nice smorgasbord and plenty of history in that time. And it's the local man in the 24, Jeff Gordon, leading the way. But obviously, Jeff not at the wheel this time. But it's great to tell the stories of those that drove the cars. That's how we like to do it. Tim Lynn in this one, leading the way at the moment, as he should. And celebrating Jeff Gordon, who was born just across the way here in Vallejo. And in his own way, changed the face, just as Dale Earnhardt and Dale Earnhardt Jr. did, of NASCAR with his exploits in NASCAR. And great to see the 24 leading the way.
So the track that they're running, or the setup they're running, is what they ran up until I think 8 or 9 years ago. So it does include the carousel. I think they went back to that and tried that a couple of years ago, which we find, I think the NASCAR drivers like that setup better. But it sure is a lot of fun. And
it sure puts on a great show.
Yeah, it puts on a great show, yeah.
Yeah, no question. And of course, now in modern day NASCAR, we are seeing 7, 8 road courses. So we're quite used to NASCAR having to create a road course car. I don't know if either of you would want to talk about the difference, the main difference, obviously, between oval racing and racing on the roads like this, or the road courses like this. But it's a very different setup and almost a different car, isn't it?
And I'll add one thing, and then I want Chris to add to it. But up until about early 1990s, the NASCAR teams were small and underfunded. They would take a short track car and do a conversion to a road track car.
Interesting.
My car, and from 1992, 1993, is about when they started to dedicate a car for road racing. And from there on, it was all set up. But I'm going to add Chris to the setup. Tell us about that.
Yeah, absolutely. When you're running an oval car, you're set up to obviously go in a circle. You're putting weight on the inside track of the car, or actually outside the track. With the road race setups, you're trying to balance the car. You're trying to get the car to be able to turn left and right, unlike the obvious of turning left all the time, which they've of course started, as Mike was talking about, where they were building specific cars just for road racing. And these are cars like you see out here, I'm sure, maybe not the number 9 car back in the day, but a lot of the newer cars probably are specifically built just for road racing.
Yeah. And you are looking at a Bill Elliott 1988 Ford Thunderbird, driven by the great Bill Elliott. Of course, his son now currently racing. And I had the pleasure of meeting Bill a couple of times. He's been to a few Trans Am races. And, of course, Chase has done a few Trans Am races as well as his regular NASCAR time as well. And great to see these cars. And Sonoma, of course, has a huge history with NASCAR.
Yeah, and a lot of these cars you're seeing, I'm going to venture to say, besides the Earnhardt car, I would say 3 or 4 or 5 cars have either won at Sonoma during the day, or a lot of them had participated at Sonoma and Watkins Glen. Those were the 2 road course tracks they had.
Yeah, I was looking up yesterday. Kyle Petty in 1997, one of his cars is out there. He got a 13th here at Sonoma. And who else? At 1998, Jeff Gordon won for Hendricks in the 24. And Kyle Petty was 26 that year.
Right.
So, and another Richard Petty car that's out there finished 21st at Sonoma. So not a great result for them. Talking to Bill Elliott, I was reading in 1992, Bill Elliott, 4 races out of 5 at the start of that season, and then finished off with a 5th win on the last race of the season. So a big year for him in 92. Bill Elliott, one of the greats.
And I think Earnhardt, his first road course victory was in the Lumina in 1995, I believe. That he chased that win for 10 or 15 years before he was successful at it. So it didn't come easy for him.
Yeah, what amazes me about NASCAR is that you think with the calendar they have and the amount of racing they do, and then the playoffs, you'd think, wow, you're going to get a bunch of points. But it's amazing when you look, even the greats, nobody's winning 4 or 5 races in a row anymore. I mean, Kyle Larson's done a pretty good job in the recent history of, somebody's just gone bang, I think. But whatever that was, because I thought it was a bit of smoke, but it wasn't. I think somebody's let go there. But that's a Michael Waldrop car we were looking at, Clint Boyer, who drove that. But yeah, just to that point, it's amazing just how hard week in, week out it is to win a NASCAR race.
It seems today it's very hard. Where back in the 90s and early 2000s, you would have what they called a hired gun come in from road racing. Boris said, God, just list of Tommy Kendall.
Yep.
And they would come out and really put a great show on and run up front. And that has changed. Each one of these new NASCAR drivers, you have to be, you have to be up on your game with road racing.
Yeah, no kidding.
It's just very, very, you can't get a substitute in there and do it. You have to do it yourself.
Yeah. And, I was a big Formula One fan in Montoya's time, and when Montoya went to NASCAR, I thought, oh, he's got this. This is, and he had a long career in NASCAR. Yep. He had some highlights. He was always running well. Target car was always there, but he never dominated like he did in Formula One at times. And so, and then when Marcus Ambrose came in, I thought to myself, oh, okay, here's a guy who's going to do a Shane Van Gisbergen, who has done what I thought he would do.
Yes, without a doubt.
Because of V8 supercars being used to road races and those guys used to those cars and how they interact. But it never really happened, so it just shows you how hard it is to be competitive in this field.
You could see the like Van Gisbergen and Ambrose and those guys. It's all about feet work, using your feet and using the brake and the gas at the same time, and the clutching, and the old NASCAR guys that were running for years, they just use the clutch and the brake and the gas as independently. So those guys came over from overseas and they nailed it with their feet work and made their cars a lot quicker.
Yeah, no question. And I mean, as you know, Jensen Button's had a run. Kimi Räikkönen's had a go. Daniel Kvyat's had a go. So there's been some international drivers who have given NASCAR a run and still do. I think Jensen Button's planning on doing more. There's the 43 I was talking about. John Davis in
Beautiful
that Pontiac
car.
Oldsmobile. Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, Richard Petty finished 21st here in that car many years ago. But yeah, it's not an easy transformation. A lot of people are wondering whether Daniel Ricciardo, who's just retired from Formula One, will turn perhaps to NASCAR. I'm sure I'll have a quick word with Jensen, see what it's all about. But we welcome it because it's such a different discipline. and so hard to not master. I don't think anybody's mastered it. There's a few that have come close. But especially now in the modern era, there is more openings with more road course races that people who are intimidated, for example, Roman Grosjean said, I don't know if I want to do ovals, but now he's doing ovals, of course, in Indy. But there's a lot of drivers who go away from single-seater racing and wonder whether they could throw their hand in at this. And now with sims and so on and so forth, you can actually get up to speed on iRacing. I was listening to Scott Speed talking about preparing for Sonoma because he hasn't raced here on iRacing, and I think quite a few drivers, and it was interesting to hear how many young drivers are taking to this.
I think that what you're seeing here right now is it's one thing to do a sim event or a sim race. When that, I guarantee you right now in that car, it's probably 125 degrees. It's hot out here.
I'll bet.
The stamina. But these guys, even in this historic group, I mean, they're hanging it out. I mean, this isn't just driving around and three-quarter speed. I mean, they want to get out front.
And I know I speak for 90% of the audience who don't get to sit in a race car ever. I'm one of them, and I have, though, been very lucky in the job I do to get rides around, and I had no influence of just how violent, and that's the right word, a race car is, especially a single-seater. But these two,
understand it by watching it on TV.
You can't.
No.
People used to say to me, boy, you get excited. And I was like, yeah, because I'm trying to put across what the human inside is experiencing, because it really is adrenaline full. I mean, even on my passenger rides in rally cars, and I've been in a Formula One car, two-seater, Damon Hill took me around in a Minardi, and he said, don't forget to breathe. And I laughed.
Yep.
And about halfway around Donington, I went, because it is so, it takes your breath away, quite literally. And it's all-consuming. I mean, it is violent, as I said. So, add the heat to that, add a big metal box, and it's luring from side to side. Or it's two-way racing like this, two side-by-side racing like this. There's the 57 and the 43 together on track. Love it.
Yeah, don't think for a second because the cars have power steering, it makes it very easy to drive. These cars are tough to get around fast, although J.R. Hildebrand seems to be moving right up on the list. It sure is a great time to watch all of this.
No question.
I watched Hildebrand yesterday, and I would imagine he's probably a second or two max off current pace of these NASCARs. He is a fantastic driver.
Did he do any NASCAR?
I didn't ask him.
I'm not sure if he did. I'm really not.
But he enjoys it.
Oh yeah.
I think the whole trick is how much money can you bring to the table.
Right.
It really boils down to it, and unfortunately, that's racing in general.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Always has been, always will, I'm afraid. The day they go cheap racing will be a... What do they say? You want to get rich in motor racing?
Yes.
Start with $1 million.
Right, and then find another one.
Yeah. Quickly. Well, some really good racing here. There's the 28 going through shot. That's the Thunderbird. I think that's there's 228, excuse me. No, that's the Oldsmobile. That's the Pontiac 1980 Oldsmobile going through. Buddy Baker won the Daytona 500 in that in 1980.
So to finish the story real quick, when I did find the Earnhardt, the gentleman approached me, that he ended up happening to be Dale Earnhardt's chef. And he traveled with Richard Childress and Dale Earnhardt. He had a restaurant here in Sonoma. And he asked after the 94 season if he could have that car, and that's sort of how I ended up with it.
Yellow flag out.
Yeah, it looks as though we've got a few problems out there, but everybody's still circulating anyway. There's Ken Epsman in the number 9, just coming past our commentary position. We're just at the exit of 12, just onto the front straight, and passes our position now in the course car. We're watching the 43. Which is so iconic. Whoa! And round goes the 28. And luckily, everybody avoids him. Shows you they're pushing there, doesn't it? We've had a few spinners today. What are the track conditions like? I guess you don't know because you haven't been out there.
This morning
you were out there this morning, yeah.
It seemed to have more grip than I thought it would have.
Yeah.
With all the cars running and between the weather and the different types of cars running and dropping oil and different rubber compounds, but it seemed to be very good. So
through goes the 12, the Buick Regal from 1988, being chased hard by the 75 of the 93 Ford Thunderbird, built by Butch Mock Motorsports.
Yeah, I bet these guys are feeling it right about now. It's got to be close to 100 degrees.
Yeah.
And,
oh, yeah.
I would imagine the track's pretty slick.
I was about to say that's probably another reason why we're seeing so many simple spins where it just seems innocuous. It's a mistake that people wouldn't normally make, but because of the conditions, people are just losing a little bit of grip here, and it's probably pretty
track
slick out there.
temperatures certainly going up from this morning when I ran. So
well, they're describing it as an actual official heat wave here in California, and I suppose in October this is not the kind of conditions you'd expect.
It appears that we have quite a few safety vehicles on the track.
Yeah. Well, they're trying to keep them going, I think. But these guys are pretty sensible.
Well, they started, I want to get back to the historic group. There is a new group out here, and it's called Historic Car Racing Group, and they've been around for probably 25 years, and they've established a new board. We got a whole bunch of new drivers and cars, some really period correct cars. These have to be to the period and with nothing added that wasn't. And they're, like I said, the attraction to the younger crowd, which is a huge deal for us. This group will be invited to run at different events, and even with NASCAR when they come out here, I would imagine here in a year or two. So this is a great group. If anybody's out there who wants to get into this is you can probably find them on the website. But I want to put that out there for the group.
Yeah, and the combination of television and movie coverage of late, the current coverage of NASCAR is excellent on national television, Fox now with a deal, NBC obviously. So the coverage is still there. You mentioned the youth coming in to take part in events like this because of that, perhaps, because of the notoriety of these cars. But also, compared perhaps to other historic racing communities, the NASCARs, because of the numbers of NASCARs over the years and because of, the amount of cars, there's probably plenty of stuff out there. And, of course, they're all stock cars, so the manufacturers all can get you something if you need it.
There are, and there's a lot of stuff out there. You'll see stuff go over through the auctions, but most of the stuff, if you want to get it's got to be correct, and they're out there. But probably price point for, as Chris would probably tell you, that for getting into racing, this is really, really inexpensive, and it's a climbing market. And I think that the investment grade cars that are out there are only going to go up.
And I'm guessing that to drive them, you don't have to be a great driver, but to drive them fast, you do.
You do.
As with every race car out there. Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, I know that's true. But, you kind of look at a NASCAR and you think, it's not as intimidating as a single-seater when you first look at it because of the roof and all the rest of it. But I would have thought the nuances at the highest level.
You're a good driver till you're not.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
But you fire these things up and you're inside one. You learn respect real quick because they are a beast.
Oh, they are. Absolutely.
And they really have a bad reputation of being big, clunky cars, but they really do handle extremely well.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that was why the road course the sort of lack of road courses used. I mean, they use Watkins Glen a lot. There's the yellow checker, so we have got a sort of caution finish to this. But I think the road courses, they felt like NASCAR just didn't suit road courses, but the cars now show these road courses. Coda is a good example. Coda is a bona fide Formula One and MotoGP circuit, but NASCAR have a great time there and they enjoy it.
Yeah.
Kyle Larson particularly, Chase Elliott love coming to Coda.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, it's a dream to be able to drive them. Chris would say the same, and just the history. When I get into a car and it's Dale's car, it's not my car. I'm not Dale, and I just want to preserve it and drive it safely.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a big part of it, isn't it? It's,
yeah.
You're putting yourself in the seat of a little bit of history. Well, checkered flag is out. Joshua Fiber has won. J.R. Hildebrand got all the way up to second place to get ahead of Mike Thurlow in the closing stages. Ken Epsman just behind him in the 9, then Mark Berardi behind him, and then Justin Hurtle behind him. We finished under caution, but we got a good look at these NASCARs. They'll be back out of there again. Any chance of we getting the old Dale Earnhardt car out?
They're working hard right now.
Okay.
Let's see. I'd rather be there than here.
No, I'm sure. Yeah, I can imagine. Oh, but it's nice and cool in
but
here.
It's
so
great.
do
I love you guys.
half.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. Thanks for the hors d'oeuvres and everything.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we aim to please, that's for sure.
Well, we had a blast sitting with you and enjoying this all.
Thank you very much for coming in. Don't forget, Three Dog Garage if you want to go up there in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, Pennsylvania.
There you go. And my thanks again to Mike Parsons, who hopefully will get the car out, and what we want to see is a good old Dale Earnhardt run tomorrow if we can. Well, that's our NASCAR first qualifying race. They'll be back out in action tomorrow. Hopefully more cars involved. We'll take a short break from high above Sonoma. Join us for more from Velocity Invitational.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Don't hold back, cause there's a party over here, so you might as well be here with the galvanize.
Trajectory and balance look good. Confirmed to go for orbit. Over.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
From racetrack to road, Mobil One Motor Oils make whatever you drive more beautifully.
For 135 years, Michelin has been innovating for a better life in motion. From earth movers to Airbuses, race cars to rovers, we were even one of the first to consider sustainability in the design of our tires. And now our legacy as pioneers continues in the next revolution, with EV-ready tires designed for performance so you don't have to think about tires at all. You can just enjoy the endless wonders they unlock.
From racetrack to road, Mobil 1 Motor Oils make whatever you drive more beautifully.
For 135 years, Michelin has been innovating for a better life in motion. From earth movers to Airbuses, race cars to rovers, we were even one of the first to consider sustainability in the design of our tires. And now our legacy as pioneers continues in the next revolution. With EV-ready tires designed for performance so you don't have to think about tires at all. You can just enjoy the endless wonders they unlock.
Welcome back to Velocity Invitational. We've had a bit of a delay. I apologize for that. But oil down. Remember, this is historic racing, so you never know what's going to happen. But it's been a beautiful day so far. Just day one of 2 days of great action here. And we are hoping that perhaps the end of the Dirtfish Rally exhibition might be on track. So I've once again got Farouk Kouai. Have I got it right this time? Yeah. Yay, Farouk Kouai. To join me, who's a drifting man at heart, but is enjoying this weekend of drifting and rally. So here is a bit of drifting for you. Take it away, Farouk.
Ryan Turk coming down the carousel here, turn 6 at Sonoma Raceway, and you know this truck we were talking about earlier today is incredible. It's a Toyota Stout, right? Gen 2 Toyota Stout. Look at this flicking into turn 7.
Now, I want you, because you started explaining it in our previous conversation, I want you to explain how feet, power, brakes, clutch, how you do this flicking, because there's so much more. It looks as though you're just turning the car and putting the power down. It's far different than that, isn't it?
It is, yeah. So there's a couple different techniques that most people find counterintuitive. So usually where you saw Ryan flick it into that corner that we were just talking about, turn 7, he would do something called a clutch kick. So he stays full on power and then depresses the clutch quickly and pops it out to essentially shock the back end of the car. Then he goes quickly into countersteer like you would on a road race car to catch the slide, let's say. So here we go. There we go. Clutch kicked in, a little dab of the handbrake there, and back on power. You see that?
Yeah, and it's time to wave out the window for the passenger.
Passenger's having a little bit of a good time there.
That is a thrill and a half, though, to be in that car.
And it's essentially disrupting the weight balance of the car, sometimes on power, sometimes off power, but getting the yaw rotation to essentially settle into what you want it to so they can control it. And
what do we got under the hood there? This is basically a Toyota truck, right?
This is an early, mid-'60s, early 70s Toyota truck, one of the first trucks that came to the United States from Toyota, and they put an 3S GTE motor into it. Now, normally that's found in like an earlier MR2 that you would see in the United States, but this is a Frankenstein motor from like a Camry and a Celica head. That
is a Frankenstein, yeah.
Right, and Turk is amazing because he's not only just a driver, but they do some phenomenal builds, right, with his team. And quick change rear differential, 6-speed Hollinger sequential, BC coilovers, Mobil 1 oil underneath the hood. It's a cool Frankenstein build that he's just ripping around. And the juxtaposition between Group B rally and that kind of truck or a high-level drift car is quite interesting because a lot of people refer to this kind of era of drifting as the Group B of drifting because there's no. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, and the reason why we're putting this in is because obviously we've got the rally cars out there, but going to basically the essence of what you were saying, this is what you learn at Dirtfish. I've done it myself. I've been up to Dirtfish, Nice. Fantastic location, and you can see it here. The BNZ's very safe and easy to drive, no fear on that. And you work your way up into a World Rally car, WRX Subaru, and you can see the facility is second to none, and the backdrop just unbelievable in Seattle. And, the same techniques of flicking cars and exactly what you explained, which is why I wanted you to do it, is because that's what you learn. There is so much more than just turning the wheel and putting the power down. Yes, you've got 400 brake horsepower under the hood in some of the bigger cars, but how you get into the corners and how you position the car to go from side to side and balance the car, well, that's what you do. You learn it at Dirtfish, and it's no ordinary driving experience. Now, going back to Group B, here are some Group Bs, and some of the most famous, too. The Audi Quattro. Back in the day, Group B, some of the greatest drivers in the world taking part with that. We've also got a Lancia Delta out there. We've had some storied drivers going out there. Evidently, Roman Grosjean was trying to catch a ride in one of the rally cars. Michelle Abate, who's a Trans Am driver currently, she was trying out a rally car for the first time. But Farouk, pretty special. And as you were saying, there's a lot of parallels between the drifting and what these guys in the rally do. But, of course, I would argue that drifting is just asphalt rallying.
Yeah, there you go. And it's worth mentioning that tomorrow we've got kind of a superstar coming.
Oh, yeah.
Travis Pastrana
my hero.
And he's going to be doing, it's funny. I'm going to show you how old I am, but I watched him do a backflip into the bay.
First to do.
Yeah, when he, I think he was 14, I was about 18, and it's I've been a fan of that gentleman for many, many years, and so he's going to be coming doing 3 shows tomorrow, midday, and he's bringing the Huckster, which is this wild Subaru that has air brakes and all kinds of crazy. I don't know how much power it makes, but it's highly entertaining, and it's almost like a balance between what a rally car could be, can be at the unlimited level, and also a drift car. We don't typically use 4-wheel drive in drift cars, but he drifts that thing quite well. And for those that actually want to jump into a car, so Dirtfish has their ride-along session that they do out in
the cars that you just saw in that video. Yeah,
the BRZs. They're giving ride-alongs all weekend in those. We're giving ride-alongs in drift cars over in the middle of the track. You might see a plume of smoke every once in a while on the drone footage out there, and that's us just messing about in the middle of the track.
Well, Marky Martin's also out there. I'm not sure what car he's driving. They might be doing different ones, but we've actually got real rally drivers out there. Colin McRae's brother was here last year, Alistair, and yeah, very, very pleased that Dirtfish are part of this event, and they build their own little gravel stage, which they give joyrides in and give people a chance to experience rally at its finest, because rally, of course, is both on asphalt and on gravel and snow and you name it. And now, bit by bit, rally's hard to cover on TV, for one. That's one of its knockbacks, because it's covered over, or World Rally anyway, is covered over many long-distance stages of some 40, 50 miles sometimes. And so, it's hard to cover and expensive to cover. Rallycross, the more modern, well, I say it's been going since the 60s as Rallycross, but the latest iteration of Rallycross, which Scott Speed, Travis Pastrana, and many others have been part of, now with the Nitro series as well with Travis, has really made it popular and accessible to an audience, and people getting together in stadiums and literally car parks in many places to see this and see the skills involved. And then when you race in Rallycross, you also race. You don't just do one car. Here's your flick.
Yeah. To your point on Rallycross, it's also just, everybody loves a little bit of bumping and racing.
Oh, yeah.
And the Rallycross, I don't know if it's a little bit,
nuts.
but they get pretty wild.
Well, Josie Rimmer's brother, James, was involved in the American series for many years. And Connor Mattel and a few others I know have been part of it. And it's always great to be around Rallycross. Some real skillful drivers, and much underappreciated in forms of motorsport. I think rally gets a bit of a short stick in some ways. Certainly in this country anyway. Other countries spend a lot of time in Australia and New Zealand, and rally is king there. It really is. And of course, the Finns, the Swedes have been perennial brilliant rally car drivers over the years. And we've also got the Women's Motorsports Summit taking place, and another rally driver, Michelle Mouton, who was one of the queens of Group B, as we go back to the drifting. So how you asked about it today? When do you lose that point of no return? And how do you get out of it?
Yeah, how do you get out of it? So that most of the time, we're talking with another gentleman next to me, Kerry here, and we widen the front scrub radius on the front axle quite a bit, right? So that gives you a lot more steering angle. His front steering setup is created by a company called Part Shop Max, and you see he has quite a lot more lock than this 1960s style would normally have. And that's what comes into it, right? It's so the back axle of the car is typically set up similar to a drag car, or with as much forward bite as you can put into the chassis. And then the front axle is set up similar to like a dirt track car, where you're really working on the acumen of the car, you're working on the scrub radius, making sure that you have the traction that you as a driver kind of want to command. There you go, Ryan pulling off track. The interesting thing about drifting too is that we're not going that quickly around the racetrack, so that we're actually looking at the crowd too to see their reaction. It's a bit of a showman's sport, right?
Sure.
So if you guys see a drifter out there on course, please give them a cheer as you see him on course, because they will turn it up.
Yeah, and they will give you a wave.
Yeah.
But it's an amazing skill, and so much of it also is using the power. I think when you learn rally, I think and I think this is true of all motorsport, and you ask someone like Carl Larson, if you start on the dirt and you get used to using your engine, or at least your power, as a steering complement, and that you're comfortable with that, then when you are in a race car on asphalt, you just seem to, I mean, most of the guys that come from that background just have a real deft touch with the throttle.
Absolutely.
And know what they're doing.
I think, as motorsports fans, this event is incredible, right? I mentioned to you that we had Tim Lynn in the NASCAR group.
Sure.
He, phenomenal driver, did great in Jeff Gordon's car in the last group. He's also got, dabbling into drifting now. I think that passion for finding the ultimate version of car control is very addictive.
Yeah.
Whether you're going into rally, whether you're going to road racing, whether you're going to drifting, it's, that pursuit of personal best is something that I think this event highlights really well. What a beautiful car, huh?
Oh, it's absolutely fantastic. Yeah. Lancia Delta. I was looking closely actually at the rims on the side of the car. They've got special. Now this is part of modern Formula racing and sports car racing now, but they've got a sort of a very, very generic, simple cooling mechanism.
Air discs,
on the outside.
Absolutely.
to keep the brakes cool as much as they can.
Expelling air. It's meant to kind of go from the inside to the outside and essentially get all that air from inside the rim out. Yeah, it's a cool setup. Oh, yeah. My brother-in-law just bought a very simple version of this Peugeot in France, and he was ogling it earlier. This thing is absolutely incredible to see out here. This
405, right?
Yeah. I think he bought a 205, but this thing is just incredible.
Yeah, Peugeot, they certainly made their name. And that's been the history of rally, is that different marques, different manufacturers have risen to the top, whether it be Ford, whether it be Subaru. MG even had some time at the front, and certainly Mini did. Paddy Hopkirk stole a march back in the 60s on many an established rally team by bringing the Mini and showing what it could do, and nobody could believe it. But it was a great little Mini car, the Mini Cooper.
Absolutely, yeah. Kerry's next to me, and he's mentioned that, with what the Audis brought into rally.
Yeah, all-wheel drive, yeah.
All-wheel drive is just unbelievable how that changed the game, But you look at what the guys that were competing in two-wheel drive against the four-wheel drive, that story between Lancia and Audi also, it's a wild one, and it goes to the testament of what, what vigor and passion can do in competition.
Yeah, it's always interesting. I've done a lot of rallycross, and there are times where we've had both rear-wheel drive and front-wheel drive cars out on track, and to see the advantages and disadvantages that each has with the, certainly the change in balance of the cars under braking versus front-wheel and rear-wheel drive, how the rear-wheel drive will drive literally differently into a corner because of the way it's designed and because of where the power is.
For sure.
It's always interesting to see that competition, especially when they're together on track.
And it's funny watching, this was many, many years ago, but Loeb piloting the last front-wheel drive, the Citroens, just how that was hanging on by the by a thin thread.
Well, Sebastian Loeb, of course, now going on to the dizzy heights of doing Baja and some of the Dakar stuff. So there's the checkered flag then for this exhibition group of rally cars and drift cars. Not as many as we had out earlier, but tomorrow I'm going to find out who we've got here, because we didn't get information on who's actually driving. But I know that Marky Martin is one of the greats of rally, is here driving for the first time that car, that Lancia, I think. And the checkered flag is out then, and we've had a few delays here at Velocity Invitational, but Farouk, thanks for coming in. Appreciate it, and appreciate your time.
Yeah.
Again, Travis Pastrana in action tomorrow. What's he driving again?
He's driving the Huckster, which is this station wagon Subaru from the 80s that has very little to do with that car, but it makes hundreds and hundreds of horsepower more than what it did from the factory. It has air brakes. It's just phenomenal to watch. But yeah, Jonathan, also you have an invitation for me. If you have a moment off the mic, come join us in a drift car. Let me give you a ride.
I'd like that.
Yeah, let's.
I'm always up for that.
Yeah, let's
Definitely.
see if we can get you to squeal. But thank you very much for having me.
Oh, not at all. Not at all. It's been a pleasure. And don't forget, Scott Speed, talking of superstars, will also be doing the Project Midnight Subaru. So we've got some pretty cool cars out there throughout the weekend, and that just adds to what is a absolutely smorgasbord of great historic cars here gathered by Jeffrey O'Neill and Ryan Turry. Brilliant job that he and his team have been preparing all year for. And yeah, it's alive and kicking. Somebody said that when the electric car would arrive, combustion engines would just die. Well, we're still racing horses, so there you go. Right?
That's a great way to put it, yep.
So that concludes our coverage of the rally exhibition. They'll be back in action, as we said, tomorrow. And Travis Pastrana will be here, and so will some of the other drivers that have been here. Once again, Michele Abate, I think, will have another run. We never know. We might get some interesting names. You never know. There's always a few surprises, people showing out of nowhere. Anyway, my thanks to Farouk, and we'll take a short break here from Sonoma, and we'll be back with more action from our next group race coming up. Welcome back to Velocity Invitational, where, as you can see, there is plenty of noise out there, and I've got 2 more guests to join me for what will be coverage of Group 7. Now, this is a very eclectic and interesting Group 2 with some very interesting cars. We're looking at 72 to 81, IMSA GT, AAGT, and FIA cars from that era. And that's Group 4 FIA. James Alder joins me again. Carrie Eisenlaw also here, as always. Now, you should be out there, Carrie, but you're not. So let's get that explained first.
Yeah, I was supposed to go out there and get in the car, and through one deal or another, I ended up putting Billy back in the car. And I'm going to try to go out tomorrow, but I'll probably have to start from the back of the pack, which is still fine. But we had some problems with my car today, and I jumped out from the last class when we were running, and I started working on the car, and I wasn't really ready by the time we were lining up out there. And so, and Billy had turned the time yesterday, and so I said, let's go out there and play, because you can see where he's at right now. He's in 3rd place with a GTU car. Pretty impressive. The guy can really wheel his car around. Now,
I love all these stories.
Yeah.
It's great.
Now, this car is kind of an interesting car. It's the yellow Porsche 911. It was built from a 912 and was built by Gerritsen. And Gerritsen used to take care of all the 935s back in the day. Well, they decided to take a bunch of the spare parts with one of the guys who used to build all the cars so he could build his own GTU car. They essentially took a 912 chassis and turned it into a complete 935 and put a GTU engine and GTU bodywork on the car. And so it's really a pretty trick little car.
I could say that takes some doing.
Yeah.
Well, as you can see, we're away and running.
Now, Kerry, is that Ranson on the pole? Is he on the pole or in second there? I think Ranson Webster's car?
Could well be. We'll see. Hang on. Who we've got? Is Ransom in this one? Let's have a look.
Yes. Ranson's in the 935, the white one with the pink.
Yeah.
Is that him falling back a little bit right now?
Having a problem right there.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, he's gone very slow, yeah. Charles Neerberg also out there in a 914/6. There's a beautifully prepared wide-bodied Corvette coming through.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, Ransom Webster. Yeah, sorry, the 76 Porsche 935 K3, yeah.
It looks like John Lee's dropped off there.
Yeah. Well, that's Martin Lauber, who we just saw there in the 64.
He's a very good driver.
Yeah. Well, I'm expecting him to come in soon and have a chat with us.
Yeah, Martin's very, very fast.
That drives a lot of cars on a lot of weekends, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. Yeah. Now, that Corvette out front is a Greenwood Corvette with a big block in it. That's a really cool car. I actually was on the track back in the day with that car.
Talk to me about Greenwood, because they are well known, right?
Yes, very well known. And he was building these crazy Corvettes, and they very, very trick chassis. They'd have the engine moved over for weight. They did everything they could in the rules to make these cars really, really fast, really competitive. And boy, they're the widest car out there, and you really knew it when they'd come by you. You'd see how wide they were.
And Kerry, is that your car you're talking about in second place right now? The yellow?
Yeah.
Well, he's right there.
Yeah.
Well, we're very privileged to have James Alder here in the booth this weekend. Usually he's a quick signee. He'll come in anytime. He'll talk. But now he's racing against Jenson Button. It's sort of like, we have to get permission. We have to go through minders. And, it's been tough. So we're very, very happy. And Jensen actually gave up his spot for this group to let James in, because he.
Now, the Z car that just went by, that was Joel Anderson's car back in the day. That's another GTU car, very, very fast car. That's driven by Rob Fuller, who runs the Z company, Z Garage. Very, very fast driver as well. You'll see him. He's right behind Martin right now. It's amazing how fast he gets that car going with that 2.8-liter engine.
Yeah, the 49 that we just saw on track there, that Datsun 240Z from 72, it's got an interesting history too.
Yes.
It was presented to John Cooper in Ontario Speedway and used as a pace car for the annual California 500. held in 1972. There you
beautiful
go.
car.
There it is.
Great looking car.
It is, isn't it?
He's right there with him. That's amazing how fast he's going out there in that car. He's right there with Martin.
You know, in a weird way, Paul Newman, in his own way, in the SCCA, made that 240 famous.
He did.
Not
Absolutely.
because it was him, but he was winning in it, and he stuck with it. And I think he got 4 national titles in that kind of
He
equipment.
did super well, and I think Adam Carolla has
Yes.
some of his cars.
Yes, he does.
Is Adam here this weekend?
No.
No, he's not.
No, he's not here this weekend. But another distinguished actor, podcaster, you name it, comedian, and another wealthy guy who's put his love and passion into racing, and often comes to some of these vintage races.
I'll give you a little story with Adam. He pits under our tent a lot of times when we're in Monterey. And he had his 935 there, was the Paul Newman 935, which when I was talking about Gerritsen used to take care of that car. Well, the story goes that the year that they won, there was a little crack in the transmission, and they didn't want to put it back in the 935. So my car had the little engine, so his winning transmission is actually in that yellow car that's out there. And he came up and he'd heard the story, and he says, "Hey, I want my transmission back."
Now, the Decon Monza, I'll ask either of you, but
Yes.
what's the history of that name?
It's the combination of two people's names. And there's some things. There was I'm going to say Horst's last name incorrectly, but the con was that, and some people said that was from construction. But it was two people's name. They put it together. Horst was the guy who ran the Alpha back in the day with the Datsun 510s, and who finished second to John Morton that year.
Right.
And then they started this company and started building these cars.
The overflow's not going well.
Yeah. And originally they didn't have the big wing on the back, but these cars were built as the Porsche killer. And a lot of people, including in 75 and 76, came out with the cars, and they won the championships. And so they were a very, very impressive car. Then they came out with the 935s, and that's when they all of a sudden put the wings on it, and they wanted to go race against the 935s. They weren't as successful against the 935s, but a really, really neat car. And then there were other ones that were built after that time. After they were only in business for about 3 years.
Yeah, and this period, 72 to 81, was quite a transitional period for sports car racing. We went through quite a lot of iterations. And
look at this. This is full position.
This is side by side in the Corvette.
Go, Billy, go.
That's great.
This is great.
Oh, man.
That's why your name's up there. You're gonna get credit for this. You know that, don't you?
I'll take it.
You'll say I won at Sonoma, and I was commentating as well.
And then someone says, "Why do you do that?" It's like, well, now I have bragging rights to say, when I go to sell my vintage car,
Absolutely.
how well it finished out here. That's a pretty good reason.
This is actually your best drive.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, let's see if that.
I tell you what,
Billy
he's
can
under
hold
pressure
that
big time
position.
here.
Oh yeah, he's got 800 horsepower behind him, and we've got about 325 in this thing.
Wow.
A little smoke
So
coming
that's
out
a
there.
perfect example of the difference of finesse between the Porsche and the Corvette.
So that's Patrick. So this is Patrick Byrne, right?
Yeah, this is the 800 horsepower.
But this is Patrick at the wheel.
In the this is Billy Johnson in the wheel of the.
Yes, but
in the
Patrick, yeah,
yes,
who's
yes,
just overtaken him.
yes.
Who
good
is
driver.
I was
Plenty
about to
good.
say he's done GT prototypes.
Oh, yeah.
And he's got 40 podium finishes in his career in GT racing alone, as well as prototypes. So he's also an Asian Le Mans Series champion of past. So a handy peddler, if you will. Whoa, and up the inside, nice move.
Look at that.
Billy Johnson doing the business in the shadow of Elson Eisenlaw, because he sat right next to me.
Wow.
Well, you're winning.
Yeah. But if I drive tomorrow, I get to start from the back of the pack. And I don't think I'm going to get up where he's at right now. But we'll give it all.
You can see in the faster part of it straightens out a little bit. The Corvette horsepower comes into play. But in the tight part of the course, Billy is right there on him.
It's kind of like the mini Mustang race.
Yeah. Well, this is great stuff. Burt Greenwood, that's it.
Yeah. Well, John Greenwood was the and Bert, they were brothers.
Yeah.
And John was the one who would drive and do a lot of different stuff, really neat stuff that the Greenwood brothers did back in the day.
So why was the wide body so unusual? It sort of says the wide body wasn't often done, but why? I wonder why they didn't have that many of them.
Yeah,
Whoa,
man.
He went off course there to avoid the back marker.
Oh.
That was kind of close.
Yeah, the people, you could put the big wide wheels on, but people were trying to tuck them under as far as they could. He used it, and he believed in the wide stance of the cars, so he would make the cars absolutely as wide as he could make them. And some people say it didn't work, and he just said, "I'll put a bigger engine in it," because they were saying it was going to be an aero disaster. They were very, very fast cars.
I was about to say, on the banks of Daytona, they reached a speed of 224 miles per hour.
Yeah. Without the chicane at the time, but still, But those are some of the reasons why they had to put the chicane in.
Yep.
Because those cars were just so fast going down the road.
It also says that John Greenwood managed to get it up to 230, but it doesn't say at Daytona, but necessarily. But that's a pretty hefty, weighty speed to be going. As we take a look at the 771. I watched these guys in practice, and they were really putting the cars through their paces for sure. This is a 68 Porsche 911. And raced at the 24 Hours of Daytona in 1970. Bob Tullius at the wheel.
Yeah.
Of course, the great Trans Am driver.
I think this is a fairly new car for him. I think he's had this car for now about a year and a half or so, and he's done very, very well. Done a good job of watching him come through the turns, hitting his marks, doing a good job. Looks like he's coming into the pits here now.
Well, ironically, this is a car, I mentioned Bob Tullius of Trans Am fame, but he also raced this Porsche in Trans Am, and of course we forget that Porsche also had some runs in Trans Am back in the day. So an interesting car, and it's raced Watkins Glen, Mount Tremblay, you name it.
Now, you see the two cars that are showing up right now. That's Casey Millette in the Z car up front. He used to drive a lot against Newman and stuff in the Datsuns in the day. Casey Millette was a one-man team, and he drove. He built the car, he crewed the car, he did everything himself, and he was known as a guy who did this, and he was very successful doing it. Well, he's now, I'm going to tell you, he's the same age as the number on the car right now. And he got the car back, and he redid the car 100% himself, and it's probably one of the most original cars out there. I actually owned that car back in the day. I drove that car in the 80s, and why I know some about that. And the car he had just come by was the Morrison car, which was a car that did a lot of racing. It's got about 60 different IMSA races, and that was done by Charles Mendez, and the other driver who was with him, that's losing my mind right now, drove the car that had the lobster, the red lobster on top of it.
Oh yeah.
They drove together, so that car was a really, really neat piece, and I actually happen to own that car at one point, but we sold it when it was unfinished, and that's what I bought the yellow car with, was the funds from that car, and Charles Mendez restored that car. So these cars are very, very original and done by a lot of the people who are still around, and the guy who built my yellow car out there is John Johnson, and he's here today also, and he's come by and seen the car. He's no relation to Billy, but he was very fast in the day and did very, very well with that. And when Bob Garrettson came by and saw the car at one point, I said, "I don't know if you recognize this car," and he jumped out and he goes, "Johnny!" And he named the car Johnny, and the whole crew loved that whole story with that car.
Well, your car is in the lead right now. You've pulled away from the Greenwood Corvette. It looked like on deceleration, I saw a little smoke coming out of the yellow car. Would that be a valve guide?
I don't know. The engine's fairly new in it, but I am seeing the puff of smoke come out of there, and we may have to take a look on that.
But he's holding his lead.
Yeah.
That's a 9:14.6.
Yep.
Yeah, that's Charles, isn't it?
Charles Neighbor?
Yeah, I believe so. Is he driving the white 911 or the 914?
No, that's Bert Nürburg.
It is. Yeah. Doing a great job, very fast. I was driving with him a couple days ago out there with that car, and that car scoots.
Right. Well, look at how he's using the whole track. I mean, a lot of guys don't go out in the rumble strips, but as far as I'm concerned, that's pavement.
Well, Charles is a great driver, and of course he does mostly Formula One cars and has quite a collection himself in Dallas, Texas, and he's also a land speed record holder. 414 miles per hour at Bonneville.
Wow. This car won Daytona back, I believe, in 80 or 81, and at the time
81.
Yeah. It was owned by Cole at the time, Bill Cole, and I think it was second overall, first in class, second overall, I believe. So, really, really good car.
Ooh.
There's a decon there.
Yeah.
That's without the big wing and stuff on it. And that's a really, really, really nicely restored car.
In fact, I've got its history. The car was owned by Bill Cole, as you say.
Yes.
Most successful Porsche 9146 in IMSA history.
Yes.
Winning its class in 1980. I was wrong. 80 and Daytona 24 hours. Following a more detailed summary, you can look at it. Sebring, 78, 10th overall. 11th at Talladega. Laguna Seca at 78. 12th. 4th at Lime Rock. So it's had a strong history.
Yeah, it's a great car.
Look at
that's a handful.
Yeah, watch him. He's really driving that car very, very well. He's drifting.
Yeah, Chet's out there. It's just a flash of red from his gloves going across the steering wheel there, man. He's really driving the wheels off that thing.
I know. When I do SVRA historics, me in the commentary booth, we always say, hey, get some day gloves, guys, or white gloves, because we can really see you working when we can see the gloves. When they're bright colored gloves, when you have gray gloves, we don't really see it. But when you've got something bright like that, we really see how much input you really are putting into these cars. You see it obviously with yours, James, because it's a massive steering wheel, and so you're always working the wheel. But yeah, it's great to see. So this is our Group 7 qualifying race here at Velocity Invitational. You're listening to Carrie and James Alder, who will be driving the 33 XK 120 and has been out already this weekend. Carrie Eisenlaw, who should be out there, and he's actually leading the race, but this man is a very talented man. He's here commentating as well as leading the race.
Well, I'm actually in the car commentating while I'm driving. Yeah.
Which you do sound very relaxed.
Yeah.
And as though you were in an air-conditioned room. No, joking aside, guys, just unless you didn't hear the story, Billy Johnson is at the wheel of the number 8, leading the race at the moment. And Carrie graciously has decided to join us here and watch his car go round, which is probably a good idea.
But
take his mind off it.
Think of how hot it is in the cockpits of those cars right now.
Very hot.
I mean, it's pretty hot here. It's brutally hot inside those cars.
That's the Decon Monza.
Yeah.
And in fact, that was built by Decon for the Chevrolet factory, owned and raced in period by ex-Olympic snow skier Jerry Jolly. How about that? Nice little story.
There's the 41 car.
Well, there you are, Kerry, out all alone in front.
Yep. This is an amazing feat. Not that I've seen this in motor racing very often. I thought Senna's lap at Monaco was one of the greatest things I've seen. Senna's lap at Donington in the race of the century, the first opening laps. But to see Carrie doing this by remote is incredible.
And I don't even see. Well, so what happened to the Greenwood Corvette?
He disappeared, didn't he?
Yeah, he's gone. And now Martin Lauber is in second position.
Yeah, Lauber's made it up in the 64 to second position.
And Rob Fuller in third in the 240Z. And then Chet Taylor just behind him.
Yeah, and when the camera was on, when the drone was on Chet Taylor, I mean, he was really on the edge with that car, more so than I see Billy. Billy has a little bit more control here. But obviously there's different classes of cars out here on the track.
That's
one thing about vintage racing is that you have to understand that there's different classes of cars. They might be on the track at the same time. But I always say you got to find the race within the race.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
And it might be somebody that's dicing for 15th position, but that person's having the race of their life, with one or two other competitors.
Yeah, no kidding.
That's actually George Dyer, who's driving the car. That car won at Daytona, won Sebring back in the day, and that's George himself driving the car.
And Kerry, you won Sebring.
in class in 1985. Yeah.
That's
Cool.
incredible.
Yeah.
That's a great accolade. Congratulations.
Yeah. Back then, it was more of a race of survival. And so I like to tell people mostly we survived.
You know, you say he won Sebring. He also was second at Daytona in the 24 hours as well. So that's a high praise.
In class as well, but we tried.
Well, to finish first, you must first finish.
But I learned that one thing is that I've got a Rolex Daytona that I got at one time, and someone said, "Did you win that?" I said, "No, I found out it was a lot cheaper just to buy one."
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, that concludes our coverage of Group 7's first race. Thankfully, the wind is picking up a little bit because we are hearing stories, at least I am sitting here in the aircon, but I'm hearing stories that it is brutally hot out on track. The track temperature will be going up and up and up. Coming up, Pro Driver Exhibition Session. That'll be one of our exhibition races, and we'll try to give you some insight into that as well. But we'll take a short break. My thanks to James and to Carrie. Thank you for coming in, guys. I hope you get everything fixed and sorted for your various cars tomorrow, but good luck. They'll be back out again tomorrow in their various groups, but we'll take a short break from Sonoma and we'll be back with more action after this.
Thanks for having us.
Automated weather observation. Wind 240 at 20. Peak gusts 28. Sky condition clear. Temperature 23 Celsius. Weather observation. Wind 240 at 20. Peak gusts 28. Sky condition clear. Temperature 23 Celsius.
to move, so I make it harder. Don't hold back, cause there's a party over here, so you might as well be here with the people. Galvanize.
Trajectory and balance look good. You're confirmed to go for orbit. Over.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
Want to break it to you, but there is a place, this racetrack, where people are enjoying a glass of something beautiful in the air conditioning with perhaps some of the best seats in the house. It's the Taylor Farm Sip and Savor Wine Pavilion, where between 11 and 5 each and every day you can just taste a drop or two of some Sonoma County wine, which, in the case of this white from the Rabble Wine Company, which is just over there, as it says, it's juicy, delicious and crushable. So I'm going to stay here and crush the rest of this, and we'll see you after this short break.
Welcome back to Velocity Invitational. As you can see, another eclectic group of cars out on track. This is one of our demonstration groups, and this is our pro driver exhibition session, and it involves the likes of Matthew Brabham, grandson, of course, to the great man himself. And I say that, his father was a pretty great man too, and the Brabhams themselves have got a pretty storied history that includes not just Sir Jack, but David and Matthew and Jeff, and it's just a family that continues to impress. Matthew driving one of David Hobbs's former Indy cars as we take a look at the Ford. But we've got several drivers here this weekend with some very distinctive names that you'll know instantly. One of them, of course, Tony Kanaan, who now is the vice principal of the McLaren IndyCar team, and the former IndyCar champion and Indy 500 winner, definitely settling in nicely, the Brazilian, to what is a really interesting period for McLaren in their history. They celebrated their 60th anniversary last year, and the sort of new era for McLaren has not looked better, both in Formula One and in IndyCar, boasting some really, really talented drivers now. And we've got some of those drivers here this weekend as well, I'm delighted to say. Tony, not only the 2004 IndyCar champion winner, but also the 2013 Indy 500 winner, and the holder of 318 consecutive starts from the Portland Grand Prix back in 2001 all the way through to 2020 at Texas Motor Speedway. And he's still often tempted to come back and do an odd run in the 500, and why not? We've been mentioning Jenson Button, who's had a busy day out there, but not in this particular class. Christian Lundgaard is also here. And Christian Lundgaard at the other end of the scale in terms of experience. And got his first win in Toronto last year, did Christian, and notched up 3 podium finishes and 2 poles. Christian, top of his game, of course, at IndyCar, just a young guy coming through, but now with Arrow McLaren for 2025. Now, Romain Grosjean is in that big Ford GT that you saw just a moment ago. I've mentioned Tony Kanaan. He's actually driving a JPS Mario Andretti Formula One car, so keep an eye out for that one. I mentioned Christian Lundgaard. Well, he's in the orange McLaren GT. And another youngster, but from North California, Nolan Siegel, another youngster making his name. And there's the Ford. Roma, the Frenchman, at the wheel, current Juncos racing driver. And a bit of a fun weekend for him. I think he's settling nicely into the American way, but he's got that great affability, and I can tell why he enjoys racing in America. He's fun to be with. I think the pressure of Indy is nothing like that of Formula One, and he had a long, good history in Formula One, did several teams, of course, and I don't think we really saw the best of Grosjean at Formula One. And, of course, that big crash while he was racing for Haas in the Far East, and massive incident, and lucky to get away with that. Now, we're looking at Christian Lundgaard, who I just mentioned got his first victory on the streets of Toronto last year. And he'll be racing for the Arrow McLaren team in 2025. Zach Brown is on the board of this event and is a often entry to events like this. He's got a great collection of cars, has Zach Brown. And last time I saw Zach, not here this weekend, but last time I saw him, he was racing a Williams here in California that he owns, a former Alan Jones 1980 F07. which won the world title for Williams and Alan Jones back in 1980. So it's really interesting times at McLaren. And Zach is wont to give his drivers the odd bet. He gave Pato O'Ward a bet last year, and that allowed Pato to drive one of the Formula One cars, and also, more importantly, get a test in a current Formula One car, which he did rather well, I may add. And as we mentioned earlier, just to reiterate, Travis Pastrana will be here tomorrow. The multiple X Games winner and multiple rallycross, motocross, you name it, nitro cross. Got his own series now. X Games, done it all. He'll be in action too. Scott Speed, as we mentioned, is here as well, another Formula One man. He's doing the Project Midnight Subaru runs. And if you haven't seen that car yet, you definitely want to get a view of that tomorrow, because that is a cracking car. 670 brake horsepower in a Subaru basic rally car. But I say basic, but that's the shadow of it. Underneath, a lot more. McLaren due to bring their Johnny Rutherford, three-time winning IndyCar. So this is a chance for the drivers. They're also doing an autograph session. There'll be one at 1 p.m. tomorrow, the big drivers. And... or 1:15, I think, if I correct myself, a little bit later. But keep an eye on that if you are at the event and you want to get an autograph of some of these top drivers. And it's great to see them in this particular venue, simply because, you know, they're not really working. This is what we call it in England a busman's holiday. In other words, yes, they're racing cars or having fun in cars, but it's not serious. They're not expected to perform to any standard, so it's all about enjoying it. So that means for the fans, they have a little bit more time to hang out and discuss stuff with you. And so you get to see their personalities, which is rare at a regular race weekend. I know, having done it myself and been a pit reporter in Formula One, that it's not an easy job trying to doorstop one of these F1 drivers or IndyCar drivers. They're very professional, but it is a lot of work of a weekend, and the last thing they have time for is extra work, so they tend to hide away and just get on with the job as much as they can. And people forget McLaren's history, not just in IndyCar, but of course Can-Am, Bruce McLaren himself racing to much success. He and Denny Hulme, both Kiwis, and of course Bruce McLaren from New Zealand. That's where McLaren began. Bruce was from there and then moved over to England and started racing and decided to build his own cars with the helps of the likes of Howden Ganley, another Kiwi who came over and also has been to this event. In fact, he came into the commentary booth here, did Howden, and regaled me with his stories. He was Bruce's first ever mechanic at McLaren. And then, of course, the storied days of McLaren in the 80s with Ron Dennis and the success that Prost, Senna, and many others. And Jenson Button, of course, who's here this weekend, raced for McLaren, as did Lewis Hamilton. And now current drivers in Formula One, Oscar Piastri and Lando Norris, having much success at Formula One level. Both winners this year. And Lando actually moving the needle for McLaren and getting ahead. And the moment they lead going into Austin, the next Formula One race in America in a couple of weeks' time, they come in as the constructors' leaders. And we're going to take that in the last 6 races of the year, 2 of which are in the States. 1 in Vegas and, of course, 1 in Austin. And it'll be interesting to see how Red Bull, Ferrari, Mercedes and McLaren go for that constructors' title, because it's all up for grabs. The Drivers' Championship, yeah, not so much, but Norris does have a chance of challenging Max Verstappen for the title, and it would be a real shock if McLaren were able to come through and win in that, because I don't think anybody expects that for sure, or certainly not at the start of the season for sure. So it's Tony Kanaan at the wheel of the 73. And if you ever get a chance to have a quick chat with Tony, he's probably one of the most affable guys in motor racing. Always got time, always joking around, always having fun, and always got a smile on his face. He's exactly what you'd hope when you meet a hero, he to be. And to be fair, Helio Castroneves is very similar, and I think there is just something about the Brazilians and their racing and the way they go about their racing. They love what they do. Earlier today, Tony Kanaan also drove the McLaren Senna. Now, what have we got here? Now that I wasn't expecting. But that could be a Brabham. Could it be a Brabham in a Brabham, I wonder? It's a Lotus, though. Of course, it's the Lotus colours. But I know I was talking about Matt earlier. Chad Reynolds just popped in. Pop in and say hello. Chad?
Hello.
How are you?
Doing well.
Yeah, that's a Lotus. I'm not sure which Lotus it is and why it's out here in this pro exhibition, but it doesn't matter.
I would think it's a Formula 2 car because it looks like a 4-cylinder.
So, Chad, you're in here for the next race coming up, which, of course, is Historic Trans Am. How are you enjoying the event? We've met before, and obviously I know that you enjoy these weekends immensely.
Yes.
What have you been doing this weekend?
We've been working on mostly just historic Trans Am cars and a couple of 3 IMSA cars. So the IMSA cars just finished, and then the
Which one were you looking after?
We were looking after the 2 Decon Monzas. One technically we just did a restoration on, and so we're just kind of overseeing it. One we're doing the track support for, an orange one, and then the white yellow orange one we did the restoration on, and then a Greenwood Corvette that unfortunately loves to blister tires, so that's why he ended early on that one. But he was he was out front before he blistered his tires.
Yeah. Well, they had plenty of tele coverage, that's for sure, because we saw them definitely in action. We were wondering what happened. Let's head down to pit lane. Taylor is talking to the man I've been talking about, and that, of course, is the affable Tony Kanaan.
All right, I'm down here on Velocity Lane, and we have a little bit of a mix-up right now. I've got Jeffrey O'Neill to my left, and I've got Tony Kanaan on my right. You want to come and have a little chat with us? Absolutely. So you're in normal clothes, no race suit, little change-up?
Little change-up, I thought, we might as well. We don't get these famous guests that have won the Indianapolis 500 that often to come, have some fun on the track. So Tony's going to drive the Pernelli Jones 1969 champion car and have some fun out there.
I love it. And Tony, I remember last year you were in some incredible fast cars. Not saying that this car isn't fast, but this is absolutely a change-up for what you're used to. Still exciting.
Obviously, I have to thank Jeff and then McLaren last year. They have no idea what they realized for me as a dream driving Senna's car. We're just talking about it. It doesn't matter how fast, how good or bad those cars are. This is the history of racing. Yes. I love that. Obviously, he's the boss. put me on the spot. He has to say, hey, do you want to drive my car? Of course I want to drive a car. I'm a driver. I have to say I have a little complaint to make here. I said, Jeff, could you have qualify a little bit better for me? You know, I've never been in the car, but having fun, having a blast, and hopefully, you know, we're here for the fans. I can't appreciate enough.
To make sure that he had to work for the win.
You know, if I have the capability to move to the front, will look very impressive moving to the front. But
I was going to say, this is your chance to show up right now. Starting in the back, you know, you're not in the front. You get to show off.
You know, I didn't know I was here to get a job somewhere, but you know, you're talking about a race car with a race car driver. Anybody that you ask here, they say, we don't care about the win, but we all do. But obviously, you put a good show, bring the car back. Parnelli obviously drove this thing. He was one of my heroes, and again, I can't take to Jeff. If you guys haven't been here, you're missing it. This is, for me, even if he doesn't invite me next year, I'm just going to show up.
And Jeff, it's been an incredible day. We still have another day tomorrow. Fans can come on out and join us. What's been your favorite part for just today?
Well, I guess, look, I love to race. I started this because I love to race. So I had a super fun race in the Maserati Birdcage with a bunch of other guys and a lot of battling out there, and, you know, came in second, so I was reasonably happy, you know. So I think racing is still the most fun, but there's so much else to do here with food and wine and supercars and hypercars, so there's a lot to do here. So we hope everybody will come out and play with us tomorrow.
Absolutely. Well, these guys are going to get not these guys. Jeff's going to stay here and hang out with us. Well, I'm seeing our 3-minute warning, so I know you have to get your helmet on. And
have a spare seat. You want to come over?
Oh, I got to go, guys. I'm going to get in with Tony Kanaan. I can only imagine what I would come out looking like, but it would be an absolutely great time. One of my favorite groups here. It's going to be a great time. And I'm seeing on the board, you can take a look if Elliot wants to show. Trans Am, no passing until after turn 4. I think that means it's going to be a lot of action. And I can tell you right now, with this guy at the wheel, starting here at, I'm in spot number 13, there's going to be a little bit of action. I know tomorrow is the race day, but I don't think that'll stop him from really going for it. Once you get Kanaan behind the wheel of anything, he's going all out. So I'm not sure where we're headed after this. I'm going to see if I can catch another quick word with Jeff O'Neill later. Again, like I said, we still have time for you guys tomorrow to come out and experience this incredible event. I'm going to throw it back up to John in the booth and see what Jonathan's gotten up to in the booth.
Thanks, Taylor. Yeah, we've got some nice air conditioning on here, so I feel sorry for you because I know how hot it is out there. But Chad Renal is alongside me, and here's something I didn't expect. Tony Kanaan, an Indy 500 winner and champion of the past, now deputy head of McLaren, racing a Trans Am car. That's not something I would have expected this weekend.
I only heard about it at the Trans Am drivers meeting at 1:30, and I was surprised as well. Given some past pro drivers that Jeff O'Neill's allowed in there, it was kind of surprising. But Tony at the drivers meeting was super nice and was telling everybody how he was going to take care of Jeff's cars, take care of everybody else's cars, and I'm sure he'll be very fast and very safe.
Yeah, and I think it's somewhat apropos in many ways. We recently lost Parnelli, and so therefore I think really all this year we are celebrating the life and times of one of the greats, if not one of the best drivers that America has ever produced. Would you agree? I would absolutely agree. That car that Tony's in is the first Bud Moore Boss that was ever driven in competition. It was driven by Parnelli Jones at the Citrus 250 in Florida at Daytona, and he's actually leading the race until a transmission problem. So it's kind of neat that he's in a car that was the first Bud Moore Boss that was ever driven by Parnelli Jones. And just put that in, if you like, in context, because the Bud Moore combination, Parnelli Jones, the way they were, it was almost like two great things collided at the same time. Yeah, Bud Moore was a NASCAR guy. Yeah, and he was like perfect for Parnelli because they're both extremely professional, but they're also just no nonsense, get it done, whatever they had to do. And everybody that worked with Parnelli Jones, even though he was vicious at actually getting to the front and winning races, everybody says that he was always the most consummate professional, always on time, always did exactly what the engineers asked him in testing, what they were looking for, what they wanted to get out of him. He was just fantastic. And Chad, you'll put me or you'll correct me, but I'm not far off saying that the cars that you're about to see in action here pretty much would probably all have raced here at Sonoma in period, i.e. during 1970, 71, or 69.
Yep.
That period from 66 to 72, all of these cars would have raced in the Trans Am series, and that is just an astounding feat.
Yeah.
I mean, we've got great collections of cars, but they've all come from different race categories, and they raced in different countries. But all of these cars all raced here at Sonoma and Laguna and wherever else, Watkins Glen, you name it, Lime Rock. But that is astounding, isn't it?
It is really neat. And what's neat is the first year of a Trans Am at Sears Point was 1969.
Yeah.
Jeff O'Neill's got a 69 Budmore Boss, and that was one of the reasons why he wanted it. When he was going to start this event in 2019, he wanted that car. It was really neat.
Yeah, and I was saying earlier in the day, back in 1970, there would have been 70,000 people to witness a Sunday afternoon Trans Am race, and that included the B sedans as well and C sedans. So a lot of racing and a lot of following, and the whole thing was, with the manufacturers behind it, race on Sunday, buy on Monday. It was basically a marketing tool. Hence the money, hence the big names, hence the Parnelli Joneses, hence the Dan Gurneys. They all raced in this series, and while Formula One and IndyCar were all very, very enticing, Trans Am, even though they were stock-based cars, really attracted the Vic Elfords, the many greats that have all, Mark Donohue, you name them. We could go on for an hour talking about who's driven in Trans Am, and now Tony Kanaan.
Yeah, it's really good. The car that's on poles is 69. Also, they were here at that first Trans Am as well. The car that's back there in about 8th, that Jeff Kaiser's driving, was run by a local guy here, Bill Meyer at Sears Point. And there's a whole bunch of local folks that have tried to get these cars and restore them as perfect as they were in the day, and maybe even a little bit better, but at least using all the mechanical components that were used in the day.
Now, every historic series and group has its own foibles and problems that you're dealing with. When it comes to historic Trans Am, what's the tricky part in terms of preparation for these cars, do you think?
The tricky part is people want to make them, let's say, faster, better, more reliable, but the problem is we want to keep them as they were. So unfortunately, that makes it really hard for people like John Hildebrand in the Ghost. He's got a Pontiac that's has an inch cut out of the deck of a standard 400, and it's really hard to find those parts. And he has to do a lot of work, and he's constantly looking after that motor to try to make it last for a season or two or less, honestly.
And John Hildebrand, another IndyCar driver.
Yeah, well, his dad. Yeah, he's the dad of JR. Yeah,
yep.
And JR was doing fantastic out in that NASCAR.
Yeah, John Hildebrand, a regular to this scene. Watched him practice yesterday. Looked pretty impressive. And here we go, guys. Muscle cars. Just squint your eyes, get back in black and white, and you can be there live.
Yeah, it's awesome. 269s on the front row.
So this is the Group 9, 66 to 72, the golden era of muscle car racing in the USA. It continues today. They're racing currently at VIR, but we've got the best of the lot here as we take a look at the historics going up the hill for the first time. Beautiful sound.
They're going to keep it together without passing each other before turn 4, but then it's all...
The gloves are off.
Yeah, it's all about trying to win.
Well, the level of racing drivers in this series is high too. Some names you may not be familiar with. Obviously, we all know who Tony Kanaan is. John Hildebrand likewise, but there may not be household names, but they are very, very good in Trans Am historic cars, aren't they? And they do a regular season.
Yeah, Patrick Byrne out in the front is a fantastic driver. Ken Adams has been doing this for a long time, and he's outstanding. Scott Joy, Mike Joy's son, is in third. So a lot of good names.
Yeah, Scott Joy's done a lot of racing, and of course Mike does a little bit of historic Trans Am when he gets the chance.
And there's John in fifth, right behind Mike. Mike just got this car, and this is its first real weekend. He's only tested it once, lost the brakes, so this is his first full weekend. Yeah, the 48. Mike Pachoco.
Yeah. He was giving me a hard time for pronouncing his name, so you tell me how to pronounce it.
I probably just butchered it. I probably just butchered it as well.
Bocchioccio. He'll tell me. Anyway, he's going good in the 48. He's currently in fourth position. So, Chad, how did you get involved in all of this?
Oh, gosh. My dad started bringing me to races in 1976 to road racing, and I saw a Holbert and a Decon Monza, and that's what set the hook on those. And then, my reading The Unfair Advantage when I was in middle school, I got into Trans Am through Mark Donahue, and my uncle came to live with us, and he was driving a 69 Z28 as his car, and I was reading Unfair Advantage at the same time. It's kind of just the hook was set, and I got my own car in 97 or 98, restored it, and been running it since 99. One of the 69 Camaros that runs in this.
Well, look out for the 45, the maroon, competed on the East Coast. That's a Richard Renflo and Paul Petty car. That's the 302 Mustang of 1969. I just saw that go-through shot, so keep an eye out for that. But we've got some story cars out here, and cars that have been driven by the very best. That Sunoco Camaro always takes my eye. I think it won, 11?
10 of 13 races.
10 of 13 races. Yeah. Unbelievable. Yeah, and that can't be repeated very often.
No.
I know what Red Bull are doing in Formula One is pretty impressive over the last couple of years, but to do that in Trans Am, very, very impressive.
Yeah, I think the last person that got close was Tommy Kendall.
Yeah. And, of course, like I mentioned, Trans Am, if you're not familiar with the history, it became almost an instant success. Started off in 1966 and still going today, by the way. But it really got the imagination when two things happened. One, obviously they're stock cars, and so they were the cars that people recognized because they were driving them on the streets themselves. But then the manufacturers realized the marketing tool that was, and, you know, if Pontiac were going to do it, then, well, of course, Ford wants to do it. And if Ford are going to do it, well, Chevrolet want to do it. And so, therefore, it suddenly got big backing. That brought sponsorship, that brought money, and that brought great drivers. And then to come out on a Sunday afternoon here at Sonoma and see some of the best drivers in the world muscle these cars around, literally, it's the perfect weekend, isn't it?
You're absolutely right. And like you say, muscle is the right word. There's very few cars out there that have power steering. That big gray Ghost there, right, has no power steering, and John is just muscling that thing. It's definitely the heaviest car out there.
Why Gray Ghost?
I think they just named it that because of there was lore of that the TV show that even mentioned the Gray Ghost, and Herb Adams showed up with that thing, and it was kind of ratty silver Tempest that they had converted to kind of look like a GTO, and Herb Adams was a fantastic GM engineer and made the thing really work well. And there's even, in one of its first races in 71, the only car that was ahead of it during this rain incident was Mark Donahue. So it was in second place, and everybody just went wild for it.
Mark Donahue, of course, one of the greats as well of Trans Am and multiple other series as well. Incidentally, you'll see the board that says Jeffrey O'Neill. Well, that's actually Tony Kanaan at the wheel. Jeffrey was supposed to drive it. He's currently in 8th position. We'll see if he can make his way through.
I think he's picked up 5 spots already.
Oh, has he?
Yeah.
Oh, well, we'll see when they cross the line again. I'm keeping a watchful eye on the times. Ken Adams, the leader at the moment, just done his last lap on the second lap was a 1:53.5. So he's definitely on the pace. So I'll keep an eye on what...
Yeah, I think he's in 6th now. Honestly, he just passed 2 more people, Kanaan.
I laughed at, I'm sure you heard him, but when Taylor was talking to him, he said, I wish you'd have qualified it better for me.
I know, I like that too. That was great. Yeah, he's in 6th now, I think. He's passed Richard in the Posey Challenger.
There's Richard Goldsmith in the 77 in 6th place at the moment. In that factory Dodge Challenger from 1970.
Yeah, that's the Sam Posey car. The only one that remains.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Finished 4th in the season that year. Sam Posey at the wheel. And, of course, Sam Posey, I forgot to mention him as one of the greats, of course, of Trans Am over the years.
Yeah, just a fantastic ambassador of racing them, just such a well-spoken, well-rounded human being, and to have him be such a good race car driver is just a value to all of us that enjoy racing.
Now, just behind that car is the red 28 Ford Mustang Boss 302 from 69, nicknamed the Metuchen Special. The Metuchen Special?
Yeah, that's the area of Michigan, I think.
Oh, that's right, yeah. I like it.
Yeah. The Tasca Ford was the sponsor, and the person that got that. That was a body delivered off of the line that had no sound deadener and all this kind of stuff, and he even got a special tag in the driver's door jamb. And Brian did a really nice. It was very original, but he did a very nice, sympathetically restoring everything, but keeping it exactly as it is. It's a good car with a really good motor. Tony Otto Jr. builds that motor, as he builds that Challenger motor as well, that we support.
How long does it take to prepare these cars for a race weekend like this?
Well, it takes, even if it had a really good weekend, you're probably looking at 5 hours just to, double check everything.
Yeah.
And then if you have...
And that's if there's no problem.
That's if you have no problems. if you have more problems, then whatever. And then it seems like the really consistent drivers, like Richard Goldsmith in that green car, we have to do a little bit less because he's so... the transmission, he can, even though we look at it regularly, he can go 5 years without us having to touch that transmission.
Really?
Yeah, he's really
That's pretty
good.
Impressive.
He's just such a good driver.
That 83 on the inside was a car built and raced by Al Costner of Dayton, Ohio, and entered 7 Trans Am races in period.
Yeah, Kevin's a good mechanic. He has his own business, building and supporting a bunch of street cars and race cars, and he's only had that car for maybe 2 or 3 years, but he's done a really good job and gotten it faster and faster.
Kevin Sittner, that is, at the wheel of that one. Now, how's Tony getting on? Yeah, pretty good. He was in 6th. I think he might improve. I'll take my look at my timing, see as he's getting on. Yes, he just did a 53.8, so he's on the pace as the rest of the drivers in front of him. Scott Joy, likewise, Patrick Byrne. So they're all dipping into the 53s, the fast guys, and Tony is one of those guys.
Well, Patrick's out in the speedy dry. That'll be fun to clean up.
Well, he's getting into a bit of traffic now. And Joy right behind him in second place also.
Oh, Mike
getting through.
Mike Pachoco got into second now.
Yep. They sound so good.
What's really neat is how many really good friends are out there. So Mike Pachoco and Ken Adams are really good friends. They even live, I think they're within 10 minutes of each other. So it's neat how many really good friends are out there. We're all friends.
Yeah.
But really lifelong friends are out there racing each other.
So John Hildebrand making a move up the inside in the Grey Ghost.
I went out to Michigan to look at that car about 2 years before John bought it because I wanted it. I wanted to own it myself. I just love that car. It's just such a neat car, and it was so original. And John and his guys, Randy Peterson, did such a good job preserving all the originality of it too.
I think that, to me, is what stands out about historic racing is the attention to detail that people want to do, let alone what the rules say. They want it to be perfect. They want to be able to say, yep, it's as it was in period or as darn close to it as possible.
Yeah, whenever somebody asks me what should I do, how do I know what to do to prepare it, that's John Fiber. This is his first weekend he's ever driven this car. His son, Josh, normally driving it, and he's just wicked fast. And not to say that John isn't wicked fast, too. He's just learning it. We tried to see if he'd want to do the test day. He's like, no, I'm okay. But when he sat in it, he was trying to heel and toe it, and he couldn't get his feet in the right places, and he came into the pit and talking to me, and he's like, I can't heel toe, I can't shift. I'm like, don't heel toe. Just use the clutch.
Yeah.
And he's like, okay, that solved that problem.
Yeah, that's one way of solving it. Somebody's gone off. Is that the Grey Ghost?
Oh, you're right. Oh, my goodness.
I have a feeling it might be. Ooh.
It looks silverish.
Yeah. Well, if it isn't, it's, maybe, still maybe. Well, we'll see. We'll see when we come around again. But he was in third place. Now the 83 giving signals that says, pass me on the inside. And that's exactly what the 77 Goldsmith will do, I'm sure.
Yeah, I wonder if he's got a problem. He had a clutch problem at Monterey. I hope he's okay.
Ferrin also getting past as well. And Myers just behind. So Byrne still leading, but it's close. And we've had one car go off. I think he's far off enough track where he might be out of harm's way.
Yeah, let's hope that's
the case.
Yeah, I think you're right, though, because they're moving Hildebrand down the...
Yeah. Into turn 11. Tricky corner, this, but plenty of grip out there. We sent all the drifters out there and put loads of rubber down for you.
Hopefully compatible rubber.
Yeah,
right?
that's the problem. You never know what the rubber is, do you? That's not always the way, is it? Doesn't always create grip. Different types of rubber do different types of things. Cross the line they come again. And yes, it was Hildebrand then who went off, sadly. And he was going good up until then. But that's motor racing, folks.
So we got Patrick and Mike Pachoco, Ken Adams, his buddy. Scott Joy just behind him. 69-70, 69-70 as far as the years of cars.
Yeah, I'm stunned at the amount of father-son combos we have in historic racing. It's great. It's great to see. I've had a few of them here in the booth this weekend. Dave Hagen and Tyler, his son, coming in. And as you say, the Joys do just that when Mike's not on the mic, as it were.
Yep, Richard
Still
Gold.
doing NASCAR, of course.
Yeah, I think he's at Barrett-Jackson this weekend why he couldn't do this.
Yeah. Makes sense.
I think Richard Goldsmith's son, Daniel, is normally at this event, but he's off camping this weekend, so. John and Josh Fiber. So like you say, a bunch of fathers and sons.
Now, we've also got that 72 Javelin out there that we've been looking at, the number 2, built by Penske Racing. And as a factory effort in 1970, Mark Donohue and Peter Revson. Doesn't get any better as a combination of drivers. And then you add the Penske brilliance to it, and you can see why it was pretty unstoppable.
Yeah, those cars are just fantastic. We support the 71 Penske Javelin that Mark Donohue won the 70 championship with, and like the attention to detail and the craftsmanship on the redesign of the front suspension is just fantastic. It just sounds fantastic. Everything about it is amazing. It makes these other cars, it makes my car feel like a truck when you drive it. I mean, the Penske Javelin just feels like a Cadillac compared to my truck Camaro.
Now, given you get up close and personal, and maybe you can or can't answer this, but I know that the typical motor racing jiggery pokery that went on behind the scenes in the heyday of the period of the 60s and early 70s, dipping these cars in acid to make them lighter, pulling everything off, trying to get as light as you possibly can. Now you've pulled them apart now and again. Did you find any other tricks that perhaps weren't as well known?
Well, for one thing, the 69 Penske Camaro, when it came to us, it had the wrong rear end in it, but it came with the original rear end. And when I'm not that smart, but every once in a while I do something right, and
look at this!
Yeah, Patrick using the kitty dry just to make it interesting, I guess. When we took it apart, I used palm olive and just cleaned it really lightly, and I found all these original notes on top of the thing. And then when we took it apart, the diff that they had put in it, they had put so many discs in there that the rear end worked just like a locker. It wasn't even a clutch differential anymore. It was just super. And if you read his book, that's what he talks about. He would rather have a spool differential and just fully locked than to have anything like a positive traction.
That's funny. Well, this is a great battle at the front of this one, and it is the maroon of the number 45. Adams leading the way, but only just. He goes wide here, or takes a wide line, and lets the 2 past. And Patrick Byrne back into the lead.
That's Tony Kanaan sneaking up on these guys.
And here comes Tony Kanaan. I look forward to telling my brethren in Trans Am, because I'm usually doing a regular Trans Am, that we've got a new member to the fraternity. Matt Brabham races for CD Racing, and he's here this weekend, and he's actually replacing Chris Dyson, who's currently racing. Just got pole position in TA at VIR today, but Rob Dyson and his son Chris, again, storied history that they have. Another father and son racing combo, as it were. Chris obviously still at the height of his powers, and Matthew Brabham has driven for him many a time, and he's here this weekend driving a few cars and representing.
I think Kanaan just got around Scott Joy.
Well, if he did, he's going to try and get a podium.
Yeah, here he comes. Yep, good line out of the carousel. Mike's like, I never expected an IndyCar driver to be coming up on me.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to say, yeah. That'll be quite a... And he won't know, will he?
In my first week...
Oh, no, he might. He might know.
In my first weekend in the car, I didn't expect that to be happening.
Well, you've got to think that Tony knows this place pretty well. He's raced a fair few IndyCar races around here as well.
Yes, yeah, and about 30 seconds a lap faster, maybe.
Yeah, yes. That's the problem. It's a completely different track when you're in a different car, isn't it?
Yeah.
It always amazes me when people do different cars in different times on the same day, because your braking points are all different. Everything's different. So, yeah, very hard. Look at this.
Yeah, that's good.
Great racing. Side by side, guys. You can't ask for much more than that.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Boccacio's not doing so bad, is he?
Yeah, he's doing good.
Right
This
there.
is his first weekend. He's doing a great job.
Back goes the 45 of Adams into the lead. 10 laps down.
Do you know if they're going to run 10 or 12 laps?
I don't know, and I'm trying to cring my neck to see if I can. Yeah, it was a white flag. So this is the last lap. So if Tony wants a podium, he's got to move.
Oh boy, here he is. He's in third.
Got to keep moving. Fudge going good. Top 6. Joy dropped down to 5th now. And as you say, yes, Tony Kanaan. There's the checkered flag.
Oh, that was already.
Oh, that was the checkered flag. Okay, we thought it was white flag for a second. We didn't see the podium. We didn't see the tower, and it is the checkered flag. But that must mean that at least
third.
Yeah, third for Tony Kanaan in his first Trans Am
Third
effort.
from 13th.
That's not bad.
Not bad.
Well, O'Neill could be pleased with that.
I don't even think he sat in that car before
No,
this.
he has not. There's no way. And he was just out in
that Lotus, yeah.
So great stuff. But that's the beauty of it. They've been throwing curveballs at me all day. It's like, who's in that car? I have no idea. They haven't told me. Why are these guys on track? I don't know. But you know what? I described it earlier. It's a bit like playing in a jazz band. You know, you never know. We're riffing. We're having some fun. We're enjoying the day, and who knows what's next and what's going to happen. But I'll tell you what, there's a lot of names being made as these wonderful historic cars are being driven by some pretty mighty and high and mighty car drivers of past and present. Tony being both, I suppose, because he's still pretty handy as him. But well done to Ken Adams. Good run.
Yeah, Patrick, Ken, Mike, Pachoco, Tony Kanaan, of course. Scott, Joy, gosh, they all did great.
And, of course, like we said, they all get 2 runs, so they'll have another race tomorrow. Another full day of Velocity. So if you pricked your interest and you want to join us on the live stream tomorrow, feel free. We have 9 groups in all, including historic ASCAR. And we've also got, obviously, the historic Trans Am. We've got some great groups of 50s and 60s cars, and I'm sure you've been watching that.
I love it.
I love the way they've grouped them up.
I love it, yeah. Then those 50s groups are fantastic because you got these big V8 cars, you got these smaller cars, but the balance of performance, basically, because of the lighter cars do so well in the corners and the V8 cars do so well in the straights, it's fun to watch.
Yeah, no question about it. Well, Chad Renault, thank you so much for coming in and hanging out with us. You're very welcome tomorrow as well. Go get your fettling done, because I know you've got to look after these cars, so I'll let you go.
All right.
But thanks for coming in.
All right, thanks. Bye-bye.
That concludes our Trans Am historic first race of the weekend. And just to confirm, Ken Adams winning the race. Fastest lap going to Jeffrey O'Neill, but sadly he can't claim it, although he will at the bar tonight, I'm sure. A 152.3 by the great, mighty Tony Kanaan of Brazil, former Indy 500 winner, and now turning his hand, just like that, to a little bit of Trans Am. We've got Jenson Button here, we've got Scott Speed here, we've got some great names, but more importantly, the cars are the stars of this event. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with more from Sonoma after this.
Christian Lundgaard, you just got off the track in one of our exhibition classes. Talk about what it's like to be out here with McLaren and experience some of these incredible cars in person.
I mean, first of all, it's my first day with Aero McLaren, so it's pretty cool. That was the first time I ever drove a McLaren car. And just before getting in it, I was told I get to drive a Senna later this afternoon, so it's turned out to be quite the day.
Absolutely, and quite the day for the fans as well, getting to see these historic cars out here. But what does it mean for you, someone like you said, just getting started with Aero McLaren, to see these legends, race car drivers, and also these historic cars here?
You know, at the end of the day, that's the event we're at. You know, I think Velocity Invitational has done a great job bringing not necessarily just all these cars here, but the historical drivers, the historical cars, you know, even the young drivers like me and Nolan coming here, and we have TK with us as well. So it's just this big mix where everybody comes together and we're all on the same level at the end of the day, and I think that's what makes it great. You know, the fans coming out, seeing cars that they never thought they would see in their lives, including me, by the way. So it's quite the experience.
And I have seen you and Nolan walking the rows earlier. Have you found a dream car, favorite car so far?
Yes, I would say so. And if I'm going to be honest, it's the golf cart that takes me around. It's very difficult to pick. There's so many cool cars here and historical cars. And I think, you know, there's cars here where you look at them and at the end of the day you might not understand what the history behind it is, and again, that's so cool. There's cars here that might not have won a race, but that might have finished on the podium, or it's a spec of a original car, and I think it's just cool to experience the history and the culture.
Absolutely, that's what it's all about here at Velocity Invitational. Do you think we'll see you again here next year?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right, well, wonderful. Thanks for chatting with us.
When you need to decide which specialty automobile carrier to trust for your next vehicle shipment, call Intercity Lines. We set the Pebble Beach standard for getting your vehicle where it needs to go. Today at the iconic Peterson Museum, our driver initiates the process by carefully inspecting the vehicle prior to loading, meticulously noting the exact condition. Enter our state-of-the-art equipment that only consists of custom-built, hard-sided car haulers. From coast to coast, we eliminate any risk of damage from road debris to weather conditions by delivering peace of mind with every mile. Our driver fastens every vehicle with precision to ensure the safest and most secure transport for your vehicle's body and suspension. Floor mats and seat covers are just the beginning for the treatment your car receives in our care. Intercity Lines has spent over 40 years perfecting auto transport and knows that every vehicle is unique and requires different sets of practices and procedures for the safest transport, and that's what sets us apart. Trust the best, trust Intercity Lines. When you need to decide which specialty automobile carrier to trust for your next vehicle shipment, call Intercity Lines. We set the Pebble Beach standard for getting your vehicle where it needs to go. Today at the iconic Peterson Museum, our driver initiates the process by carefully inspecting the vehicle prior to loading, meticulously noting the exact condition. Enter our state-of-the-art equipment that only consists of custom-built, hard-sided car haulers. From coast to coast, we eliminate any risk of damage from road debris to weather conditions by delivering peace of mind with every mile. Our driver fastens every vehicle with precision to ensure the safest and most secure transport for your vehicle's body and suspension. Floor mats and seat covers are just the beginning for the treatment your car receives in our care. Intercity Lines has spent over 40 years perfecting auto transport and knows that every vehicle is unique and requires different sets of practices and procedures for the safest transport, and that's what sets us apart. Trust the best, trust Intercity Lines.
observation. Wind 240 at 20. Peak gusts 28. Sky condition clear. Temperature 23 Celsius.
You woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I'll make it harder. Don't hold back, cause there's a party over here, so you might as well be here with the galvanize.
Trajectory and balance look good. Confirmed to go for orbit. Over.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
While we're taking a break from Velocity Lane, I have made my way over to the Sip and Savor Pavilion. While there is something rather exciting going on, the fans have queued up here for a little autograph session, and I can see them getting autographs right now, but I'll try to grab a quick word. What does it mean to you to be out here with your fans in this beautiful sunny day in Sonoma?
It is a beautiful day. It's a beautiful venue. It's a beautiful, a lot of great cars out there. And of course, we're professional race car drivers, but we also love cars, and that's what we fell in love with. So excited to be here, excited to see the fans. Such a cool event and such a great day for it.
Wonderful. Thank you. And Tony Kanaan, I'll just grab a quick word. What does it mean for you to be out here with your fans, getting to meet them and sign some autographs? You're no stranger to this.
I mean, it's all about the fans, right? I think we wouldn't have this event if they didn't show up. We're going to be just a family reunion. So nice to give it back to them. You know, obviously in IndyCar we do this quite a bit every weekend. We do this for an hour. So nice to see some. I mean, they bringing some really old pictures of me that makes me feel old. But this is awesome. Awesome to have everybody here. A lot of car enthusiasts. So pretty hot, but it's amazing to see people waiting in line just to have a little bit of a chat. So enjoying it.
Thank you, Tony. Let me see if I can grab a quick word with some of our fans over here waiting. I see some McLaren gear. Hi, guys. How are you doing today?
Good. You?
I'm doing excellent. I see you've got your gear on. Who are you most excited to meet today?
Probably Grosjean. Yeah.
I just had a chat with him. He's absolutely ecstatic to be here. Did you get a chance to catch him out on the track earlier?
I did not, no.
How long have you been waiting in line?
Like a little over half an hour.
That's pretty good. I heard last year people were waiting for like 5-6 hours, so this is pretty good. Have you enjoyed yourself so far this weekend?
Yeah, a lot.
Excellent. All right, well, I'll let you guys keep moving up in the line for the autograph session. How are you guys doing today?
Doing great today.
Doing great. Very excited. I love the energy. What's been your favorite part of the day so far?
Probably meeting Nolan Siegel and taking a picture with him.
I think you're about to do that again just now.
Yep.
Do you have any aspirations to begin in racing, or are you already in racing?
Yeah, so I do e-NASCAR, and I do some go-karting, and I'm trying to get up the ranks. So.
Can I ask how old you are, what your name is?
Yeah, I'm Max Malazzo, and I'm 14 years old.
Excellent. Well, best of luck in your work your way up through the ranks of racing.
Thank you so much.
All right, well, I'm going to stay down here and chat a little bit with the fans. As you can see, the line is quite long, so these guys are going to get a little bit of taste and be able to chat with some of these drivers from IndyCar to Formula One to Dirtfish Rally Car. So this is the place to be, down at the Sip and Savor Pavilion for the Velocity Invitational autograph session.
Thanks, Taylor. Yep, we are getting ready for our next track action. We're running out of time in terms of the day. It's been a long day, but there's still some more to come. I just want to give a shout out to my new best friend, Jonathan Seeger, who is running the Grand Prix Originals vendor operation down there, selling all the golf material. I've imbibed myself with some of that, and it's all good stuff. But if you are here at the venue, get down and head to the vendors section. There's also Williams simulators to play on. Plenty of food and drink, as Kev Harris has been showing you. We finally dragged him out of the bar, and he's here again.
You dragged me from the Taylor Farm Sip and Savor.
I know.
Sip and Savor Wine Pavilion.
I
And what a
didn't know
place
Taylor
that is.
owned a farm.
Yeah, Taylor's Farm.
Yeah.
No, Taylor Farms, honestly, they're doing a great job up there. You couldn't come to Sonoma wine country and not sample some of the produce. Oh, boy, there's some beautiful wines up there. Befitting of the beautiful scene that we have, the California hills.
Well, we are literally a hop, skip, and a jump from Napa, and so there are multitudes of great wines dotted around these hills, and that's also been a huge pull for this raceway over the years. I mean, this is a raceway that opened back in the late 60s. I had one guest in here who raced at the first ever 1968 race here at Sears Point. Yep.
That's incredible. That is incredible. But that's the great thing about coming to events like this. You never know who you're going to meet. You never know who you're going to talk to. And the people out there walking around have the stories, don't they?
They do.
I love it.
Yeah,
it's
his
so
name,
good.
John Norman was his name, or is his name, and I've asked him to come back again tomorrow because, forget the cars for a second, I want to know more about the venue and what it was like racing back then. He said that literally it was the track and one wooden shed. That was it. There's our pre-grid. I really like the way they've organised this. So the fans on the right-hand side on the AstroTurf there, and that's where the bars and the vendors are, can get a view of the cars as they pre-grid, and that's where Taylor's been for most of the day, just getting some insights into the cars as they get gridded, and then they head out. And we're about to see some of the hypercars going out again. But what have you? There's always stuff that we don't get on camera. Kev, you're out and about. We're looking over it now. What have you noticed that you saw that you liked?
Well, all sorts. Just to the right there, Michelin have got a fantastic display there with James Kirkham with his AMG Raw spec car, which is quite something. And then in the middle of our picture right now, look at that. You've got
Ford GTs.
Ford GTs. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 of them there.
God,
and there's more of them here.
You never see that ever.
And honestly, that is one section that just looks glorious because you've got like a white, a Gulf blue, a black, white, Gulf blue, black. They're lined up perfectly, and when you get that many together, they look super.
And the Ferraris next look a little scant, don't they, really? That's the Ferrari section. Next to that, a Polestar.
Yeah. The future of sort of like, family motoring right there, with electric Polestars, electrification, going global. But yeah, Polestar, I think they're doing passenger rides all weekend long, which is great, so people can go out and do a bit of a test drive in those. That's been good. No, lots of stories. And as our drone pictures have just done the about turn, we're looking down on where that line of hypercars is along there.
Yeah.
There's Senna McLarens down there. There's that Apollo IE that we talked about a little bit earlier. That's down there. And
electric
others.
Porsche,
The
918 Spider.
Yeah, that's there as well. And then here we are then. Now we've got a good picture of like the hot pit with our Project Midnight car at the front. Now this is Time Attack, Global Time Attack.
Yeah.
So we've got obviously the Project Midnight car at the front there being driven by Scott Speed. Then we've got our Porsche behind that there. So that's our GT3 RS just behind us there. And then we go on. I just can't quite see because of the sunshine, but really good talking to those Global Time Attack guys, because the way this race series is set up, it's all about simply doing the fastest lap.
Yeah.
But the classes can be from enthusiast through street, through limited, unlimited, and then there's a couple more beyond that. But those are the four kind of main ones. And the enthusiast cars, there's a guy down there with a sort of crimson cherry red, I forget which exact colour it is, BMW that he drove here in. Yep. So you can turn up to the track in the car that you've driven in, take your overnight bag out the trunk, and then put your helmet on and go racing. And that's what the enthusiast car
I'd
series
sleep
is all
with my
about.
helmet. Why would I need to take it out?
And then also the street series, you can do the same, because the chap that I spoke to, Rob Rees from, I think, Studio RSR, he did the same thing in his white, I think it's an M4 BMW that he's got there, or he's kind of made it as close to one as he can. He's sort of speccing it up. He's done the same thing. He's driven it here, he's taken his bags out, and then he's taken it on track. So the Global Time Attack series is a great way for people to get into a very competitive, fun form of motorsport by just making some very achievable tweaks and mods to what could be just a top-end road car, just the kind of car that your daily driver, basically.
Yeah, and it's really, if you like, the home for the heavy tuners, the guys that really love to fettle with the cars and make adjustments here and there. And I like it, and it's a great environment for Time Attack, I think, because you've got the time to do it. You've got, a bunch of other historic cars that are nothing like what you're seeing here, and yet it seems to fit in nicely. And like I said, it's a race against the clock, but it's also a race against fettling the cars as the day and the weekend goes on.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is, John. And I tell you what, chatting to the guys, I chatted to a great chap, Kevin Phillips, who's running in what is the only sort of like sprint truck-looking thing that's on the grid there. Another chap called Gabe, who's in that black Porsche, and then our chap Rob from Studio RSR. And they were all sort of saying that what they enjoy about it is what you just said there. You can kind of tweak your own car. And interestingly, the truck that you're going to see, which Kevin Phillips is driving,
that's a killer.
It's a hell of a thing, but that was his daily driver. And over the years, he started putting more and more, tweaked parts on it, until he's ended up with a point now. He's got a car that's running in the unlimited class that he can only take to the track, but he's owned it for about like 15 or 20 years. And it's a car that's developed to the point that you're looking at right now when we see it run. And that's really interesting.
Something we should also tell the audience, because we only got a glimpse of them, but underneath that main grandstand that you're looking at right now are a bunch of low riders. I love it. They're absolutely gorgeous. Impalas mostly.
Chevy Impalas from 1958 and 1959, and they are absolutely immaculate. And they're like no Chevy Impalas that you would have seen before. Because if at any point I think you've come to the US and got a rental car in the last 15 or 20 years,
get one of them.
You're not going to get one of them, but you might get a Chevy Impala that was something else that was a bit dull and a bit boring. Well, back in 1958 and 1959 in America, they weren't making them dull and boring. They look just absolutely incredible. What those guys have done to them. Yeah, you've got to get yourself under the grandstand and go and have a look, because they're like nothing else that's here.
There's the Porsche, and there's the AMG we've been talking about.
There we are. That's our man James Kirkham there from Race Service. That car's just
What's
quite
his story
something.
Then?
Well, I mean, he is somebody, I've only sort of met him and done a little bit of research on him the last couple of days. He's somebody, from what I can understand, who has just built a brand and learnt about marketing to finance his own way through motorsport. And oh boy, is he successful at it. But I get the sense that he's a very hard worker. So have a look at Donut Media, have a look at Race Service online, have a look at James Kirkham. He's making some great strides when it comes to marketing and branding and bringing his own sort of vision of how motorsport and how brands should be and pairing that up with the cars that we love, the race cars that go around the track doing the business. It's quite something. It really, really is. And he's getting to a point now where he's not a professional race car driver as such, but he's kind of got to a point where he is an established race car driver. But getting invited to take that car to Goodwood, for example, at the Festival of Speed earlier this year, and so really doing some great things in the world of marketing and motorsport. And I have to say, a very charismatic and very likeable chap. So if you see James down there on the Michelin stand, go and have a chat to him. And go and have a look at that car, the raw spec AMG that he's got, because it's incredible.
Now, you caught up with Kevin Phillips earlier, right?
Yeah, that's right. So Kevin Phillips was one of the guys that I spoke to a little bit earlier on. He's the one actually with the stadium truck, or the kind of like the sprint truck, the blue-looking thing, that was once upon a long ago his daily driver. It's not anymore because it's running unlimited.
Let's take a look.
Well, one class that I've been really enjoying watching out on track this year at the Velocity is the Global Time Attack. And I'm pleased to say one of the race car drivers from that class is with you now, Kevin Phillips. Kev, great to see you.
Thank you.
Just give us a quick word on Global Time Attack, because I was quite interested here that your 20th anniversary of it in the US is coming up. It's been around for quite a while, this series.
Yeah, it's they're going to have their 20th anniversary in November at Buttonwillow Raceway, just south of here.
And it's all about simply getting the fastest lap time, being quickest around the circuit. It's out-and-out speed, right?
Correct, yeah. You don't care about anybody else, just go fast.
Just go fast. And you can go fast in 4 different classes, because within this is the other exciting thing. The amount of seat time you get for what you have to invest is actually quite high, because you can turn up in the car that you drove to the circuit in if you're in the enthusiast class.
Yeah, or if it's street legal at all, you could definitely drive it there.
Because there's 4 classes in total, so talk us through those and which one you're in.
So there's enthusiasts, which starts the mildest, and then street class, limited class, and unlimited class. And then there's also 2 other classes, GTX and Max Effort. And those are more race car, tube chassis cars classes.
Yeah, got you. But what is interesting is your class, you just told me, you're now an Unlimited with the truck, with the 953 number on the side of your hip, but this used to be your daily driver.
Yeah, I bought this truck actually from the original owner, completely stock. My dad actually did the pre-delivery inspection on this truck back in '91 from the dealership he worked at. So it has a cool story, some sentimental value. But yeah, I got the itch and wanted to build something and did that instead.
And that's what happened. The daily drive, you just started bolting on more parts, and the engine's getting bigger, the shocks are getting bigger, the tires are getting bigger.
Absolutely, yeah. I just started small and then, upgrading what I could afford at the time and drove it. The next winter, I made more upgrades and then it's just evolved slowly and getting faster as we go, so which is good.
Yeah, well, you are getting faster because I was watching you running, I think, in practice yesterday, and the sight and sound of this thing, this is coming, right? Talk me through some of the numbers because it's quite the block you got in the front there.
Yeah, so it's a 427 cubic inch LS engine. It has a 4-speed dog box transmission, Ford 9-inch, all bolt-on front suspension, just like you could buy off any website. Ford 9-inch in the back. It has 335, 345 Hoosiers A7 tires. Makes 580 horse to the wheels. Straight pipe titanium exhaust, which really lets it sing, which I really like it.
The sound of this car is like nothing else that's here. It's really quite stunning. I love it. And the look of it as well. It's a truck, right? But it's the coolest truck that you can probably own. Not many of them running in the time attack. People take trucks or they take cars usually.
Most people take cars. And, there is some trucks doing some road course stuff, but they're not dedicated time attack. So I think I'm the only guy that's really gone that far.
Well, you have gone far, and it's a fantastic thing. Quick word as well. We've got Scott Speed here running. He's jumping in your class in that Project Midnight thing. How is it, going wheel to wheel with him in that?
It was crazy. He went by me in turn 4, and I tried to follow him through 5, and it's wild. Yeah. He was gone.
Well, listen, Kev, thanks ever so much for talking to us. There's a few of you guys here this weekend. We're going to chat to all of you, but you're going back out on track a little bit later on, so you probably got to get ready, I'm sure.
That's right, yeah.
All right, well, listen, thanks ever so much. We'll keep our eyes peeled for the 953. Go well, and thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
How about that? The Global Time Attack. Keep your eyes on that one. It looks and sounds like, well, nothing else you will have heard here at Velocity this weekend.
You're absolutely right, and thank you for that, Kev. That was a great insight into what we're about to see, and there is the mighty Scott Speed. And yes, speed by nature, speed by name, and what a star-studded career he continues to have, whatever he turns his hand to, whether it's Formula E, Rallycross, NASCAR, Formula One. He actually won a competition run by Danny Sullivan back in the day to get a ride at Toro Rosso. Yeah.
Well, as we're talking about Scott Speed and the Global Time Attack series, we're actually on our screen here. Perhaps one of the most unique hypercars that's here. We've got this Apollo IE that really is turning heads down in the Velocity Plaza there, because it looks like nothing else you've seen. There are supercars here, there are hypercars here, but this thing just sets itself apart from all of the others. It is stopping people in its tracks. So heading out on track right now. Thought we were going to Global Time Attack, but we appear to just have a couple of the hypercars making their way up through the hills and round the tracks. So a great treat to see this car out on track, and I'd imagine for many people a great treat to see it in person.
Well, I'm delighted to say that Jason Deerhart has just joined us. Come on in, obviously from Global Time Attack. Don't worry if you can't hear in your headset. That's no problem. We can hear you clearly. But welcome again.
Thank you.
Tell us what we're going to see, and we've just been setting it up with an interview that Kev did with Mr. Phillips in his truck, which was very interesting. But he gave us an insight into how it all sets up in terms of the different categories. But tell us a little bit more.
Yeah, well, these guys are about to go out there, and they're going to do a warm-up lap, maybe 2 warm-up laps. The thing with these time attack cars is that they're built almost to the extremity of like a drag race car, where they're really meant basically to do 1 hot lap in a session. So usually our sessions are pretty short, 15 minutes. That's still almost too long. I'd rather almost make them 10 or 12 minutes sometimes, because it really only gives them an opportunity to go out there, do maybe one warm-up lap.
So it's like Formula One qualifying in that
for a
respect.
hot
You
lap,
really
a
only
flyer.
get that one chance.
Yeah, exactly. And then a cool-down lap and then come off the track. Not many of the cars are built in the sense where they're not heating up too much, and the tires aren't getting too hot. The engine's not getting too hot. The driver's not overheating, especially on a warm day like today. I think it's 90-something degrees today. It's probably going to be the same tomorrow, so that's also a factor with a lot of these cars.
Yeah, we're looking forward to seeing that for sure, Jason. I really enjoyed chatting to your guys down there as well. It was good to chat to, Kevin Phillips. We had Gabe as well, and then Robert spoke really well. And the good thing was the 3 drivers that I've spoken to you from Global Time Attack running in 3 different classes: unlimited, limited, and then street. And then you got another guy here in his sort of crimsony red BMW who's running in the enthusiast class as well.
Yes. That's another thing that's unique about this sport is, this is a showcase this weekend. If it was a normal competition, we would normally have anywhere from 12 to maybe 18 cars in one run group by speed index, not by class. So sometimes you will see a very fast enthusiast, not so often, maybe a street class competitor that finds their way into Group 1, which is traditionally our fastest 12 to 15 cars that usually will take the track first and then usually end the weekend.
I see.
So here we got a little bit of a delta. You've got Scott running the 130.4. I think today was his quickest time. And then we've got Jason on the other end of the spectrum, the truck with Kevin Phillips, where I think he's trying to crack 150.
Right.
If I'm correct, hopefully I'm not discrediting him here.
No.
I don't know if he cracked 150 yet, but I don't think so. So, that's a decent delta right there to where if Scott decides to do a second flyer, he catches Kevin. Same thing with the AMG with James Kirkham. If he goes on, if his car is able to do many flyers in a row, he ends up catching Kevin. So that's another thing that they have to contend with. It's not just an open track by themselves. A traditional super lap battle would be one car going out one time at a time and doing one hot lap, one warm up, one hot, one cool, and then come off the track. But that would take us. I've tried this. It takes so long to try to do a competition like that. We've just mixed it up a little bit and kind of, like I mentioned before, treat it almost like an action sports type format to where you get X amount of sessions or heats per day and you're out there with a group. So you've got to, have some etiquette, and otherwise no one's going to give you any grace next time out there.
I'm with you. Well, what I'm interested to see in this one is what James Kirkham's done to his car since last time it went out. Because I was speaking to him, I was chatting to your drivers and chatting to you, and then we went across and we were chatting to James. And he was doing a bit of fettling on that AMG Raw spec. And I think he was under the hood doing something with his sort of settings, just putting a bit more power. So he kind of...
You'd love to see it.
I think it's going to be good. I think James is going to come out, fist swinging in this one.
I've noticed that he's been going quicker each session. If you start looking at the practice sessions.
Because this, obviously, Scott Speed and the Subaru here, Project Midnight, this really should be the quickest thing around the track. Or, in terms of driver skill, the person who can get the most out of the car should be this guy. But I think James is sort of like getting his eye in and building up. So I think we could see something good in this session.
Another unique thing about Time Attack, we don't get many drivers of his caliber with us that often, but he has ran with us before with someone's program out of California, actually in a front-wheel drive VW GTI a couple years back. He ran at our Buttonwillow event, which was super awesome to have him there. But that's another unique thing about the sport, that you might find yourself going up against the likes of Scott Speed, which is
what a great story to take home.
Brilliant.
Yeah, it's good.
Who did you get beaten by?
Kind of don't mind.
Multiple rallycross and Formula One, ex-Formula One driver. So green flags are waving. The Time Attack is underway. We're listening to Jason Deanhart, who is part of the Global Time Attack. I'm really getting into this. I didn't know much about it, and I must admit, when I saw that Subaru had built their own 670 brake horsepower Subaru, put Scott Speed behind the wheel, I was like, that's not fair. But actually, Jason, we talked earlier today. Great advert for what you're trying to achieve.
Yes, 100%, spot on. And, this car will fit right into one of our normal competitions. Some of the quickest cars out there that run with us and other Time Attack events around the world, they would have kept up right with him this weekend. But we're also talking about cars that have not just 670 horsepower, but 1,200, 1,100, 900. That's what a lot of these people are doing. There's no horsepower limit in any of the classes.
What about
even enthusiast
What
class.
about boosting and that sort of stuff? I'm presuming that's outlawed.
No, it's open.
No.
No. The only thing that we regulate is nitrous. You're only allowed to have nitrous in the unlimited class if you want to. But to add a turbocharger, to add a
Elon Musk
supercharger-
showing up with one of his rockets.
Right. Hey, and even to talk about that, last year at Buttonwillow, the quickest car that took P1 overall, regardless of class, was an unlimited class, and it was a Tesla.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Untrucked performance. They're out of Southern California. That's all that they do is race Teslas, and they put together one that also ran at Pikes Peak.
Yeah.
One of them, Randy Popes was driving one of the more streetable ones that they built. That actually he crashed, but was able to still, during practice, was able to still run it that year. So yeah, even electric cars. So same thing. We don't care about the power plant so much, especially in the unlimited class. Street class, enthusiast class, you have to have the same engine that came in the car, or at least from the same make and model.
Yeah.
So even electric power plants are allowed as well.
Yeah, and it's all very well saying, "Oh, power," but power is nothing without the controls. Borelli will tell you. But that's the point, isn't it? Yokohama is what's actually that Scott's running. Just to be clear. But
yeah, and I'm sure it's an AAO5, great tire.
Yeah.
Very sticky. We've had a lot of experience with that tire. A lot of people run that in our series too, and their AO52 also is another hot tire in the street class and limited class too.
Now here's Kirkham, and he's right there with the Subaru. He's not far behind it, is he?
He's not, and he's on Michelin tyres there who are supporting him this weekend, making it all possible. So he's going to be championing their cause.
Yeah, hopefully some of those tweaks that you saw him making.
he was. When I had a chat to him after I spoke to you, Jason, he was saying, "Well, I'm turning up a few things. I've done a few things with the
and that's the spirit
whether
of
it's like
time attack.
the,
You're basically you're uncorked, especially in the class that he's in. So, lay it all out there.
Yeah, I don't know whether he can somehow electronically just work out how much power he wants to give the thing, but I think he was basically turning the dial up to 10.
Well, he's certainly catching Scott Speed at a rapid pace as they come across the line again. We'll take a look at the times this time. Scott Speed and Subaru Motorsports from USA in that Project Midnight. James Kirkham in the Race Service AMG. And that was a slower lap. 32.6 by Speed, a 37.4 by James. So pretty darn close, to be honest. And Gabe Zamora doing a 139.5.
Nice. He's broke the 140s. That's great. Well, he was actually, I think, 137s earlier in the Porsche. Very quick.
Pretty impressive.
So here's our guy that turned up to the track in his enthusiast car. I think the 874 BMW.
Car. Yeah.
Drove it to the circuit.
Yes, he sure did. Yeah, Gary Peterson. He's having a great time. This is something that he said was a bucket list event for him. Not just the track, but the velocity event and whatnot. I thought was
well, and also as well,
hear.
chatting to all three of the guys that I spoke to down there, Kevin, Gabe, and Robert, they all just said, unbelievable, what an experience to be part of. How good to be, to come to be asked to race at Sonoma and be part of Velocity, and they were just grinning from ear to ear. I mean, like Gabe, for example, he's from Brazil, so he was really pleased to get an opportunity to chat to Tony Kanaan. He's like, I cannot believe I'm here. Yeah. That guy's my hero, and here I am.
That is cool.
I'm wearing a driver's wristband, same as he is. Sort of thing.
Yeah,
he was buzzing.
Our first time here is something I'm learning about this event is that there's a lot of amazing people here that you're able to rub elbows with, and that's real special.
It really is, and you walk around and just see them, and they're just there.
Yeah, so I think Rosenberg here. This car started out, I believe, as a naturally aspirated 9-liter Viper.
Yeah.
Right.
Now he took it, he twin turbocharged it. This thing has, if needed, well over 1,200 horsepower.
Yeah.
This thing's ridiculous. He's never ran this track before. He was someone I talked about earlier. He's never even simmed it. He just watched some videos before showing up this weekend. So
no way.
His fastest time will probably come tomorrow at the end of the day, even though it should be tomorrow morning. Yeah. But he just needs more seat time here.
Well, Scott Speed just went quicker. 131.8.
Really?
Yep.
Okay, so what's surprising about that is that I was speaking to the Subaru guys earlier, and they were talking about kind of the chess game of time attack and when they were planning on really trying to go for a real serious hot lap. And they were talking about that's going to be tomorrow morning. That Scott and the team felt that their best time would be tomorrow morning to break that 130.4.
Okay.
So their plan was in this session to cruise.
Whoa.
So they're cruising at 131. cruising at 132.
You're cruising,
yeah.
So that's the plan.
The plan on this one was not really to go for it. They felt that, it was just too warm.
And they think they can crack 130.
Tomorrow morning. That's the plan.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, Scott Speed heading out. And thanks, Kev. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, no, a pleasure. I'm being dragged off. I think I'm going to run around the pit and paddock a bit more. There's still some people here to talk to.
Go for it. We'll let you go. Thanks for coming in. But this is really, of all of the racing I've seen this weekend, this has pricked my interest because I'd not seen in person. I'd heard of Time Attack, and I know they do it at COTA as well.
Yeah.
What do you think the future? Where would you like to see it? What would you like to change or develop, innovate, and see next?
One thing that we're working on are, more spectator-driven, friendly events. That's what our event at Circuit the Americas is in April. Last year we had about 8,500 spectators. It's not a ton of people, but it's for a Time Attack that's probably the largest Time Attack in North America, to be honest with you. It takes being at a wonderful facility like that also helps in the middle of the country. It gives us the best opportunity for these people. They come from all over, Cable Rosenberg here in the Viper, he comes from, from Arizona. Gabe, I think that we're seeing on screen right now with the Porsche, is from Riverside, California, which isn't too far from here, but we've got fast drivers in Canada, Mexico, both sides of Canada, British Columbia, the East Coast. These people come from all over the place. So I'd like to grow that event. That's our flagship event.
Yeah.
Other things that we have proven over the years, we were lucky to be able to be a part of the Long Beach Grand Prix back in 2021, I believe it was. So it's proof of concept there that we could join a major event like that as a support series with a smaller run group and put on a Time Attack for the fans out there. So that's something that we've looked into, trying to maybe get involved as a support series at other Indy events, at street courses around the country.
And also, I suppose as time goes on, the tracks will wake up to the Time Attack and start putting it in the records, because obviously whenever I go to a new track or a track, I look at the lap records from Wikipedia, and it's always interesting to see, every different class has a different way of going about the same thing, from motorbikes to cars, and so it's always interesting to see the differences at a Lime Rock or a COTA, and I'm sure Time Attack, as it progresses and probably there's more interest and more people like Scott Speed coming, and people will then try to take away that lap record of a production car.
You're chasing legends, you're chasing ghosts. The thing is I'm going to be 50 in a few months, and I grew up with video games.
Yeah.
And whenever you played usually a car racing video game, you're basically time attacking.
Yes.
And that mindset carries over into this, to where you might be chasing. You talked about earlier. It's going to be 20 years of Time Attack at Buttonwillow coming up in November. And there's people that a certain car might be chasing a time from 10 years ago that they want to beat, and that's going to be their personal triumph. And it's another thing about this sport is, measuring up against legends at certain circuits. And sometimes you only visit a circuit once a year and with a major event, so there's a lot of pressure to do it that weekend. It's another thing that kind of adds a layer to the stress.
Well, there's no question that the Project Midnight folk at Subaru said, quite frankly, they've never built a car specifically for asphalt, because they're a rally, the WRX is a rally car in the US as it is around the world, and that's where Subaru made their name over the years. But this project, this car that Scott Speed is driving, was built specifically to do just this.
Yeah.
Try to attack tracks and try to get the best possible time with one of the best drivers in the world, and that's what they're doing.
Yeah, and that's a great mix to have someone like him driving a car at that level of build quality.
He's the perfect guy too, because he's so adaptable to anything. We just saw Tony Kanaan doing his first Trans Am race. That was pretty adaptable, but most of these drivers are. But of all the drivers I know, Scott Speed, I've never seen. I never forget when he did his first Formula E race, and he just whipped it. And the whole field was there, the regular field had been doing it all season. He just came in and jumped in and won.
Yeah, let me show you how it's done.
It's impressive. I watched it in practice, the AMG. It sounds awesome.
It does. And it was great to hear that, they're making tweaks in the car. And again, that's the spirit of Time Attack. That's what it's all about, is, throughout the day, how can we shave, any amount of time off? And he's not too far off from Scott,
No, it's very true. Well, officially on this run, like you say, we're expecting quicker runs tomorrow. No improvement from Scott Speed. Race service with a 138.2 with a 136.8 is the closest to him, and then it's 139.5 by the winner's circle, Gabe Zamora.
Yeah, I believe Gabe took third place earlier this year at our event at Circuit the Americas in the limited class. And that's another thing that we just witnessed right there. You know, you can't just drive looking ahead, you know, knowing that there's other people on track that might be coming up the rear end on a hot lap, and you've got to be
You've got to be in your mirrors as well, yeah.
Correct, yeah. So, you know, I talked about that it's an easy barrier of entry to get into time attack, but you have to be aware. You have to be a solid driver with some experience. You know, you don't have to be a wheel-to-wheel racer, but you have to be aware on the track and be able to know that, you know, that there's high closing speeds and, you know, people are hanging it out there.
And the hours of preparation and getting ready for an event like this, that you don't want to be ruined by making a stupid mistake and then running into the back, or possibly just avoiding and going off track to avoid a car that you're coming up on quickly. I think there's a fair amount of responsibility given the time and energy involved in getting ready.
Yes, most definitely.
Well, the sun is going down here in Sonoma, and we're coming to the end of our global time attack. Jason Deanhart, giving us a really interesting insight into this relatively new form. Not for him, perhaps, but for some of us, this is new. And it's another BMW.
You know, the interesting thing about, you know, it's great to see Subaru, and it's been, you know, great to talk to some of the team members this weekend out here. It's been a joy. You know, an interesting fact is that, you know, my 20 years of being involved in time attack, many times Subarus are the leaders, you know, in the classes, or, you know, take podium, and it's been like that for many, many years. Great platform, you know, even though, you know, they've very well known for gravel. They've done very well in time attack over the past 20 years, people with Subarus. Very well.
That doesn't surprise me. It really doesn't. So tomorrow morning, what time are we on tomorrow?
I believe it's
Let me have a look.
early again.
Yeah, and that's why we're saying that could be the time when we get.
Yeah, I think it's. I'm going to have to double check.
Yeah, time attack 8:55.
Is it 8:55?
Yeah,
okay.
so that's. Yep.
Yeah, so that's probably going to be, the weather will probably be like in
a little
the
bit
high
cooler.
60s, 70s at the warmest, most likely at that time. It doesn't get hot till about 11.
And while I'm doing a bit of housekeeping, don't forget Tyler Florence doing a cooking live demo and book signing. She did one today, a celebrated chef on the Food Network, and Tyler Florence, sharing her tricks of the trade in the kitchen and putting on a bit of a demonstration. So don't miss out on that. Of course, we've got the F1 esports simulators are also plenty of sip and savor opportunities. Lots of vendors around serving food. There's the checkered flag for our time attack. And like I said, they'll be back in action tomorrow morning again. But my thanks to Jason Deanhart for coming in here. Are you going to come back tomorrow morning and join us again?
I will be back.
All
with
right.
A cup of coffee.
Yeah, come on by. All right, we're going to take a short break, and we're going to wrap it all up after this. Gotcha.
From racetrack to road, Mobil One Motor Oils make whatever you drive more beautifully.
And talking of beautiful driving, it's been a full day of it here at Velocity Invitational. The 5th running of the event in perfect conditions here in October. It's been absolutely fantastic. I hope you've enjoyed it. We have another full day tomorrow, and we've got some big stories and big news for you. I just want to alert you to the fact that we also have a Dirtfish autograph session, promo Dirtfish and autograph session. That is at 13:15, that's 1:15 tomorrow, so that an autograph session for the Dirtfish drivers, of which there are many, and some household names for sure, so get down to that. And Dirtfish are based right by the media centre, right by the right-hand side of the grandstand, so you can't miss it. Head down there and mark your calendars. I've got a big news story for you here. Next year's event, that's right, 2025, will be held June 6th to June 8th. And we have a special offer for you. If you purchase your tickets right here at the guest service booth located by the suite entrance, you'll receive a free hat, a free Velocity hat. And don't miss out on this exclusive deal. Grab your tickets today, and remember, the date is June 6th to June 8th. Next year, that's 2025. That's it from the booth. Let's head down once again to Kev and Taylor to wrap it all up.
Thanks, Johnny. Like you said, what an incredible day here. The sun is setting behind the mountains of beautiful Sonoma Raceway, and it really has been quite a day. Kev, what are your highlights?
Well, I am finishing the day where I started here on the Sotheby's, and this Mercedes-Benz 300 SL here is absolutely immaculate. So I loved getting up close and personal to that one and learning a little bit about this one, the steel body compared to its aluminium body counterpart that's behind me. So this is a great way to finish the day because it's where I started the day. And the bit in between, well, that was all great too.
My highlights had to probably be speaking with Tony Kanaan at the autograph session. All of those big drivers from Dirtfish, from IndyCar, really from all fields of racing, interacting with the fans. That's what it's all about, right? It's the cars, but it's also the drivers. And then to speak with Tony Kanaan and then watch him get in a Trans Am. Who would have thought you'd see him behind the wheel of one of those?
Yeah, he's had a really good day, but I saw you chat to Ramon Grosjean as well. He was grinning from ear to ear. He was a guy who was just like happy to be here, wasn't he?
Absolutely. I think everybody's happy to be here with the sights, the sounds, the smells, the wine that I saw you get to enjoy.
The Sip and Savor Wine Pavilion. I was actually only in there for, I can tell you, about 5 minutes max. They were like, Kev, stand here, try this, film this, and go. And there's still cars here revving the engines, and that's James Kirkham just over there in his raw spec AMG, which is like nothing else. But the good news is we're doing this all again tomorrow, aren't we?
Absolutely. I think Kev has a look. We'll take a look at our schedule, and Kev can take us through.
Yeah, let's have a look at the schedule then for tomorrow, because we're kicking off at 8:50 or 8:30 a.m. with the Group 3 feature race. 8:55, the Global Time Attack guys go out again. Group 1 are out at 9:20, more Dirtfish. Group 4, more collector cars. Group 8 have got a feature race. Then we got a low rider parade. That's those Chevy Impalas. They're incredible. If you missed those today, come and see them tomorrow. 1958 and 1959 models like you've never seen. Your pal Travis Pastrana is here tomorrow. Big news. Arrive for Travis because he's going out at 11:25 a.m. in the Family Huckster, a vehicle that I've only seen online and in print. I've never seen it up close and personal. He's going to be running that in anger 3 times tomorrow. We continue after lunch with Group 2, Group 5, Group 6, some more hypercars. Group 7, more Travis then, just before 3 o'clock. Group 9 go out. That's a feature race with those Trans Am cars at 3:45. More Dirtfish. And then we round out the day at 4:40 with the Global Time Attack guys once again. It is a packed schedule. And for anyone who's going to make it here to Sonoma tomorrow, well, they are in for a treat. The live action is going to be incredible.
Absolutely is. You can never have too much Travis Pastrana, I don't think. I don't think.
Well, you know him well, and I know the fans are going to be coming out to see that guy throttle that thing in anger.
Absolutely. And it is a hot one out here, but don't be discouraged. There's plenty of shade. These cars are covered. The grandstands are ready for you. Lots of water, lots of amazing vendors out there. So make your way out. And if not, you can also tune in again tomorrow to this live stream. We'll be bringing you all the action, all the greatest cars, and all the action on the track.
That's it. But for now, from myself, Kev Harris, Taylor Snyder here, and Johnny Green in the commentary booth, we're going to sign off for the day. So have a great evening, whatever you're doing, and we'll see you bright and early in the morning.
Well, we wouldn't, would we? Yeah. Yeah, I hadn't really thought that through. Thanks for doing that.
Yeah, and I put Lowell's card on there, so you should be fine, but anything will.
Yeah.
Reimburse it, obviously.
Yeah, sure. Are you coming to Dakota?
I'm not.
Okay. Are you from Tampa?